Just want to give you a heads up that this episode will contain spoilers from up through Chapter 7, the Corel chapter of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but not beyond that, as well as the equivalent scenes from the original Final Fantasy VII, a mild spoiler from Final Fantasy XVI, and 2 spoiler moments from Crisis Core. If you'd like, you can check the episode description for spoiler timestamps.
She's like, look at my scar.
And every time she shows him, it's like she lifts up her shirt and it's almost like she's flashing him. And I'm like,
fan service. That's what they wanted. All the guys want.
And Cloud is like, I don't believe it. What's the evidence again?
Sephiroth's getting into my head again. I need to see that scar.
Welcome to the Final Fantasy Files, where we discuss all things Final Fantasy, from hiking mountains to angry townsfolk to Dr. Sherran. My name is Jolie Hales.
And I'm Ernest DeLeon.
And we're back with another familiar face you may recognize, my husband, Spencer, who was with us for the big discussion about Chapter 6, right? That deep dive.
I'm back, baby. What's up? Just kidding.
He's
Hi,
back
guys.
for more. And this time we're actually going to be covering Chapter 7. And we're going to do a deep dive into that chapter. And that consists of basically the first part of the Corel region, hiking up Mount Corel, making our way through the abandoned coal mines near the reactor, and then arriving at Barret's hometown in Corel, or North Corel, I guess they call it. And then the chapter ends just as the Ropeway trolley approaches the gold saucer with our party. So we'll save our gold saucer opinions for the next discussion.
I'm going to love that episode.
I know.
I love the gold saucer.
This is the transition chapter.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's like a transitory chapter. It really is, right?
Yeah.
And before we really jump into the chapter, it's really good to remind our viewers where we are in the game, like how much of it we've actually played. So for me, by this point, it's been months since I beat the game on normal mode. I plan to go back and platinum it, play it on hard mode someday when time allows. But I mean, otherwise, I've done a lot of reviewing my recorded playthrough footage. I took notes when I played the game because we're really nerdy.
Mm-hmm.
Ernest, how about you? Where are you at? Last time we talked to you, Ernest, you were in Chapter 10. Have you advanced past that? Are you still in Chapter 10?
Yeah, I think I'm at 11 or 12 now. So somewhere there. I haven't finished it yet. I am going to finish it, obviously. I just haven't had a lot of time for the last, 4 months.
Well, we can understand that. And then you, Spencer, tell us about your playthroughs.
Yeah, so I'm on my hard mode playthrough now, and I had forgotten Chapter 7. Jolie asked me like 2 nights ago. So she's like, so you ready to talk about Chapter 7? I'm like, yeah, it ends here. And she's like, no, it doesn't.
I'm like, no, that's like the halfway point.
So last night I played the remainder of Chapter 7. I had completed it, but I had forgotten. So I have replayed through Chapter 7 very recently.
On hard mode, though.
Yeah, on hard mode.
Yeah.
And I played it on normal mode back in the day.
Right, but when you played it on normal mode, you just streamlined story. So you didn't do any of the side quests in normal mode. And hard mode actually treats the side quests a little differently, as we'll get to.
Yeah, this is the problem. When I'm telling you my experience, you're like, that didn't happen.
I'm like, that's not a thing.
Right.
But we'll get there and we'll figure it out. We'll sort it all out. It's going to make some sense. But it is important to state that we will be spoiling Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but we'll only be spoiling up through Chapter 7. So although we've all pretty much progressed past that point, and 2 of us have beat the game quite a long time ago, we're going to refrain from spoiling content beyond Chapter 7, even though it's going to be kind of difficult. Oh man, it's difficult every discussion. I can't wait to talk about the ending.
Totally.
But we can't.
And there's things that like foreshadow stuff in chapters, and you were like, this like sets up this. And then I'm like, but Ernest might not know what that is. So.
Right.
Yeah, just assume I don't know anything past Chapter 10. I mean, I do, but,
It's good because we're building towards the finale anyway.
You might not be the only one, though, because by the time we wrap up all of these chapter deep dives, who knows? Maybe it'll be out on PC and there'll be new players experiencing it,
And also, it's one of those where I was doing what Spencer did at first, and then at a certain point, I was like, no, you know what? I'm just going to do all the side quests, and then I had to circle back. So that also has slowed me down significantly, but not in a negative way.
No, that's totally, I think
Yeah.
that's great. I think
Yeah.
it's great. Did you go back to like chapter 4 Junon and stuff and do this side quest yet?
Not yet, but I will. Like that. So
Okay.
once I get to the point where I can stop and then go back and do all the back content, that's what I'm going to do and catch all the way back up to where I'm at and then finish the game. So
Yeah, that's going to be chapter 12 for you. The whole world opens up and
Yeah,
then you
chapter 12 opens up everything and you can do it all.
do it all.
I must be at 11 then.
Well, that's gonna be a long chapter for you.
Yeah, you're probably right before that.
Chapter 12 is gonna be
Yeah.
like 40 hours.
Yeah.
Or earn it.
I remember trying to go back and then I couldn't. And then I went reading online and said, yeah, once you pass this certain point until you get to 12, you can't go back. And I said, okay, well, when I get there, I'll go back and finish all the other stuff I didn't get to do.
Right.
Well, that'll be fun to see what you think at that point. And just as a reminder for where we are in chapter 7 or what chapter 7 actually consists of. So we just finished the anime beach episode chapter
That's right.
6, which is all about fun in the sun at Costa del Sol, where our party played a lot of mini games to earn beach wear. And then the chapter concluded with this like big beach battle with Hojo's grasp tripod. I'll never be able to say that like smoothly. Grasp tripod, whatever. And that's where Yuffie and Johnny then save the day. And then eventually Yuffie becomes an official member of our party when we go back to Johnny's Seaside Inn. And that's pretty much chapter 6. So now here today for chapter 7, it's all about Corel. This chapter is called Those Left Behind, which I think is mostly referring to the people of Corel themselves, though I'm sure there are a few different meanings you could mix in there. Because Corel is Barret's hometown, which is where we spend the last parts of this chapter, and we get a lot of story content at that point that we're going to get to. But before then, we did just welcome Yuffie to the party, and we left Johnny and his fixer-upper hotel. And now we can venture into the Corel region to officially begin Chapter 7. And entering this region also offers opportunities to start gathering intel for our favorite AI.
Chodley.
Chadley. You're so bad.
I agreed with Ernest about Chodley last time, but, you know, I think we've hurt Chadley enough.
So he's got some sympathy points. You're going to be on my train here?
No, I mean, like, he's fine. He still sucks, but we're going to be bashing on Chadley for the rest of the game. We keep it up at this point.
But if you look on the internet, like, you're probably in good company, frankly. I feel like I'm in the minority by being
Sure.
an appreciator of Chadley, honestly, but
You don't really like him, though.
I do.
You don't like
No,
him.
I do.
No, you don't.
I do. You don't know.
No, you like appreciate his quirkiness, but you don't
No.
actually think that he's a good character.
No, because there's a thing that happens to him that we can't talk about where I'm like actually concerned for his well-being.
Okay.
So
I'm just hoping like in the third installment, like when we get to the final boss, Chadley, like they put him inside of like a Mecha Godzilla and he fights side by side with us.
That would be cool.
That would be cool.
But would you like him then? Would that like score some points?
Yeah, at least he does something rather than berate us for 20.
Yeah, at least I was going to say, at least he did something, right? Yes, I would love that. And actually, that would be one hell of a plot twist. Think about it. They made him this annoying, like, kind of sub character the entire game, and then all of a sudden, like, he's tag teaming you on the kaiju thing. I would lose it.
You would have been all about it.
he's got like synergy abilities with you that you can
Yeah.
build up with Chadley.
I would lose it.
like the other team members.
It would be like that scene in Iron Man 2 where like Iron Man and the War Machine are like tag teaming the
Yeah,
other
yeah,
guy.
yeah.
Oh man, that would be so awesome.
I think it'd be rad if you fought Chadley as a boss. Like,
You
'cause-
guys are like leaning way too close to the Hugo Kubka like summon fights in Final Fantasy 16, which I do not think were in the right plane.
no, I don't want him to be like the size of a planet.
Yeah, that was a little bit much. And then the whole like going off into like the Sepultura rock stuff was a little bit much, but
Oh my
it was
gosh.
too
it
much.
kind of fit, but also it was like, okay, we have jumped the shark with this one.
Yeah, there was a lot of shark jumping there.
I think it would make sense. Like, he's gathering all this intel. He like learns how you fight. It's like an Incredible scenario where Syndrome is like collecting all that stuff about Mr. Incredible. And then he's like, I can beat you now. And it's like, well, not really. And then you have to fight him at the end. That'd be a cool twist.
No, see, I would love it even more. If we're going to do this mech thing where he becomes all powerful because of what he's learned, then he should come to our aid when we're almost dead. and like destroy on behalf of us.
No. Because we
yes.
hate him, and it would be so much more enjoyable.
You hate him.
To punch him in the face with our Buster swords.
Okay, well, regardless.
This is what Chapter 7's about. Mecha Godzilla Chadley.
We're already way off track.
We're never getting done with this episode.
I wonder how much of this is also like the negativity that's out in the world right now about AI. So like people are just hating it because he's an AI.
Yeah, there are people who just hate AI. They just hate it, and they'll hate anything. You do like a thumbnail that has any AI, they're like, downvote, dislike, like whatever. I get some of the reasons why, but I also use AI so regularly that I can't possibly.
I use it all the time, and it's because half those things I can't do. Like I'm not talented enough to do them, but the AI can.
And you shouldn't do them. Gatekeep you, dude.
I could just explain it, and the AI gives me what I want. And I'm like, great. This is awesome.
It makes things more efficient if you know how to use it in the right places. But that's a discussion for another day. Mm-hmm. So unlike you guys, I actually like Chadley for who he is, or it is, I guess.
Stop.
And here we can finally start doing more intel for him. Although unlike previous world map intel gathering chapters, this particular chapter actually doesn't allow us to complete Chadley's checklist completely, at least. Just yet, right? We need to advance the story into other chapters before we're able to access all of the areas needed for Chadley's intel, right? And the same thing goes for other side quests in this area that will show up later once we've gotten to those later chapters, unless you're playing on hard mode like Spencer is, which then apparently all of those side quests that are usually available later, like in chapter 12 in this region, are now suddenly available in hard mode right from the start. So Spencer did a bunch of extra side quests that Ernest and I have not done up until this point. And we won't get to those until later because we're going down the normal track mode and not the hard track mode.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm not even in normal. I'm in story mode. So
oh yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Battles are a little bit different for Ernest.
Which is good because half the time I get lost on the map anyway, and that takes me long enough to figure out where I'm at. So
yeah, and so for viewers and listeners, if you're listening to this, it's because I've completed the game already and I'm going back again. So in chapter 12, we were telling Ernest that the game opens up and that allows him to do kind of like all the side quests. The game is treating me as if I've already completed chapter 12.
Right.
Even though I'm like going through it chronologically and I'm like in chapter 7 and it's like all these side quests are open that usually aren't.
Also Queen's Blood players.
Yeah, that too.
You get every Queen's Blood player who is ever available in that region is now available if you're in hard mode. Whereas they kind of roll those out for those of us playing on normal or story.
So don't take my experience as what it's actually like to play through for the first time.
That's right. But if you're a completionist and you like to check the boxes and you're playing on normal or story mode, chapter 7 brings with it opportunities to explore, the typical stuff. So like live springs, towers, cache locations, chocobo stations, summon intel, fiend intel, and you can also visit the dreaded Mog House, which we'll talk about.
Oh, man.
Similar to chapters 2 and 4.
I don't think they're that bad.
What?
We can talk about it later.
Okay, you're playing post-patch, though.
That's true.
Yeah, so anyway, whatever.
They're annoying.
I don't like them.
Yeah, especially when they go off like the map, quote unquote, and you're messing with them in the water. It's like, oh.
Chadley is way worse than the Mog.
Oh, yeah, that's super annoying. Wait, Spencer, you think Chadley is worse than the Moogles? No.
Yes.
No.
I think the Moogles are worse.
Yeah, Moogles are worse.
Moogles are like inconsequential. Chadley's like, they ham-fisted this dumb cyborg into our story. Chadley is basically the main character. It's like, go away, you stupid little boy.
It's like not Cloud, it's Chadley.
It feels like that. Oh my gosh.
I was created by Professor Hojo, Now, the whole world's my laboratory.
Anyway, so similar to chapters 2 and 4, you can do some of that intel, you just can't do all of it yet.
Yeah.
And actually, when I was playing it through, it made me wonder if I was missing some paths or if there was a place that I should have gone that I couldn't find, or if I was like lost, or I didn't realize that it was purposefully not available to me. I think actually I had to look it up online to make sure that I didn't continue with the story until I got everything done that I could possibly do, because I was confused by that, right? But no, we were purposefully not granted access to do more than that. So who here explored and did those things, by the way?
I did.
I want to say that this is the chapter where I started doing everything. So I'm pretty sure I did, but
I feel like you probably did because you did everything in chapter 6.
yeah, so then I'm pretty sure I did go do all of them. And was it showing those in the progress meter though, or was the progress meter also tailored to what you could actually do?
That's why I was confused because it still shows all of the dots for the entire region, but you can only get a few of those filled up. And so I was like, where can I fill up the other dots?
I remember that now, yes. And I kept wondering, like, what am I missing?
Yeah.
Why is it telling me I haven't done it yet?
It stresses me out.
It doesn't really specify.
Yeah, because like I'm a completionist, so I'm like running on the outskirts of the map trying to find connections to the other things. You're down
100%.
below in Costa del Sol, and then there's another opportunity for you to kind of work your way back towards the desert, but then you can't get in there, and you're like, I want to finish this.
Well, did you try to get in like the water and swim through that one little cavern?
It prevents you.
And there's like debris like perfectly placed in a line and doesn't let you go past.
You can't go past these logs that are floating.
Yeah, I was like, what do you mean I can't go past it? Because you can see that there's more on the other side.
Yep.
You just can't get to it. And then to Ernest's point, the little completion checklist still shows everything, but you just can't reach it. So it can be really confusing. And that's why I think I just looked online to make sure before I moved on.
That's smart.
But I did want to address a few things. So like the Fiend intels. Do you remember if you did the Fiend intels?
I'm pretty sure I did, but
I believe so.
Okay.
Is this when you do the little combat trial and it with
My talks and drives you crazy and like tells you a bunch of fun facts that you really don't find fun?
Right.
That one.
Commencing guidance protocol. The Sholopod's tentacles are considered a delicacy by
It's on you.
There were 2 Fiend intels that you could do at this point, and the first were Shank Halopods.
Okay.
They were like exoskeleton kind of sea. What's the ancient fossil that we constantly see that's like the big bug looking exoskeleton thing in rocks? You know what I'm talking about?
yes, I know it's the one that looks like
What is it called? It starts with an M, doesn't it?
it looks like a cockroach kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know the name of the fossils.
Well, whatever. You get what I'm saying.
I know exactly what you're describing, but I don't know what they're called.
I'm doing a really good job explaining what this
You did a great job.
fiend
That's
looks
so
like.
good. I knew what you were saying. I just don't know the name of it.
Okay. Well, anyway, that's one of the Fiend intels. And
Right.
I thought they were more annoying than the average monster because of that really hard exoskeleton.
Yes.
It basically made your weapons just ricochet off of it. So you can't chop
Yeah,
it.
you just clang your sword off them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You actually have to destroy it with magic and such, or else you're not doing any damage to it at all. It was fine. I like to chop things to death, and it actually
Right.
made me have to do something different, which I'm okay with, I guess.
Right, but I like the combat mechanics. That's what's cool about this game is that you don't just do the same thing over and over and over
Right.
again. Right? It's cool.
I do like the diversity that way.
Yeah, it's like frustrating because you get in the habit of a certain play style and then
Right.
you're like, oh, like I gotta switch over and shoot them with fire.
But that's kind of what the typical monsters are. You can just chop most of the time. It's
Right.
usually just specialized monsters like Fiend intels and things that you have to do something different. So it's really not a complaint. I think it's good that they made it this way. I was just saying, like, you'd hit it with a sword and it would like, ching, you know, and like 1 damage point or nothing at all.
That's the one saving grace for me about Rebirth is debuffing has been around for a long time, but in the MMO versions of Final Fantasy, when you would go fight a monster and there was, a group of you, debuffing was a huge part of it, right? So you had to figure out like, what was this thing weak to? You'd hit it with that. You put other debuffs like slow and paralyze on it. So putting more strategy into fighting it versus just hack and slash. I think that's the bridge they used between the old turn-based combat system and the new one.
And to your point, like, I really liked strategizing in those ways in the older games. In fact, that's one of the things I think I liked about 13. 13 had a really unique battle system where you trade out like entire lines and whatnot, but you had to debuff all the time. You had to put status effects on yourself, your party, and that was just the way that you would defeat things, which was really interesting because you'd have to fight like even regular monsters that you'd find. You'd have to fight them more than one time just to figure out what that was.
Yeah.
Right. And that challenge was really fun. But then there are other parts about that game that would like drive me crazy. And sometimes they took it too extreme where it's like, okay, calm down. I need to just pass this iron giant or whatever. But and then the other Fiend intel that you could do were called Heliopora terpsicolts.
Bless you.
Bless you. Thank you. So now these you'll probably remember as well. These are the flying seahorses.
Oh, yeah.
You remember?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we also fought them in Remake. If I remember right, we fought them.
They do like their spin and
That's exactly, yeah. And they're super annoying because they just will suddenly turn themselves into these like flying sheath blades that spin and just hit everybody. And they're almost impossible to hit at that point. So those were also a little bit challenging. So the Fiend Intels had some challenges to them that were kind of fun, kind of interesting, and kind of annoying at the same time. It's like a mix of all the things, right? But to be honest, none of those were as annoying as the Crown Lances, which was not Fiend Intel. Do you remember? These were those stupid jellyfish. Do you remember the jellyfish?
Oh, yeah, because you can't hit them.
You can't freaking hit them.
Thank you. Any freaking enemy that dodges and you're like, what? Why?
Every hit.
But it's like they're doing their little sway and it's like, you can't hit the enemies.
I think it even says, if you assess them, it says like use magic or something. And you can't even hit them with the magic.
You have to wait till they're done doing their little swirly thing.
But it's so hard to know when they're done, and it's for like just a tiny bit of time. I hate fighting those things because I just feel like it's wasting my time.
Thank you, yeah.
I cannot get a hit on them no matter what I try. So, I mean, I typically will avoid the beach where those things exist, you know, where I know that they exist. But they're also in Chadley's Combat Simulator.
Yeah, they're the last boss. They're the last stage on 5.
That's right. They are on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Oh, hated those things. They're the worst.
You're not getting hit or hurt.
No.
So it's not like you're like, oh no, like this enemy is actually very dangerous to me. It's just a waste of your time because
It's
you're
just
like,
a waste of time.
I'm just sitting here. Any attack I throw at you, you're just kind of like swaying around.
And the way that it moves, like, like
It's the worst.
I
agree.
Ernest, you hate wasting time. Did you enjoy the jellyfish? You're not
No.
even talking. I need to hear from Ernest on the wasting time.
Not at all. And the thing was, I spent an unusual amount of time trying to figure out, like, am I just doing something wrong here?
Yeah.
And kept trying everything under the sun. I mean, I was even trying to throw, like, you know, grenades and stuff at it to see if it was it just me. And no, you're right. It was like,
And you're on story mode, and it's still not landing hits.
exactly, like the issue isn't a matter of like skills or acuity or anything. It's just the way the monster was designed by Square, right? So it's like, man, this is annoying. So this is slowing me down too. But I will say, like, I branded this chapter the Tomb Raider chapter.
Because of the zip lines?
I mean, everything in here was like constant, like
The mine carts.
up and down and sideways and like, you know, just
It did have like a lot of levels and like caves.
the
and
Tomb Raider team, right, inside of Square Enix definitely had a say on this chapter. So
They're like, hey, can we borrow you guys for a few weeks?
even for me, it's like the way they put the paint on the rocks, like to tell you where the grips are, is exactly the same way they do it in Tomb Raider.
But that's every chapter here. That's kind of every game these days. Like every game now has like yellow rocks where you climb up.
But I literally named this the Tomb Raider chapter because of all of the Lara Croft expedition I was doing through this terrain.
Yeah, I could see that, especially when we play with Yuffie later.
Exactly. Yes.
And the mine carts and things like that. Yeah, that's a really good connection. I think it is very Tomb Raider-esque, I think. Because last chapter was called Anime Beach Episode.
That was so awesome. That was basically Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball Square Enix edition.
I hope not, because I watched that trailer and I was like, this is disgusting and horrible. Like,
Jolie had to put the B-roll in.
I have to pull the B-roll for everything that you talk about. And I was like, oh, I get like, why did Ernest play this game?
Because back then we didn't have, like, you got to remember, I want to say that was original Xbox. I mean, maybe 360.
It was older because it was lower res, but it was still like CG. It was like when CG was first starting, you know?
There wasn't much available to us back then in terms of like game selection.
In terms of dating girls, so we I'm just kidding.
I just remember the breast physics were so ridiculous. It was like a girl would jump and it'd be like boing.
Yeah.
Like, no.
Guys, let's let the gamers just have their boob physics. Like, we already spoke our piece about it in chapter
Not all
6.
of us care about boob physics. Just make them realistic.
I like boobs. I like physics. Boob physics.
There you go. Two of the favorite things, right? But you remember back then, right? They weren't publishing at the pace they do today.
Yeah.
It was like the same thing with movies. Everybody saw all the movies. Everybody played all the games. It's true.
Yeah. Nowadays, there's no way.
There's way too many games.
But I think that one was rated M, and I was like a kid. I wasn't welcoming that crap into my home.
Yeah. At this point, it's like I've relegated myself to Final Fantasy, Destiny 2, a little tiny bit of Fortnite because my best friend always wants to play that. And
you
then,
play Fortnite? That's amazing.
Everyone plays Fortnite.
a little bit.
Oh, I don't.
You didn't have this selection back then.
And it was whenever you had for your console. So if you're an Xbox person versus like a PlayStation person versus I was a Sega Dreamcast person
you were.
for a while.
Which was a great system that just didn't make it, right?
But anyway, I like that you say that this is the Tomb Raider chapter because I think that's a good description of what it was. But in this area, this first part of Corel, the things that we fought, other than those specialized enemies that we just talked about, were like spearhawks, cyclone drakes, and citripinefish, I think is how you say it. Who knows? It's like fish, drakes, and birds.
Yeah.
Basically what we
I
bought.
swear the devs take joy in like figuring out, okay, how can we align these consonants so that American gamers cannot pronounce them? Right?
Yeah,
The localization team, they're the ones that have to change it.
Whoever with his localization team was like, ha, let's figure out how we can make these consonants just, sound like Dutch coming out of somebody's mouth.
Make them suffer.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe so. And then I did want to talk about the Mog House because it is in this part of the region. Did all of you do the Mog House?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so this is where we play the third iteration of the Moogle Roundup game, right? And pretty much every version is just a little bit more challenging and a lot more annoying than the one before it. By the way, I mentioned the patch. If you play the Moogle games today, you can actually play an easier version of them because people were so annoyed, and Square actually listened, and I think at the end of March, way back then, they released this patch. So if they release the game on PC, it'll probably be built in, or else maybe the whole thing will be easy. I wonder.
Yeah, I did not see such a switch when I played through it, so
Oh, okay. So
I did it the hard way.
you did it the hard way. Maybe it was there and you just missed it and you're like, crap. Yeah. So like I played it on the harder version too because the patch hadn't been out yet. But in the first encounter with this game, that's in chapter 2, when you first play the Moogle Roundup. There's no timer, and while the Moogles like throw things like bombs and things at you, they actually throw a lot less than later levels. Like they throw like 1 bomb or like 2 banana peels or like 2 of those annoying blades, right? Instead of like 50. I don't know. It feels like 50. But then in the second encounter, which is in chapter 4, right, the Junon region, the Moogles start throwing a lot more stuff at once, which is harder, but then they also add a lot of those little like mini wind tornadoes that you can push the Moogles into, and it makes them dizzy. And then you can actually physically grab the Moogle and carry them over to the middle tree capture point, which is, I think, a lot easier than having to chase them and then hope they move in like the right direction, because a lot of times they'll go like totally the wrong direction. Like, no, go back this way.
Right.
But then in this level of the game, which is the third encounter here in chapter 7, the Moogles, they still throw a lot at you, but then there's a lot less of those tornadoes, so you can't really find a good opportunity to grab a Moogle. You have to chase them and hope they go in the right direction. And I think they're also scattered much more farther apart.
They're farther apart, and then I think there's even a part where like they're near the water.
Oh, yeah. And you have to like swim, and they're so annoying because they're like, too slow, or something like that, or so slow. And I'm like, I will kill you.
So slow!
Anyone who has a toddler totally gets these moves.
But I have a toddler, and my toddler is not
And
nearly.
you hate those kids. Just like the Mogs.
My kids are so cute and sweet.
My son is one of those where it's like he just bolts, and I have to like chase him and like head him off at the pass. And then he goes another way, and then if he has something he's not supposed to in his hand, he will like toss it like a criminal trying to kick something out of the car while they're evading the cops, kind of thing.
And then he taunts you and he's like, too slow.
Yeah, and then it's like, man, it's these Moogles all over again.
I mean, I think, don't they call them Mooglets?
Yes, something like that.
So they are actually young Moogles, I think. So they might even be like toddler age. So that's funny that
Yeah.
you describe
They
it.
sure behave the same. I'll tell you that. So
They're just so annoying. I also think that they throw things more frequently.
I think they do. You're totally right. It was harder for me because I don't have a problem with the Mong House. Like, you hate this. And I remember being like,
But you didn't do side quests
Yes,
when you were.
I went back and I've done them.
But you haven't.
So-
Okay, wait.
This is not one of those cases where mine's different.
No, but I was wondering, because you didn't do side quests through your first playthrough, right?
Right.
So is this the hardest level Mog House you've played so far?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not impossible up to this point.
See, but you're bringing
Yeah.
your future chapters into this conversation, which they
Well,
haven't happened yet. So
The opinion I hold is hard to shake.
there's another one where it's like I went into a war zone with these things
Oh, yeah.
as like a solo operator, and I'm like, oh man, I'm in trouble with this.
they are harder. It is more difficult. This
Yeah.
is my third time playing them. And I'm like, yeah, like I remember
Yeah.
the first time, I remember just doing it really easily.
Yeah, the first time I actually didn't hate it.
And then like this time I did get like hit by their attacks and stuff. And I was like, oh,
yeah.
I'm going to lose.
Yeah, so this is the first time that I actually had to do it twice.
I was going to say, did you have to redo it?
I had to redo it.
Because I'm sure I did it 2 or 3 times before I completed it.
I did not have to redo it.
Yeah, so chapter 2, chapter 4, I did not have to redo it. Chapter 7 here, I had to redo it once. So I got hit by those stupid, like, razor throwing. What are they? You know what I'm talking about? Those things hit me 3 times. It was like boom, 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 dead. Like, and it gives you those dumb, like, balloon or not even balloons, like Coupeau puffball things.
Yep.
What are they called?
I don't know what they're called.
Palms.
Oh, yeah.
They call them palms, I think. So I got 3 of those and had to do it a second try, but then on the second try, it was fine. So it's not impossible, but it did start to, make me wish I had those other 3 minutes back in my life.
Yeah, every time I finish one of those Moogle things, I think to myself, how much budget went into this and could have been reallocated to something much more productive?
I think about that a lot in this entire game.
Yeah. Chodley, I think about that every time I see it. There better be some sort of payoff because I'm sure Chodley cost at least a couple of $100,000.
That's what makes this game great, is because they spend so much time on the weirdest crap.
Yeah, like the random physics. It's awesome.
Yeah, running through the physics, the Mog House, like doing the frog mini games, and then you get to go do this awesome summon boss fight. Like, it's incredible. That's what's cool about this game. It's like, yeah, how much time did they waste doing this silly thing with the Mogs? But then at the same time, you're like, it's kind of cool that they spent this much time with the Mogs.
You do bring up a good point because I hate the Mog House, but I love that I hate the Mog House.
Yes, right.
Like I love to talk about how horrible and stupid and annoying it is. So even the things I hate in that regard, like I kind of like them.
Yeah.
There are some super fans of Moogles out there. I mean, you'll see them dressed as Moogles at like conventions and stuff.
So I met one. I met a Moogle.
They're probably cursing at us right now watching this. Whereas like, I'm like, you know what? Put more money into Queen's Blood. I love that. And there's probably people who are like, I hate that game. I can't stand it. So yeah, they're trying to be broad here.
To your point, there might be a little bit of personal angst toward Moogles because when I went to one of the Final Fantasy Distant World concerts, there was a giant like Moogle, right? Like mascot kind of thing walking around. And I was so excited to get my picture taken with this Moogle. And right when I walked up to him, just turned around and he left me. And he walked back into the building and I was like, what? I was the only one there, too. And whatever, it's fine.
You didn't get your picture with the Moogle?
No, so that didn't help the Moogle's case in my life.
I did get a picture with a Tonberry, if you all saw it on social media.
Oh,
that's right, you did.
When you went to the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, right?
That was cool.
Yep.
He didn't shiv you in the back when you weren't looking with his butter knife.
I had 4 eyes on him to make sure he didn't, but
yeah, that was a clever costume for sure. Yeah, so going back to this chapter, on the same lines as Tomb Raiders, there are zip lines that are scattered all over this part of the region, right? And those actually come into play a lot more in future side quests, unless you're Spencer playing on hard mode, right? But for now, you can basically just use them to navigate the land in kind of a unique way, which is kind of fun.
It's cool. It has verticality to the level, right? So you're going up, exploring, fighting some, and then you go down, and then you kind of explore the surrounding area, and then you climb to another one, and you go down. Yeah, I kind of like it.
It was actually a pretty cool looking region, I thought. It was very diverse and interesting.
Another Tomb Raider mechanic, by the way. They're all over. I mean, there's so many in this chapter. As Jolie goes through, I will point them out, but there's a ton of them. Because I also play the Tomb Raider. Every time the new one comes out, I play it, I beat it. I love Tomb Raider. I'm not saying this is negative, but like when I see it, I'm like, wow, this is identical.
For real.
And if you explore every area of this part of the Corel region that you can, you'll even run into what to me seemed like this very randomly placed workout gym. That's like at the top of a hill. Like there's no other structures anywhere nearby. The closest ones are like down in Costa del Sol, basically. But then there's this like full on like modern workout gym. And if you go in there at this point, you'll hear some pretty entertaining like NPC gym rat kind of dialogue.
My body's a temple, my muscles religion. And 2-second break.
But you can't really do anything in there. So it was another one of those times where I went there and I tried to do things, but there was nothing to do. And I was like, I guess I'll leave. Like, I don't know what's the point of this. But then we find out later you can go back. And then there are side quests that take place in there that really hard, actually, some of them.
Yeah, I experienced them, but I'm not going to talk about them because that's for a later chapter. But
Yeah, so shut up.
since they were open for me, I did them. They were tough.
I wonder if they're harder on hard mode too.
I don't know.
Or is it the same amount of difficulty?
With mini games, it's hard to tell. I don't know if they're
Yeah.
more difficult with mini games or if it's just combat mechanics that are more difficult.
Yeah, I wonder. I assumed that the minigames would also be harder, but now that I'm looking back, I feel like they might not be.
Yeah, because like Fort Condor in Chapter 4, like you unlock a hard mode version to play when you. I know
Yes.
you hate it. you
I-
got an eye twitch.
That was the thing that made me wonder, is it harder in actual hard mode, game playthrough? Because I got so frustrated with the fourth version of Fort Condor that I was like, when I go back and play this on hard mode, that is going to be the thing, if it's harder,
Oh, right, to get the platinum.
that prevents me from platinuming
Yeah.
this game. But now that I've kind of paid more attention, it seems like that's not actually the case. I wonder. I think you can
Yeah.
still play it on normal mode as a mini game when you're playing the game on hard mode.
Because you unlocked a hard mode version, whether you were in the normal version or playing on hard mode. It's not like you could like lower it to story difficulty and then all of a sudden Fort Condor is trivial. It's a little confusing as to what changes in hard mode. I just know that the bosses are a lot harder and I struggle.
Yeah, the bosses.
I was playing last night and I'm like, I just died to a couple spearhawks. So that was pretty good.
That's awesome.
I'm good at this game, you guys, I promise.
But it is interesting to note, too, that this whole Corel region area that we've played so far, from the point you leave Costa del Sol up until you get to the base of Mount Corel, this part actually doesn't exist in the original game. So in the original game, you simply leave Costa del Sol, which is like a little town, right? Beach town. And then you're on the world map and you walk across just green on the world map until you get to like a kind of a Corel location, basically. But basically every monster that you fight along the way on that path are these weird like egg things. And I believe we see versions of those egg things later, like in the Gongaga area, right? But we definitely don't see them on the way to Corel in Rebirth. So this part of Rebirth is all kind of new to Rebirth, although the monsters in this area are inspired from the original game. They're just inspired from different times of the original game.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this is one of those areas that I'm always curious about because, like, I happen to know a little bit about game design. And I know that, like, often before any of the code is written or anything, there's a massive amount of stuff that gets done for world building and story design. And I'm curious if, like, they pulled notes or whatever from the original world building and story design from original 7, and then like this stuff was in there, but they couldn't do anything with it because of the technology at the time, and now they're expanding on it, or if this was entirely net new add-ons after the fact. Because I feel like there was a lot that was originally drummed up in the story and world building for this game that, you know, they could only do so much 20-something years ago, and now they have the ability to do so much more.
Yeah, and I do know that things got cut before they went into production. So they did have more story and stuff got cut. Because we talked about one of those scenes where Johnny goes into Seventh Heaven, right, in Midgar. And so we know there are story elements that are missing, and I wonder which ones. And I wonder which ones they discarded completely versus, okay, now we can actually add that in, to Ernest's point. That's a good question. I wonder if we'll ever know.
We'll never know.
Maybe we get a Game of the Year edition that has all of the, you know, kind of like when you get a director's cut of the movie.
Most likely they'll release some of that information in a new Ultimania book.
Ultimania, yeah.
But yeah, so once you've knocked out all the exploration you can do in this particular area, then it's time to advance to Mount Corel on the far side of like the west part of this region, right? And this is where we start seeing some cutscenes with the characters, which are kind of fun. I always enjoy character cutscenes. So when we get there, it's pretty obvious that the old gondola or tram or whatever that used to take people up the mountain, likely to either work in the mines or maybe the reactor, it's no longer functioning, right? Which means it's time to hoof it up the mountain because remember, Johnny told us that the Robe guys went this way and our objective is to follow the Robe guys. So even though it's kind of unclear how Johnny knew that, I love how he just like throws out that line and we all accept it.
Those dudes shuffled off toward Mount Corel this morning.
Like, did they send him a telegram? Did he like stand on the thatched roof of his hotel and like see across the valley that they were going up this mountain? Like, I don't know.
Trust Johnny. He's got a seaside inn. It's higher. He can see it from when he's fixing the roof of his.
It is all right. I mean,
they went that way.
Clearly, this is just a plot driver and not something that's meant to be dissected, but it's kind of funny. But anyway, so when the party realizes they're going to have to actually walk up this mountain on foot, Aerith seems the most unexcited,
So we've got to walk?
whereas like Yuffie is excited to take on the challenge.
Fresh air, nice view.
And then she like connects the dots. There might be materia at the top, so she's even more exciting.
Wherever we find Mako, we'll find materia too.
And then Tifa reminds everybody that this is Barret's old stomping ground,
You grew up around here, didn't you?
which is something that will really come into play more later, right? This is a big part of the storytelling in Chapter 7. And that's when we take control of Cloud and we start walking up the mountain. And then Yuffie and Barret start arguing.
You know, Yuffie, when you're part of a team, you can't just do whatever you feel like.
What? So does that mean I gotta run everything by you first?
Yep.
And so then Yuffie starts mocking Barret by asking him permission to do all kinds of minuscule things.
Permission to sing, sir?
What?
Permission to scratch my back, sir? Permission to blow my nose, sir?
I think she even says yawn. Can I yawn, sir? Or whatever. And I couldn't help but smile about that because now that I finally allowed myself to like Yuffie as a character, which I did not if you've watched earlier episodes in the original game, here at this point, I'm on board with Yuffie. And that's kind of fun. So now I can like laugh at her jokes. I kind of enjoy her a lot more, right?
She's really selling her case that we should have added her to the party. She's like mocking Barret immediately and like
I know, right?
Exactly. And everyone else is like, why do we allow this?
right, we were on the verge of like being like, nah, you can't join our party. And then when she's climbing up the mountain, she's like, can I do this, Barret? Can I do this? And Barret's like, grumble, grumble. I mean, it's kind of endearing. She's not.
She's young and it definitely shows her immature. She wears everything on her sleeve. Like she doesn't hold anything back, which in her youthful way can end up being pretty funny because other people are not like that.
All right, timeout's over, team. Let's go.
Yeah, she has not been beat down by the world yet like Barret has.
Yeah, that's totally true.
Well, you would think, but like if you've played Intermission, she's lived an actually pretty hard life.
She's gone through stuff.
Like she hasn't lived an easy life at all, but I think it's just she just doesn't let it clam her up or whatever. Whereas like Tifa's the opposite. Like Tifa thinks and believes, I think, a ton of things, but she will not say them, right? She keeps them very close because she's worried about so many other people and how they're feeling, and she doesn't want to interrupt like their good vibes and all of that. So it's just an interesting character dynamic. And I'm not just liking the character. I've actually started to enjoy her voice acting performance, believe it or not. And
Jolie likes a female voice performer.
hey, I liked Aerith's last
I know.
There's a lot of them. Madam M is good, like, you know. But no, the thing that may be surprising is that typically I don't like over-the-top, cartoony, tropey kind of styles for voices at all. I usually cannot stand them. I cannot handle them.
But that's who Yuffie is.
That's the weird thing, though, because the reason she's kind of won me over is because the actress has proven herself to be talented. Like, she can still, in that style, give an authentic, at least authentic to that style performance, right? And her comedic delivery is especially good.
Hold it, you spiky-haired jerk face.
And we might as well talk a little bit about who she is. So her name is Suzie Yeung, Yeung, Yeung. And she's this cute girl. She's Asian. She was born in Boston. And I looked at her voice acting career, and it actually really started taking off in just the last 5 years or so, with her like taking roles in various video games and some animated TV series, which makes sense. I mean, I think her voice timbre really fits into like an animated, maybe kids TV series pretty well. But then it also works for the right character type in like a specific kind of video game. And she's actually, when you go to IMDb, you see what they're best known for, like what's the biggest thing that they've basically done. And for her, it's Remake and Rebirth and, Intermission. So Yuffie is her biggest role so far. But she's also done like a few other recognizable titles like Octopath Traveler 2, usually smaller roles, Demon Slayer, Fortnite Chapter 5, Ernest. Fortnite?
Interesting. I was like,
Nice.
Octopath Traveler 2, that's also a Square title, so that makes sense, right?
Oh, okay.
She's inside the ecosystem.
Yeah, they're probably tapping like the same studios for a lot of their English dubs for sure.
Fortnite, I don't even know what chapter is what in four. I literally just...
I didn't know there were chapters. Is that a separate game or is that like a part
It's
of...
like seasons.
Yeah, it's like seasons, yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
This time, this live service is
Yeah.
going to be this way.
Yeah, it's a way to sell like sort of like DLC, Battle Pass.
It is DLC, basically. Expansion packs.
It's like Dragon Ball Z is in this time, and then people come
Yeah.
and join. It's like hop in, and the map has changed.
I know right now they're on this huge Marvel kick.
Sure.
Oh, well, have fun with that. Good times.
I don't.
I don't.
Fine then. I know when to take a hint.
other credits that she has, though, are things like Barbie, the TV show Barbie, and then something called Enchantimals Glam Party.
I'm Pema Panda. And my bestie Clamber and I have a passion for purple.
Mermaids.
If anyone gets being better together, it's the two of us.
Rainbow High.
Oh, she didn't hate it. She just told us to think bigger. So we will.
So these are that other category that I was talking about, right? These are things that they're shows that probably appeal to younger girls or tweens because that's her voice type.
I was going to say there's not going to be a Dark Souls or a Elden Ring in that, repertoire, but sure.
Most likely not, unless there's like the random character that sounds that way. But yeah, so while I wasn't a really big fan of her voice acting right up front, because I'm typically not a fan of that voice style, she has grown on me over the course of this game, which kind of surprised me. And she managed to make me even laugh out loud a few times, even in later chapters, which we'll get to. But there were a few lines that she said that I'm like, that's really funny. Good job, Yuffie.
Even the character animation with her is kind of like, have you noticed that like she cannot stand still or sit still?
Yeah.
Like even when everybody's still, she's like bouncing on her like, and
totally.
like she has so much energy, she cannot be still.
So much youthful energy.
And so like it fits the character.
Yeah, that's actually awesome. That's like a good way to like portray her personality through her animation.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But like, this chapter that's why I have Yuffie here, right? It's the Yuffie chapter, and there's different chapters like chapter 3 when you're in the Mithril Mines with Barret and Red, but that's like the Barret chapter. And then you have they did this in Remake where you could control the old characters for like a portion of the chapter. This is kind of like Yuffie's introduction to the party. She's so gung-ho and she's just like completely authentically Yuffie. She's not trying to hide anything, which is cool because she's like officially part of the party now.
All right, put on your mining helmets and follow me.
She also brings a lot to the party that we didn't have.
Yeah.
Right? Because so many in the party are quite stoic.
Totally.
Like Cloud is stoic. Barret can be big, but he's still reserved in a lot of ways. Like Tifa's pretty stoic and soft. Aerith is pretty soft. Red is the sensei of the group.
Aerith was kind of bubbly. I would say before Yuffie came in, she was the most like...
She was the bubbly one.
Bubbly, kind of like...
She checked the box.
Teasing and poking a little bit.
On a date. Kind of.
But then Yuffie's like on a whole nother level.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like everybody in this party, with the exception of like you said, Aerith and then now Yuffie, they feel like they're all like in depression, right? Like something happened to them and they're all upset.
In a Final Fantasy? What are you talking about?
I know.
It's because they're watching their friend like slowly descent into madness.
I know, man.
Yeah, and so Aerith is like the counterbalance to that, right? But now you have Yuffie putting her thumb on the scale, right? She's on the other end, and the parallel between her and Lara Croft is kind of uncanny later in the chapter.
Except with personality.
Well, yeah.
And a few other things.
Well, I don't know, because yes, that's true. But like if you look at Lara Croft's story, like one of the problems, if you want to call it that, early on was that she was always overzealous and her father was always trying to like rein her in. And then when he died.
Okay, yeah, they have that in common.
And she took over, like she kind of just did whatever she wanted at that point. And so like Yuffie's kind of that same persona, but this is kind of her chapter where I finally like really figured out how to use her. And then I was like, man, this character is overpowered. Like this is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, that's the purpose. Yeah. The purpose of this chapter is to let you control Yuffie, and we'll get to it.
And learn how she fights.
Because you learn all of her abilities, because you can't rely on Cloud or whatever,
And then you play with her for the rest of the game, basically.
That's a good word to describe me. I'm thinking legendary.
She's a machine, and
she is.
I think it's because of that energy she has. Like her ability to build AP is just like unmatched by the other characters.
Oh yeah, Yuffie has some abilities that you get later on when you get new weapons that build up based on how many abilities you use. Mm-hmm. So kind of like, the little synergy bars when you do abilities, it's those little blue bars. And then if you have enough with Barret and Aerith, they can do like a combo attack. Yuffie has her own individual abilities where if you do enough abilities, then it creates this way stronger. You can go up to like level 3.
Oh, I forgot about that.
I was doing it last night and I'm like, holy cow, she is incredible.
She's unbelievable.
I think I did 999 damage with a full charge, And
also the versatility of like the different stuff she can do from
her
like
ninjutsu with the different elemental.
Yeah, raw like DPS to debuffing. Yeah. It's insane that it's all in one character. Yeah.
Well, her whole like MO is like to collect materia, and she's always like, I'm gonna be so powerful.
Oh, I'm gonna be so powerful, it's scary.
Imagine if she ends up being the final boss. Oh my lord.
I don't think Yuffie's gonna be the final boss.
Ernest, finish the game so you know who the final boss is.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just kidding.
It's Yuffie. How did he know?
It's not Yuffie.
I mean, part 3. Like,
I know. I'm teasing. Teasing.
Wait. I have to ask though, because we're talking about like chapters that are specific to a character. Have you gotten to the Kate Sith chapter? No, you haven't. Okay.
what chapter is that?
Okay, that's all I needed.
No, you're not there yet. You'll know.
No, you'll know.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll know.
You know how like Yuffie, you control Yuffie, you'll
Yeah.
control Kate Sith independently from the party, and you'll know.
But that's all we can say.
You know, I'm really waiting for that because one of the things I love is like when a game has like what I call like the boom bust aspect or the gambling aspect. And so like in Final Fantasy XI, there was one that did dice and one that did cards.
Yeah.
And it was like if you bet and you win, like the damage is insane off of that character.
I think there's a character like that in 6 as well.
Yeah, and I want Kate Sith to be that.
But Kate Sith in 7,
It will be that.
in original 7, I'm pretty sure he rolled. Don't you have him in your party already though?
I have him, yeah.
You
but
just haven't played with him?
no, I haven't played with him. And
Oh, okay. But yeah, he's a dice roller.
yes.
The game forces you. Yeah, he has I don't know what move. It's like called Fortune Teller or something.
Yeah, and you think you're going to love it.
We'll see. Maybe he will.
Man, I hope I do.
We'll see what you think. Maybe you will.
I always love having one of those characters because it's like, yes, the lows are low, but when the highs are there, they are high. Like you are just,
Because you're a gambler.
yeah,
Ernest is all about RNG, dude.
yes, yes. Like DPS is great, but RNG tops it as far as like the fun factor.
Oh.
Because you could do or you could do 0 damage, and that'd be great.
Yeah, that's the bummer when that happens. And then everyone's all, like one of those like air things for advertising that just kind of goes deflating.
The deflating,
Yeah.
inflatable card
Yeah.
sales.
One of those.
But anyway, okay, so back to this argument with Yuffie and Barret.
That's an abuse of power. Tyrant! Tyrant!
So Yuffie even asks Tifa how she could possibly tolerate Barret.
Tifa, tell me your secret. How'd you put up with this jerk face?
His good qualities outweigh the bad.
And instead of just like leaving it there, Yuffie then starts asking about percentages
Yeah, she is over the top.
of the good versus bad, which is
Yes.
pretty funny to me.
Yeah, by how much? Like 51% good guy to 49% jerk face?
Things like that make me laugh. But yeah, so anyway, eventually the group slows down as they're walking up this mountain, and Tifa suggests that schlubby old Aerith might need a break.
Think Aerith might need a break.
Sorry. My legs are killing me.
Maybe you shouldn't be wearing a dress. Put some pants on so you can climb this mountain.
She's got boots, though. She's got boots.
She does have boots.
Yeah, so we look down the slope, and like Aerith is the only one like struggling to trudge up the mountain. And she's like, and she's also like, this might just have been a coincidence on my gameplay, but she was surrounded by like a bunch of deer, like she's Snow White or something.
I do remember the deer.
Which kind of makes sense for her character because
Yeah.
she's always been in touch with the planet and stuff,
Right.
but it's so funny because she can't make it up the mountain. There's just these deer standing there.
You're right. I noticed that too. And it wasn't just the deer. It was like throughout different scenes, like it's deer, sometimes it's butterflies, sometimes it's like
Yeah.
other random things. And it reminded me of like Radagast the Brown from Lord of the Rings.
Something's wrong. Something's terribly wrong.
The one wizard that has all like the animals that he can talk to and all that.
I don't even remember that character.
He plays a very small bit part in there.
He's in The Hobbit. You probably haven't seen those movies as much.
Yeah,
I
but it reminded
have
me of that
not.
character so much. I was like, one of the characters you run into in other Final Fantasies is the Beastmaster character, right? The one that can talk to the animals and control them. So I'm like, oh man, it'd be awesome if she had like a sub ability that was like a Beastmaster that could help us later.
Go, frog. Attack.
Exactly.
I don't know why I picked a frog.
She casts Toad on like Cloud and then commands him to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, this is the best game.
Ribbit!
I had just found this funny because the game totally calls out Aerith for being like the designated out of shape one in the party.
She's like the thinnest, like
She's super thin.
never once has she ever been like, oh, I'm frail or I can't do this. This is a total plot driver because they need to separate the parties.
That's exactly it.
Yep.
That's exactly it.
It has nothing to do, but it's hilarious that it's like, well, I guess Aerith is the one that needs to take a break.
Right. I mean, she's been pretty athletic up through all of Remake and here, right? She's fighting the same things that we're fighting. She's not out of breath, but then it's like, oh, she can't climb up this hill.
Yeah, there's literally a scene in Remake when they're crossing the rooftops, right? And like a ladder falls out from under her and she's like holding on with one hand.
Oh, yeah. And she's like hanging there.
And then if you don't go to her, she'll be like, Cloud.
Cloud?
She swears to us. There were clips on
Yeah.
Twitter that were like, Aerith says shiz.
Yeah.
Shit.
I mean, I guess It's totally the plot driver.
It works. It works
because if you think about it, like Cloud is this supposed former soldier, or at least done some military stuff. Barret, he seems like he's in shape. Tifa's obviously athletic. She works out in gyms. We've heard that over the course of the game.
She's doing Zongon exercises.
Yeah.
Or whatever those are.
Yeah. Red is an animal, which I guess those are just in shape. And Yuffie, right? Yuffie's a trained ninja. So she's in shape. So it's schlubby Aerith. But
Schlubby.
But the real reason, to your point, though, the reason she's a schlub is because the developers wanted to split up our party again. And this is the way they can do it, right? So Cloud and Red then decide to stay with Aerith. So the party becomes Cloud, Aerith, and Red. And then Tifa and Yuffie and Barret go on ahead. They volunteer to scope things out ahead.
Let's rest here.
But if we stop now, the mystery men might slip away. Hey, I know what to do. I'll go on ahead and scout the area for us. You guys can catch up later. Well, see ya.
Catch up later, my ass.
Which is another point in the Cloud Aerith relationship column, because Cloud's like, I'll stick back with Aerith because I care about her and I'll take care of her. And Tifa's like, I'm just going to go off.
Well, Tifa's like worried about Yuffie and Barret destroying each other.
I would have let it happen.
I think I'd better go keep an eye on them. Barrett's not himself right now, you know?
I would have been like, good luck. We'll see whichever one of you makes it to the end.
Hashtag Team Aerith, okay?
Cloud!
So then at this point, you take control of Cloud, but you're with Aerith and you're with Red. And there's like a rest bench there, and you can explore a bit around the abandoned structures if you want, the greenery. There's some treasure chests. There might even be like a purple treasure chest there too. And I really took my time.
Me too.
Walking in every nook and cranny possible. And because I took my time, it took me about an hour to walk up this whole mountain because of that, which is probably the maximum amount of time you can spend walking up this mountain. I think max it would be an hour, minimum, who knows, 30 minutes, maybe half that, right? Even if you're with schlubby Aerith, right? But there is another thing that I wanted to bring up about this climb.
Did you meet the hiker?
We're not there yet, but I will talk about the hiker. Yeah, he's in my notes as well.
Right.
The thing I wanted to bring up is, did either of you notice the music here?
Oh, yeah, you've already talked to me about the music.
Like, do you remember it?
I don't remember. It's been a while since I played the chapter,
Okay,
but
I'll explain it to you. So first, let me just say, in case there's a question, so I'm a huge Final Fantasy music fan. In fact, I'm wearing a Victory Final Fantasy theme t-shirt right now.
very nice.
So I'm a big fan of Final Fantasy music. This is one of those
If
shirts.
you know, you know.
If you know, you know, you know. You got to be a music nerd and you got to be a Final Fantasy nerd. So it's a very niche shirt for sure. But I'm like a big fan. So I've got like a playlist that I listen to of 1,500 tracks from various Final Fantasies across the series that I listen to on a loop at work. I know the tracks really well. I love them, which is why I was a little bit perplexed when we started like climbing up this mountain. We're amidst like green trees. There's some abandoned structures. There's a bunch of snow white deer all around us, right? Nice. And we're accompanied by this track that was like more reminiscent of like 1980s mixed with Lord of the Dance. That's like how it felt. And it just felt really random to me. It wasn't like a terribly like written track per se, but it did not fit the setting completely. I mean, okay, so I get kind of what they're going for. Like they're trying to maybe mix it up because there's only so many like serene mountain tracks you can put in a game. And there's tons of walking in serene valleys and whatnot. So I get that they're trying to do something maybe a little bit different and just compose for the tone rather than the setting itself, if that makes sense. But it drew my conscious attention so much throughout walking up this mountain, through that hour that I walked up this mountain, which is usually something that a game or a film composer does not want to do. They want you to just absorb the music, not really realizing you're absorbing the music, and then have it complement the scenes that you're seeing in front of you is typically what a composer wants to do. But I was like consciously thinking like, why am I listening to 80s Lord of the Dance? Like, what is going on? This is so weird.
Did you happen to go look if like the composer was the same one that did the boss fight with Hugo Kupka?
No.
I don't think they have the same composers.
No, it wasn't like that.
Yeah,
though.
remake, they were composing at the same times, right? So it wasn't that. It was a conscious choice of the composers of this game to make the track just be this kind of different, kind of upbeat. I think there's like synthesizer in it.
Yeah,
Like,
it feels
it's different.
It feels like a montage track for like Stranger Things when they're like things are going together like good. It's like, yeah, like we're building something.
Yeah, it feels like Stranger Things when like the boys are out on like a adventure.
They're on their bikes or something and they've got like their radios or something and they've got like this plan that's going to come in motion or whatever.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to go re-listen to that.
Well, this is funny too. So I looked up the track. I'm like, I'm going to find this track.
Yeah.
And the track itself is called Let's Go Mount Corel, and it's an exclamation point.
Wow.
That's the name of the song.
Dude, they're just getting us pumped up to go up Mount Corel, right?
I'm dying on the hill that music has gone downhill since the 80s.
Well, this track's straight out of it.
Then you'll love it.
Yeah.
Oh, man, 80s hair metal doesn't get any better than that. So.
Oh, no. We're allowed to have our music opinions. Mine is not that one.
My notes on this part were music isn't annoying, but it does not feel like it feels totally out of place.
Oh, okay. That's kind of the same note I had. Because like I said, the track itself is not like composed poorly. It's just randomly plays.
No, like I like it, and it comes back later. It's not just when you're hiking the mountain. It comes back when you switch over to Cloud and Aerith's party again when you're on the mine tracks.
Oh, I forgot.
But it's fun.
It's fun.
It's fun when I'm like fighting enemies, I guess, but it just does not fit the landscape. It doesn't fit the tone.
Or like if the girls were to go on a shopping spree.
Yes. In a mall in the 1980s.
It's the soundtrack to Mallrats.
So that, I had to point that out because it stood out to me. But there were fun elements like to this walk up the mountain, like those chalk drawings.
Yes.
Oh, I have that in my notes for sure.
Awesome. So Yuffie, of course, she leaves us with Barret and Tifa. And I guess she's putting these chalk drawings so that we know where to go, right? She's giving us an arrow, right? And there were 6 of these drawings, and each of them had some kind of arrow with a drawing of like Yuffie and Barret in various emotional stages as like a sort of like telling a story about what had been unfolding with the other members of our party as they walk up the mountain without us. And the first drawing shows a picture of angry Barret, right, with the arrow. Mm-hmm. The second one shows angry Barret and a smiling Yuffie, as though she's like enjoying like mocking Barret into irritation.
Antagonizing him.
Yeah, exactly. And then the third drawing shows Barret like really angry and Yuffie sad, which I took to mean that like Barret must have snapped back something at Yuffie that irked her, right? And then the fourth drawing was of Yuffie lecturing this like sad Barret. And then the fifth was Barret crying.
Oh, wow.
And Yuffie looking surprised, like she didn't realize that she would strike a nerve with her lecture or whatever, and she didn't think it would actually make him feel bad. And then the sixth drawing was a drawing of all 3 characters, Yuffie, Barret, and Tifa, all smiling as if they're now getting along, right? So maybe Tifa helped play peacemaker or something, but they worked it out, right?
Yeah.
And there's a couple reasons for these drawings. So on the surface, since a big arrow accompanies each of these drawings, it seems as though the main purpose of them is to guide us to where we should go. But honestly, the path is pretty clear. Go up the mountain, right? There's a couple times you can take like a right or a left or go up or something.
Yeah, there's forks in the path.
But you're going to end up basically at the same place no matter what you do, right? The path is pretty clear. So there's not really a need for arrows. So I would make the case, and you probably agree with me, and you can tell me if you don't, that the real purpose behind these little drawn character faces and arrows, as they put on there, is that story that they tell. And not just because they're fun and entertaining, but because they're a way to show relationship development between Yuffie and Barret right up front, right? So, and that's actually really important. Because remember, so Yuffie just barely joined the party, and right up front, she and Barret kicked off their relationship basically arguing, right? So not up to the greatest start in the party, but if you fast forward through the upcoming dungeon and you go to the town of North Corel that we'll get to later in this discussion, it's Yuffie who is the strongest defender of Barret when he gets crapped on by people in the town, right? So if we hadn't seen those drawings tell this story of Yuffie and Barret coming to this kind of mutual understanding, then we would have gone from Yuffie and Barret fighting to Yuffie strongly defending Barret.
Yeah.
Which may have felt a little bit abrupt. So I think that these little chalk drawings were a simple way, and I think a pretty good one, given the circumstances, to forward the story of Barret and Yuffie's relationship so that it made sense later without having to do like multiple scenes of like character development and interactions between the two of them.
So on my notes, I had put that when I saw the first one, for some reason, the Barret character looked like Dr. Frankenstein's monster. And obviously the rest of them did too.
What's this twist that has suddenly come into the game?
And I kept thinking, I wonder if there's some kind of analog here with like that story where Dr. Frankenstein makes the monster. And then there's like this progression that happens where you actually start understanding the monster and feel sorry for the monster. But that could just be me reading into the fact that it looked like Frankenstein's monster on those drawings.
So are you saying that there's like a parallel with Dr. Frankenstein's monster and Barret the character?
Yeah, and more specifically, over time, as you go through the story, like your level of understanding of the monster changes from one of like horrific stuff to more of like a pity. And then, like you said, at the end, it's like everybody's happy, they're all friends. And so I'm wondering if like the two had a parallel or that was just me like reading it into the fact that these were terrible chalk drawings.
I can see like how you could, get there with that because Barrett's like this overbearing kind of like, angry, whatever.
You try anything funny, anything, I'll shove you in the sister ray pointed at Wutai and blast you back home.
Yeesh.
And then him and Yuffie grow to like love each other,
Okay. I doubt.
I don't think that's what's happening, but
I doubt that's what they were consciously.
I can see how that you could think that.
You could think about like, so when we meet Barret, like if you had never played Original 7 and you start playing Remake, right up front, Barret seems like this really harsh, kind of irrational, big, not a buffoon, but like a big, gruff guy.
What the hell you think's gonna happen when it's all gone, huh? Answer me!
And it turns out that's not who he is at all. So there is that whole like learning to understand who he is story interwoven in there. I didn't even think about that with the chalk drawings. I thought the chalk drawings were just cute.
His character design is like out of place. Like no person in the entire planet is as big as Barret in this game.
Oh my gosh, if I met somebody his size, I would know what to do.
Yeah.
He's like this hulking titan that's just like, hey, Yuffie. There's actually a scene later on where like he like grabs her shoulder or whatever and his hand is like the size of like her entire body.
Like here's her arm and it's like,
so he is kind of like Frankenstein's monster in that respect.
And that's the reason it was so funny when he had that Navy uniform that looked like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Yeah, he's huge.
Because it just like fit. He was so big and he just looked like it.
Yeah.
That was so funny. Such a, not fish out of water, but kind of.
No, but he embraced it. I mean, he owned that thing.
Yeah, but just his hulking size made him look ridiculous. There's other sailors and you don't pay any attention to them, but when he's in it, you're like, holy crap.
Still looking good.
I was going to say about the chalk drawings for me, I think that's great world building and relationship building because anytime that you can kind of lift the load of relationship building and world building that's not in a dedicated cutscene, awesome. Because especially during gameplay, things that you're doing, it's like telling a story, is furthering the relationship, and it's like you've got stuff to do. We can't spend all the time having like these scenes where Barret has to hash it out with Yuffie. We see it, we saw it at the beginning of the mountain where she's teasing him, and she's excited to get up the mountain. But this whole game is about the relationships you have with your friends.
Yeah.
Right. And they're from like the island of misfit toys, but they're all together and you love every single one of them.
Yeah.
Right. You love Yuffie for her craziness. You love Barret for his hulking, like brooding leadership, but he's also this caring, loving dad. Yuffie, we have to remember, is like this young, like, I don't know, 14, 15, 16-year-old girl.
I think she's 16, yeah.
Okay, so she's 16. Barrett's like, I don't know, in his like late 30s or maybe 40s or something.
Yeah, I think the difference here is Barret is the only one that could legally rent a car today, right?
Sure.
And the rest of them cannot. They're all kids compared to him.
So when you have these little chalk drawings and they're crappily drawn, and that adds to Yuffie's personality of not only is it just funny, like, the stuff that she actually drew, but the fact that she took the time to draw these things and, you know, direct the player, like she's scouting ahead, but I'm going to kind of tell you like what we did,
Right.
you know?
Yeah, and I would say that that's a pretty creative way to tell story in this game. So I want to give some props to the developer.
Totally.
So whoever came
That's
up with
awesome.
that idea, good job.
Yeah.
Simple, easy.
Yeah, and also there's like the practical aspect of it, right? Like those 6 drawings took an animator like a collective minute each to do versus a couple of $1,000s for a cut scene
Sure.
for each one of those.
Yeah.
There's that too. So it was smart and creative at the same time.
Totally. They were being really efficient and cost conscious at the same time. So
Yeah.
win.
Yeah, I like the chalk drawings.
Yeah, we're fans. We're chalk drawing fans.
Yeah.
There was another funny moment that I don't know if you guys caught this. So I was climbing up a wall at one point with the party, and it's kind of hard to hear in my playthrough just because of the angles of the characters and like the music. And I actually turn the music down and sound effects down and dialogue up when I play and I record these scenes so you can actually hear them better so I don't have to use subtitles.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
Yeah, so you can hear it, right? And I don't like to read subtitles because I want to actually experience the visuals in their full form rather than focus on like actual words. Because that's the thing about subtitles or captions, right? If they're on a screen, you just stare at them. Like you never, and then you have to consciously pull yourself away and
Totally agree.
ignore them, which is really hard to do for our brains.
And people are obsessed with subtitles. I think the majority of people like subtitles more, but I'm like, no subtitles, but like we're in the minority, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I don't like them unless it's like the thing is in a different language.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Right. And then I can't.
Yes, a lot of people share Ernest's opinion. I noticed when I was in film school, we had to watch a lot of foreign films, right? And there were subtitles in those. I'm actually somebody who prefers the dubbing if the acting isn't horrible so that I can still just focus on the visuals. I'm more interested in the cinematography and hearing, you know, the words. But most of my peers preferred the subtitles over the original audio, which also makes sense. There's an argument for both. I'm just kind of the oddball in that way.
No, I agree with you.
I also think it's like you might be more of like the filmmaker type and that. So you're the cinematography and they're more about like the storytelling and the dialogue.
But I'm about the storytelling too. That's why because I don't think story is just told through verbal language. I think storytelling is all of it.
I mean, the dialogue part of it. Like for them, they want to be a writer and they're focused on the dialogue. And somebody else might be focused more on the cinematography. And then you have people who are more generalist.
I guess, but I'm more of a writer than I am a cinematographer. So,
well, yeah,
I mean, I see what you're saying. There's just different personalities, different gravitations when it comes to like which one you like.
I think it's a bunch of elite.
Like I only watch it in its original form.
Yes. It's like it was as it was originally intended. It's like, okay, then like we wouldn't.
Yeah, I love those people who are like, well, you can't listen to this or watch this because that's not how the director intended it. And it's like,
right.
You need to listen to all anime in Japanese. And I'm like, you don't speak Japanese, so don't pretend like you get it. Like it's like it drives me crazy.
Yeah.
It's so much better in Japanese.
So,
and it's
I
like,
hear that all the time.
Yeah.
I hear that all the time. It's so much better in Japanese.
Oh,
I'm like, I don't think you can decipher what they're really trying to say.
That's what I'm saying. And it's like, well, that's great that the original, director, whoever intended that. And when they are in my house paying my bills, they can dictate how I'm going to enjoy this thing. But until that point, I will watch it how I want to or listen to it.
There you go.
Yeah.
And that's the main point, right?
I agree. It's like all these guys that like want to live in Japan and they pretend like they understand the culture.
move
I'm
over
like,
there.
guys, like the reason localization exists is because not only do they translate it, but then they change some things, some cultural norms. And then I see the people online, they'll be like, oh, like, but that's not like normal in Japan culture. Like in Japan culture, they wouldn't have changed this and they censored this or they did this. I'm like, guys, get over it. Like you.
Yeah, move over there. Look, Japan's wonderful. I've been there many times. I love it there, but like I can't read it, right? So I can't. Like, I have no choice. Like Jolie said, though, unfortunately, most of the dub work I've seen is terrible.
Sure,
a lot of it.
Most of it.
You can have awful dubs, and we talk a lot about the voice acting problems on this channel, right?
I'm gonna be honest. Like watching some of the anime that's not dubbed, that's in Japanese. That's not good either. Some of that,
but it is good for the Japanese audience. Like
it's not good acting.
No, but like it is for them. We don't know how people act in Japan, right?
Yeah,
I was gonna say their standard of acting is different.
It is harder to judge, but
especially if it's in like a kabuki style, like there's styles, right? So it's culturally different, right? So I agree with Spencer on that. But yes,
I just don't think they're going to be winning Academy Awards for those like animes before you dub them into English.
That's for sure. Not here, but maybe over there they will.
Right, but we don't know. Like,
we don't know. It is hard to judge.
They probably watch our stuff and they're like, "That's weird," right? Oh man, I could go off on this for a long time.
Well, to be honest, I think that's why sometimes Final Fantasies, the ones that are recorded in Japanese first, cast the wrong voice actors to play a certain role who might sound like the character, but they're not a very good actor, because there are probably some Japanese producers or executives or something that have a final say in who gets cast. And they're just thinking, oh, I want it to sound like the Japanese actor versus knowing about the authenticity part. You know, the one that I talked about at the end of the last episode. So you're right. You're right. You can't really judge the acting quality unless it's, well, this could be a long discussion. Let's just move on.
Yeah, I could go over it. I'll end it with this. The weird, like, foodies that will, like, only use, like, a drop of olive oil and it needs to be pan-seared. Whenever I hear people talk about, like, subs versus dubs, and they're like, oh, I will never watch a Japanese property that's not subtitled. I'm like, go away. I dislike the foodies.
Just leave my presence.
I dislike the weird subtitle elitists. You guys just, whatever.
Wait till we get to the hipsters.
Yeah. Okay, so this funny moment that I liked that was kind of hard to hear, that brought us through that whole tangent. No, it's good. Good conversation, right? So Cloud and Red and Aerith are like climbing up on these yellow marked, right? Tomb Raider.
The Tomb Raider, yeah.
Wall blocks kind of thing. And as they're doing that, Cloud asks Aerith how she's holding up, because remember, she's a slub.
She's struggling.
So we have to make sure she doesn't die, right?
You still holding up okay?
Yeah, feeling great actually. Could do this all day. It's like someone's pulling me up.
You've become one with the mountain. Say what?
Really? I did? Hey! Thanks for having me!
The hell are you doing, Red? Relax. It happens to all new climbers. If she passes out, I'll carry her.
Let's go!
Like she's about to pass out the atmosphere of climbing the, right? Isn't that kind of what they're referring to?
Is that what it is? I didn't get it 100%.
I think that she's on the verge of passing out, and it's like the air is thinner when they're climbing up the mountain.
The altitude,
so she's like hallucinating almost, or getting a little delirious. That's what they must be going for.
They're just trying to be like, keep going, but she's gonna totally pass out here in any second.
That's what it is. That's why Cloud's like, why are you encouraging her? I get it. Thank you for clarifying. I actually didn't pick up on the elevation thing, right? Like the thinner air.
Oh, man.
That makes it funnier.
I'll never forget one time I made the mistake of agreeing to do and mind you, this was a very short hike. It was in Colorado on one of the mountains.
There's some mountains in Colorado that are known for messing you up.
I was struggling so bad because of the altitude.
Yeah.
I just wasn't used to it.
You just can't get as much oxygen. That's a real thing. Runners, I'm a runner, and runners often talk about that. A lot of times that's why people will train in places like Colorado or in Salt Lake City, which is where we're near. And it's because your lungs get used to taking in less oxygen. So then when you go run a race in like California, which is,
sea level.
Yeah, it's basically like you have like a supercharger.
Then suddenly you're like, you need to do it really well.
You got forced air induction on a human scale, right? Like a twin turbo while you're running.
Right. Oh, but I'm so glad that you pointed that out, Spence, that they're talking about the thinness of the air.
Yeah, altitude sickness or whatever.
I didn't catch it.
Oh, yeah.
That makes it way funnier.
Yeah, it's funny.
Like, I enjoyed it not really getting the
You're like that.
I was like, that's funny.
You're like, let me tell you about this really funny part, you guys.
And I didn't even know why it was funny.
That's good.
Apparently. I just thought it was funny that Red said that he'd carry her if she passes out. But I thought that was because she was exercising too hard. Clearly.
Well, she was too. That's the thing. Like, it's both, right? It's the altitude and she's clearly.
But I didn't even connect it. Yeah.
She's a schlub, so she can't handle this.
So I did want to talk about this part of the original game, right? And how it compares. So as far as original Final Fantasy VII goes, this hike up Mount Corel is pretty much just represented by this like brown path on the world map. And it goes by in the blink of an eye, right? So they're expanding everything. We already know that. We've seen tons of things that were only a few seconds long become like an hour, right? This is no different than that. And then eventually that little path does turn into kind of a 2-frame close-up path. So it does go into like an area with graphics, right? As far as graphics go in the mid-90s. And that's when we see Cloud's polygon frame, and it has to like even jump a few times. to navigate through some tough terrain, right? But as you might expect, it only takes a few minutes in total, which is different than the extended time that we spend on the mountain here in Rebirth. And then as far as fiends go, so in the original game on this path itself, you do fight Spearhawks, maybe a few cockatrices, which we haven't encountered yet in Rebirth, but we do soon.
Those mushroom enemies, I don't know what those
Yeah, the mushrooms, and then those egg things that I mentioned earlier. Whereas in Rebirth on this path, we're fighting the Spearhawks, but we don't see the cockatrices yet. We don't see the egg things yet until an entirely different chapter. But then in addition to the Spearhawks, we fight Sandhog Pies. Do you remember those?
Yeah.
It's like the annoying pig dancing things, right? I think they're a remake too. And bloat floats, which are the fish things. The heat seekers. Those are the mushrooms.
Those are the mushrooms.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were talking about the original game. I don't know if they're in the original game.
They are in the original game. They're just not on this path.
Gotcha.
So it's interesting. They're still trying to really, I guess, be devout and true to the holistic game itself, right?
I think it's so awesome.
It's wise to do that because when someone doesn't do this, like I'll give you the perfect example of the Walking Dead series, right? The comics and the graphic novels had a certain story and went a certain direction.
Okay.
When they started the TV series, it started there and then they decided to take their own like license with it. And the problem is you get to a point where you can't satisfy both audiences.
Yeah, and so you satisfy none.
You satisfy none. So like this is like, okay, we definitely have to like bring the fans of the original along with us and expand on it rather than like change direction.
Right.
The same problem comes up anytime you try to make a popular book into a movie.
Yep.
It's really hard to do it right because of those same reasons. And they're running into those same kind of challenges here because they're remaking a really beloved game that was hugely popular in the 90s.
Even Peter Jackson got flack for The Lord of the Rings, and it's like, what do you expect?
Yeah, and his movies were amazing.
I mean, what did you want him to do? Like, you would have movies that were like 10 hours long each.
Love those movies.
They are good movies. I can't handle the director's cut. They're too long.
It has to be the director's cut.
You shall not pass!
Okay, so you mentioned the hiker.
Yeah.
I wanted to touch on the hiker. So as we drop
This is the best.
to the top of this mountain, right, we come across what seems to be this random like hiker.
We haven't seen a single person along this
No
hike.
people.
Jolie said she explored it for an hour, and then you find one person.
Right. And I remember thinking, like, what in the world was like that guy's purpose? Because if you talk to him, so he's whining about how people aren't polite. They don't have manners.
I don't get it. Tons of folks hiking up the mountain today, and not a one of them so much as nodded my way.
You hear him talking when we're not even talking to him. He's just saying to himself, like, how people don't have any manners. Nobody's giving him the light of day. Nobody's saying hello.
I tell ya, hikers these days ain't got no manners. You greet each other. It's proper.
And if you talk to him, he says that basically the same kind of thing to you. Mm-hmm. But he specifically then calls out some guys in black who didn't even look at him.
Even tried calling out to a few sick-looking fellas all in black, and what did I get? Silence.
Obviously referring to the Robe guys.
Sure.
So we're on the right trail, right? We know.
It gives us a little like hint or inkling that we're not just wasting our time. Like we're working our way up the mountain because Johnny told us that they're going this way. That's the only like human interaction we have from Johnny to the point where we're climbing up the mountain. And it's like, okay, the Robe guys are going up there because we don't see them. It's not like we see them in the distance. We're like chasing them. We just know that Yuffie and Barret and Tifa are ahead of us. And then all of a sudden there's this random guy. And like, here's my one point about this guy. He's like super ticked off. Like he's pissed. He's this disgruntled hiker, but he does have a rifle. And he's like holding this gun.
Oh, I forgot. Does he have a rifle? I didn't even pay attention to that.
Yeah, he's holding this gun and he's like, nobody came up to talk to me. And I'm like, maybe it's because you have a firearm and like no one wants to talk to you.
Hikers these days never learn to greet each other or something.
I also didn't even talk to him because I remember that exact thing. I walked by, he's angry, he's talking to himself, and I was like, this guy's talking to himself and has a gun. I'm getting the hell out of here.
Yeah, I just thought that was so funny because I know like I have a sword and like no one with a gun is gonna like kill me because it's a video game, right? But I just see him and it's just this funny image in my mind. He's like, hikers these days need to learn to be friendly and like talk to me. And it's like, there's no humans on this mountain. There might be Robe guys. What are you doing here by yourself with this gun? Like, it's like as if he usually hikes us every Saturday and no one talked to him. It was very funny, and I thought it was hilarious that he had this weapon and he was
Or that there's a bunch of hikers that go through there, right?
Well, there's clearly not, because like nobody.
There's monsters everywhere. Like, no one's gonna hike there. Good
That's
thing he's
right.
got
He has
like
the
a
gun, I guess. Yeah.
It's hilarious.
You can actually talk to him a second time. Did you do that, Spence?
What does he say?
Then he says that there was a spirited young lady.
Ran into a sprightly little lady, too. Now, she was in a real hurry. Couldn't even say hello. Must have been trying to stay ahead of that angry-looking fella with the pretty gal.
So it's another clue that our party members have been like to this point and passed by. But to be honest, like, is he necessary?
No.
No.
Not really.
Not at all.
They had to hire like a voice actor for this.
I know, like somebody has this voice credit, right? Like I was the hiker guy.
Angry hiker with a gun
on the mountain.
in the mountain. That was the role they cast for.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I think that would actually be a really
that would
fun
be a good
like
part.
credit to have. Yeah, but okay. So I'm actually going to defend the developers a little bit here because there is another reason for this hiker guy to be there. And so like you, I felt this is so random because he's the only guy we saw on the mountainside. There are no other people. He didn't deliver any critical information we hadn't already assumed.
Right.
But then when I looked back at my gameplay footage of original Final Fantasy VII, I realized that there's a hiker just like this one in the game who says that a black cape guy passed him without saying anything. And the party then assumes that it's Sephiroth. So he also makes it a point, I guess, to recommend that you greet other hikers along the way. It's just like good manners.
It's the right thing to do.
I love that he has like a bone to pick about that.
Yeah.
So this hiker in Rebirth is a nod. 100%. If he hadn't been in the original game, there's no way they would have put him here.
But that's awesome. Like, that's cool.
Yeah, so that makes me like the hiker.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
But when I play, if you don't know that, you're just like, what?
Yeah, thank you for telling me.
It's like the random guy who's at the bottom of Johnny's hotel who's like, Johnny is such a loser, you know?
Takes a special kind of sucker to wind up in a mess like that, you know?
But that guy wasn't in the original game, so you're still just like, why
He's
is
just a
this?
total jerk.
That made me laugh, and I found that interesting. And then after we pass the hiker guy, we encounter two, they're called Bagnadranas. They're kind of like dinosaur lizard things.
Yeah.
There's two of them. You do fight those in the original game too. Then we see the Shinra helicopter and a familiar looking Machina type weapon, if you remember, fly overhead, and then they appear to land in the not so far distance, right? So that we push forward. We're concerned for the other half of our party.
Think the others are okay?
We'll see.
And then soon after, we come across the helicopter itself that had landed. And Elena comes out of the helicopter and she's herding a bunch of these Robe guys out of the helicopter. And when she sees us, we ask if she's there to fight us. And she responds, no.
Well, look who it is.
You here to pick a fight?
What? Oh, no. Just dropping off some unruly passengers. They were fine when we left Junon, and then they weren't. So, here we are. Don't know why. 1 minute they were okay, and the next...
So this is kind of interesting because it's obviously, again, implying that the helicopter kind of started out carrying a bunch of soldiers who must have then degraded around the same time.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, so they all degraded while riding in the helicopter, turning into these robe zombies complete with black robes because
that's what happens.
their clothing turns to black robes.
You just materialize black robes out of nothing.
I guess. But this is really hammering home the idea that soldiers, or at least people who fought for Shinra, we don't know if it's just soldier unit. Sometimes they hint that it might be others, you know, but it's primarily soldier, it seems. They eventually suffer from cellular degradation and they turn into robe guys. And it's hard to know exactly when that will happen because it happens for different people at different times. It just happened for this whole group all at the same time on the helicopter.
That's so interesting. Because like I did not read it that way. When I saw it, I'm like, why are they like busing like robe guys up the mountain? Were they like reunion? And they were like, come get a ride in our helicopter and we'll drop you off where you like want to go. I was so confused. I literally have my notes. I was like,
oh, okay.
Why are they flying these guys around? Like, what's the deal? But that makes way more sense if they were soldiers, because obviously they're part of Shinra, right? And they have like an escort detail or whatever, and then all of a sudden they change.
And then suddenly they change, and so they just drop them off.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me.
So I picked up on that. You picked up on the high altitude.
Thank you. Yes.
We're helping each other out.
I was confused as to like why they were in the helicopter with them, which is cool about the helicopter too, because you can actually see the helicopter flying over the skies when you're down at the zipline area too.
Yeah, is that the same one though? Because that was so long ago.
I don't know if it's the same one, but I thought that was like a similar one. But
I wondered because there's the helipad in Costa del Sol.
True.
Anyway, so it could have been. Regardless, Shinra likes to travel in helicopters, right? We see those all the time.
Right.
And then when we catch a close-up of one of the Robe guys that just came off the helicopter at that point, he's now on the ground, right? He's headed down the path the same as the others, and whatever.
Yeah.
And then we briefly get like a close-up of Cloud's eye, like for a split second. And I think that quick moment is just implying that he is hearing the same call as the Robe guys, right? So again, we see this kind of thing throughout the game. I'm curious if the real reason will be as obvious as they're trying to make it look, or if there's going to be something more. And I think there's more coming.
Yeah, because it's so heavy-handed.
It's hammering over the head.
And we'll talk about it more as this chapter goes on, because there are multiple examples throughout this chapter where they bring up like cellular degradation, like the soldiers struggling, examples of like other soldiers turning into Black Robe guys, focusing on the Black Robes, looking at Cloud, the party being like, Cloud, are you okay? This happens so much. And I'm like, man, this is like, yeah, we get it. Like Cloud is struggling.
Which makes me feel like there's going to be a bait and switch.
Sure. But I like
they're trying to mislead us because it's so blatant. And when is Final Fantasy ever clear?
Sure. But my point is like, I don't mind it because it is like, Cloud is the main character. And it's like every time they bring it up, it's interesting to me. Right.
Well, and it's high stakes because
it's like if you could transform in a minute.
We know something's happening to Cloud, but we don't know 100% what it is. But if it's that's enough to really raise the stakes for our main character.
And I wonder about people who are playing this for the first time, right? Because we like if you play the original, I mean, I know Rebirth is different. They kind of have carte blanche to kind of do whatever they want.
Mm-hmm.
So it is kind of keeping people who've played the original on their toes a little bit, but we kind of have some reassurances. Like we kind of know what happens to Cloud. But if you're playing this for the first time, you know, there might be some things where you're like, oh.
Well, and they could change it.
I feel like Square is playing both sides of the same coin with us. So they do that, right? And so for a minute there, you might think, oh, well, he has the same fate. But then you have other scenes where like Sephiroth is like saving him and like, I can't let you die. And it's one of those things where it's like, well, then that must mean that Cloud has something that Sephiroth wants or that Sephiroth needs that the other robed individuals don't.
Right.
Or that he's not the same as just a regular soldier.
Well, then that's my point, that he in fact is not afflicted by the cellular degradation, and that's the reason he's such a prize to Sephiroth, because he can get past that, but there might be something else more mental that he's suffering from as opposed to the cellular degradation.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting. And Ernest, you brought up a few chapters ago the whole idea of like, what if he's like a schizophrenic or something like that? Like, what if there's something going on and he has just like a mind problem?
Yeah,
right?
Psychosis, right? So like,
I think the psychosis idea is really interesting. I don't know that they're going to go down that path, but I think it would be cool if they did.
Yeah.
But the point of this is like, they're presenting information to us that makes us ask a ton of questions. And it goes back to, what are the answers to these questions? We need the answers to these questions, you know, but I do appreciate that they are hammering this point home, just because it's good to have a consistent point be hammered home through this game that has so many questions.
And it raises the stakes, so it keeps you wanting to move forward, right? Because it's like, we care about Cloud and we want to see that resolved. And I think this is obviously one of the questions that they have to answer. And I have no doubt that they will.
Yeah, this is one that, like, if you don't answer that question at the end of the game, then it's a total fail.
Then it's like, never buying a Square Enix game again.
And this is the most perfect game that's going to exceed all expectations, remember? So
we'll answer all your questions.
They're going to answer all the questions.
Yeah, the problem is, in order to do that, like the last couple of chapters of the last installment are going to be a roller coaster.
That'll make it good if they do it right.
The game will also have to be like 300 hours long. So
bring it on.
We'll see what happens. I'm hopeful but skeptical.
Yeah.
Well, I can't argue with you there.
Okay, so after Elena takes all these Black Robe guys off the helicopter, Aerith then asks her if that's all she needs, because they're like, are you not going to beat us up or something like that?
So, that's it? Well, since you're here.
And then she just pushes a button on her little cell phone and it shuts the gate around us, and then that big flying like Machina monster we saw that was flying with the helicopter comes in, and we're forced to basically face this robotic monstrosity, which, oh, do you remember the last thing that Elena says to us before she leaves the helicopter?
The insult?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually like it, but I didn't want to swear. That's funny.
Now play nice, shitbirds.
I mean, is that a thing people say? Have you ever heard?
No.
It's good though because it's her personality, right? She's got like
it is.
her pink gun and she's like, oh, this is above my pay grade. And then she gives this sassy insult.
Oh, it fits her completely. But I'm like, is this an insult that like people use? Or is it just Elena?
I thought it was funny.
It was funny. It was funny. And it does make you dislike her for sure.
Yes.
So then that begins our boss fight with what's called the custom Valkyrie. And if this boss seems a little bit familiar, it's because this is actually a revamped version of a boss fight from Remake. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So in Remake, the boss was called the Valkyrie. And we fought it when you climb on top of the Sector 7 ruins, right? You're up in the buildings and like in the rafters and whatnot.
Yeah, you're working your way up with the grappling hooks that you got.
Yeah. So this version, the custom Valkyrie, it looks very similar, but it's swapped out like it's helicopter propellers for drone blades.
Mm-hmm.
So like full circular, right? So higher tech. And then it now has some big like particle cannon as a crotch. I don't know how else to say it. It's like particle cannon crotch. Nice. And then there's a few other upgrades, but it basically looks the same other than that. And how did you guys feel about the fight? Does it even stand out? Do you remember anything about it?
Yeah, it stands out to me because I've been playing hard mode and in my notes I said, yeah, it was hard and I swore a lot. So I don't know. I have
on hard mode, every boss is kind of hard.
This isn't specific to chapter 7 that we're talking about, but I'm struggling with the combat in this game. I don't know. Jolie has clips of me fighting the last boss that are
amazing.
I get very salty.
Well, not just salty. Okay,
more than salty.
Our house has multiple rooms between my office and the master bedroom. And the master is typically where we play our PS5 games because we have a big TV in there.
Yeah.
And we're talking multiple rooms, closed doors, big open spaces. The night that he played the end boss, I heard so much cursing that was so loud. I could hear it from my office constantly.
No! Don't be dumb! No freaking way, you piece of shit!
I was like, what is happening in that room?
Yeah.
I knew, actually. I was like, oh, he's playing this part of the fight.
Yeah, I was screaming like I was like talking like a sailor, but I was like yelling, like screaming at the TV.
If I would have yelled like that, I would have no voice for like 3 weeks. Like it was so loud.
Yeah, that's the reason I don't play Fortnite much anymore.
There you go. The gamer rage came out.
Really? That game makes you mad? That game? I haven't played
You
it.
play against a bunch of 12-year-olds that like the teabag on you and like make you feel terrible.
Yeah, that would piss me off.
It's not even just mad. It's like it gets very loud very quickly.
Yes.
And there's people trying to sleep in the house. So
gotcha.
We have the kids upstairs, and guaranteed if they'd been awake, they would have heard it.
I'm sure he heard me.
Yeah, but we're like a loud family, so we've trained our kids to sleep through like the craziest noises. So I'm sure they didn't hear you, but
anyway,
it was all throughout the house.
Long story short, yes, I was ticked, and it reminded me just like this game's combat is actually very cool, and each boss fight is very cool because they each have unique mechanics. It's incredible because I've been thinking about like playing Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 16 was really cool, but like most bosses were just had a health bar, and you had to like kind of memorize their moves so you wouldn't get hit and dodge it.
Right, you memorized their sequences,
right.
But it still was just like a big health bar you had to chop down.
So I'm not bashing on the combat here. This is probably a compliment to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Remake's combat because each encounter is unique. They have a specific weakness or you need to do certain things, and there's another boss fight later on in the chapter that's really cool that has a unique mechanic. The problem with this is that there's so many unique mechanics that I don't think they succeed in implementing the combat versus these bosses super well. So I get frustrated when I'm like, I understand what I'm supposed to do. I've assessed this enemy. It's like they're weak to this. I need to like, dodge these abilities or whatever. But then it'll switch you with a different party. It's like you're playing with Aerith and Cloud and Red, and then you're like, okay, now I'm playing with Tifa, Barret, and Yuffie, and I need to switch up my playstyle. It's like you really have to master this combat for it to feel good. And I don't like to feel dumb when I play combat. I like to feel like I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And when I feel like I know what I'm doing, but I'm still getting beaten down, that's what frustrates me the most. And that happens a lot in this game.
Like with the jellyfish?
Yeah, it's like, it's just dodging. You're like, okay, this is annoying, right? So anyway, this boss was cool. It's got like flamethrowers. It's got like machine gun turrets that shoot at you. It's the big crotch particle cannon. It's got all these things in it that make it difficult. And I got through it, and it's fun because hard mode forces you to learn the mechanics of the other party members. So I actually had a good time, but I'm getting frustrated because I'm not where I want to be, and that's probably on me. But I think like if you play this for the third or fourth time, you like have to memorize everything, and then you'll be able to kind of feel like you've mastered the combat. And it's hard, so I get upset and I swear.
And you swear. There were, because I played hard mode in Remake, and there were some bosses, especially in hard mode, that I would have to play more than once and just try different things out until I could, defeat it, right? And that can be a frustrating experience because especially if you're used to just being naturally good at the game, or maybe you rocked normal mode and this is just a different beast, and you're not used to it. Like, that can be a frustrating experience for sure. But I do like what you're saying about every boss is different.
It's incredible.
Like, there are different mechanics. There are different things that they're weak to. There are different strategies to overcoming these bosses. They're all different. That takes a huge amount of creativity to make them all different without pissing off the gamer.
Yeah, props to developers.
Right? And there are some that are more frustrating than others. But yeah, I would say like bravo for accomplishing that, because wow, what a feat.
Because you kind of just think like, oh, like this one's weak to electrical, this one's weak to fire, this one's weak to...
Well, that's because that's kind of how it used to be, right? It was like...
Right, and you kind of think that and you're like, oh, that's fine. But then a lot of the times it'll be like, no, you need to block and like, you need to counter this ability and it'll pressure them at this moment. And then it'll be like this. Or if you dodge an ability, then it like will go into a pressured state and then you can stagger it, and you have to be good with your parties and building up your synergy abilities. So when they're ready to proc, you can have them. It's very cool combat. I just want to be better at it. And I think my whole purpose is like, I want throughout the length of the boss fight, I know I'm going to be bad at first, but I want to be able to have the chance to kind of figure out the weaknesses and like get better as the fight goes along. But a lot of times in this game, it's like I have to die to figure out like what I'm doing wrong and then start over again.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing I'll say is that like a lot of it is sort of common sense, right? Like if you get these mech things, almost all of them are weak to lightning, right? Because they're electrical machines. And like the jellyfishes are kind of analogous to the slimes or whatever they are that are kind of impervious to physical damage for the most part. You have to use magic on them. So all of it's logical and it follows like the past history of Final Fantasy as far as like the monster types. But the thing that I think was interesting, they started it, I want to say in 16 maybe. They kind of brought in a lot of the Souls type combat in there, right? A lot of the block and tackle, block and hit, block and do this. And
yeah, 16 had that.
Roll, dodge.
16 also did away with elemental damage.
I did not like that.
Which I thought was weird because that's so like typical and like it's ingrained in Final Fantasy.
Well, I mean, did it do away with it or it just...
Well, no, she's talking about weaknesses.
There's no one weak to fire. There's no one weak.
There's no weaknesses. So you have...
Oh, yeah.
But like actual elemental. Like you'll go fight like a firebomb and you'll try to hit it with ice. But if you hit it with ice, it doesn't do anything different than if you hit it with something else.
Yeah, Shiva's abilities like don't hurt it moves.
Right.
That was actually weird for me in 16. I mean, it was fine. I thought 16 was a masterful game in so many ways, but I definitely noticed that as a missing element.
Yeah, it's just pure DPS damage. When you play Rebirth, there's so many statuses like, okay, this is going to cast Petrify on you, so you need to like use Asuna or something. You need to do this to get rid of whatever debuff you have. Or if someone puts poison on you, then you can put regen on you, and then that cancels each other out. Like the systems and mechanics that are working in the Rebirth remake are so much deeper than the 16 combat. 16 combat was just like, you're a god, destroy them any way you want.
Don't get me wrong, there were some really cool combat elements in 16, with the whole different summons and the abilities that you take and all of that. That was rad and very creative. If I were to pick one, I gravitate more toward the style of Remake and Rebirth, right? Where it's kind of turn-based, more classic Final Fantasy without being like 100% the old wait your turn, hit, wait your turn, hit, which is a little slow for today's audiences, I think. So I think they do a really good job with the combat. That doesn't mean I don't get frustrated sometimes, though.
It's the best modern adaptation of turn-based combat that exists today.
Yeah.
It's the best.
I think 16 is like what I would call like the westernization of the JRPG.
Yeah.
Versus the FF7 series are much more faithful to the original JRPG contract, if you want to call it that, which is why I like them so much. And I like 16 too. I didn't have anything wrong with it.
It is much more westernized. Even in the acting performances, the story, all of that.
It was a different type of game. Instead of being a Final Fantasy, even though it has the name on there, it was more of like a God of War with a Final Fantasy badging on it, right? So it was just a different kind of game.
Right.
But the boss itself was cool. But
do you remember the boss here, Ernest? Anything come to mind with the custom Valkyrie?
I mean, yes, I remember the boss. Nothing special, stood out to me. Again, it's the same thing. I assess it, I figure out what it's weak to, and then I just look at how it does its combat and try to figure out, like, when am I supposed to attack it versus when am I supposed to block or when am I supposed to dodge?
Yeah.
And by the way, that's kind of the package for all of these, right? There's a weakness involved, and then there's like either a attack, block, attack, dodge, like sequence you have to figure out. And then once you have those two put together, the fight's pretty easy after that.
And you're in story mode too, so it's kind of like a different beast as well.
Yeah.
Pressure it, stagger it, then unload. It's kind of like a dance. The way I talk about Rebirth's combat is like it feels very momentum based. Like if you have the momentum, if you've got like your proccing abilities like Cloud, Aerith, and Reds, you're getting all their abilities off, and then they can do synergy abilities. And if you keep that up, then it's like you have the momentum. But if you ever lose that momentum and then you just like start blocking and like kind of get behind, it gets a little bit.
Yeah, you have to just block and reset at that point, right? Because you've lost the momentum and now the opponent has it.
Yeah.
So for me, the custom Valkyrie, I thought the fight was fine. I didn't hate it, but I didn't like love it. It wasn't like, this is the best fight ever, right? It was challenging enough for me to enjoy it without becoming too frustrated with it being some like impossible level of challenging, right? It wasn't that. And it looked and it moved pretty cool for Machine. Like it had those, like you said, Spencer, the spinning flamethrowers are really cool. I thought that spectacle was rad. Although I did almost die a few times, courtesy of that stupid particle cannon. That was like, it got me a few times. But otherwise, I got to squeeze a synergy ability in there with me.
Lead the way.
I'm always a fan when like the final blow delivered like a cool cutscene. You know what I mean? Like I really like when in the middle of the fight or at the end of the fight when you actually kill the boss, like they animate this whole cool looking spectacle.
It is cool.
So long. You're done.
What a team!
I liked that. That was thumbs up for me.
It like flies over the mountainside and Cloud like puts his Buster Sword and it explodes. Explosion.
Yeah, so that looked cool. But other than that, it wasn't like a super memorable fight.
Yeah. It was like a cool callback from the original game. It's like, I remember that, but that's about it.
Like, I've seen this one before, for sure. Yeah, no, from there, after the boss fight is where some things really start to get interesting. Okay, so we actually go to, I don't know if you don't call it like a flashback because it's probably happening at the same time, a concurrent back, In
another dimension.
No, this one's not even in another dimension.
Oh, you're right. You're talking about Rufus.
This is just a flash to Midgar in the Shinra boardroom, right? So we leave Mount Nebel basically for the next few scenes. And the first scene is back in the Shinra boardroom, and Rufus is talking to his tropey steering committee.
The members of Clue.
Yeah, there's like Colonel Mustard, Scarlet, and then there's Reeve, who's like the only normal person in there, right? There's Heidegger, who's a total cliche. I mean, it's just a bunch of cartoonish characters on his steering committee. And first he talks about what he refers to as the Magnus Materia Project.
As you are aware, simultaneous energy spikes were detected in Mako reactors across the world. After analyzing the data from each site, we found the spikes stemmed from the arrival of visitors, unfathomably large life forms.
Called Weapons.
Weapons, which is the worst name.
Very creative. Yeah, that's totally like...
Well, keep in mind, that's a perspective-based name, right? Like,
I'm just saying, okay, this happens a lot with Final Fantasies when the Japanese probably have some cool word that works in Japanese and then they just kind of direct translate it over into English or something and they just call it the thing that it is, like it's a weapon, right? Like remember in Final Fantasy IX how Garnet changes her name and she changes it to Dagger. Like it's so on the nose, right? Like it's just and like Angeal from Crisis Core, right? Like he's supposed to be like an angel.
He has a white wing.
Yeah, he has the white wing, even though why, but that's okay. Whatever. So we have these weapons creatures, and they're these giant like whale type creatures, and they have these huge materia like bellies. And these are creatures that Hojo wants to pick apart in his lab because he wants to do that with everything, right?
But he's especially like obsessed with these.
Yeah, he's like obsessed with these weapons.
Organisms dying to be understood. And finally, my dream of capturing one is within reach. Oh, what I wouldn't give to peel one's flesh back, pull it apart, and see what makes it tick.
And then Rufus wants to capture the huge materia. And then, of course, Scarlet objects because she's like, we're making our own synthesized materia. We don't need that whale materia. And then Rufus calms her down by saying that they want both the synthesized and the natural materia. And then he also points out that Wutai is also after the weapons materia. And since Scarlet is competitive with Wutai, right, wants to defeat them, she's now on board with getting the weapons materia. And she asks Heidegger for troops to pursue these weapons. The second part of the conversation is more interesting to me on a character level. So, okay, Reeve, again, the only normal looking person in the room, he has the guts to ask Rufus basically if it made sense. He's basically questioning if it made sense for his father to sabotage their own reactors.
We used Avalanche's activities as a cover to sabotage our own reactors and destroy Sector 7. Your father assured us these acts were in service to the Neo-Midgar project. However, the fact remains that we have yet to locate the promised land of legend, or even confirm if it actually exists.
And then Rufus responds by saying that his father was great, but rash.
Great though he was, my father was old. And in his dotage, he became rash. But while we're on the subject, there's something I've been meaning to ask all of you regarding those decisions. Why is it that none of you even tried to stop him? Shinra must change. We must break new ground, grow stronger, smarter, observe, adapt, expand, control.
And then he says what I think is the most interesting part of the scene. Okay, he says, I expect you all to prove that you are devoted not only to the company, but to me. Which, okay, well, it's a bit of a cliche line, right? For a villain, This is, you have to be devoted. I want your pure devotion or whatever. It's still interesting here because up through this point, Rebirth has put more gray around Rufus's character than in the original game. In the original game, he's very cliche villain. But here, it's like we saw Rufus under pressure from Glenn Lodbrok, so there was a little bit of vulnerability there. We saw him try to negotiate with Cloud to kill Sephiroth instead of just destroy Cloud the first time he sees him, which some cliche one-note villain would do, right? And so those kinds of actions kind of make us question if the writers will pull a fast one on us and, I don't know, in the end, make Rufus maybe someone who's redeemable rather than pure evil. But here, the fact that he demands proof of personal loyalty, that's something only an evil dictator would do, I think. And it's a major sign to me that Rufus could actually turn out, which we suspected is probably the case, but is probably the dark figure that is not redeemable, and he won't be redeemed in the third installment. There's still questions, but that's kind of how I read it.
Yeah, I feel like he's like trying to figure it out as he goes, right? Because
Rufus is?
Yeah, he's pretty tactical, maniacal. You see him as he got things working in his mind, and he's always like, my father had ideas, but like, we're going to do them better, right?
Yeah.
He projects leadership. He fires the cannon in Junon. He does all these things, right? But the scenes with Glenn Lodbrok and him trying to figure it out, it's interesting because I feel like his father dies, obviously, in the first game. And, it's like he had all these grand plans. And it's like, does the regime trust him? Or are they just like saying like Rufus is this leader? And I think as the game goes, we kind of see maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Is he not confident? And then he directly asks them to like prove themselves to him. He's like, okay, like I'm getting serious. You guys like need to prove yourselves like your worth, but also.
But why do you think he says prove to me versus like just prove to the cause?
I think that's him projecting like I'm the leader, like I'm in charge, right? It's kind of like the Kylo Ren versus like Darth Vader doesn't need to like prove his leadership. Like people just are like fear him, right? But then Kylo Ren in those new movies, like throws tantrums, kind of like that. I get a little bit of Kylo Ren vibes from Rufus. Like he's nowhere near.
He's more contained.
He's way more contained. But there's moments in the games that show like him kind of like, maybe I don't have it all together. So I think he's like directly asking, like, prove to me too. I'm in charge.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where like his father was a massive figure. Right.
Yeah.
And obviously, because he's his son, he took over. The company is now his. But I think he questions whether the people in that room are just there still because they're loyal to his father and the father's vision, or if it's his new vision.
Yeah, there you go.
Right. Because he wants people who are loyal to him.
That makes sense. But have they done anything that would make him question that? Because it seems to me like they proved that right away.
I don't think they need to. I think it's a paranoia thing.
Yeah.
Oh, so Rufus is paranoid.
Well, paranoia is a common trait of autocrats. Right? In general.
Yeah.
It's inherent to their like psyche. So
interesting.
It wouldn't surprise me if that was the case here. And I also think he has a bit of paranoia because Sephiroth just came in and like butchered his father.
And I think he knows that Sephiroth is like the one thing in the way of ultimate power for him. Is he knows that Sephiroth could be more powerful.
He's just like some chaos agent
that and he probably also thinks like Sephiroth is now going to come for him.
Yeah.
And the more paranoid someone gets, the more prone they are to rash decisions.
But he's not being rash here. He says his father is rash.
Right.
He actually uses that word. So he's like trying to still be calculating. So he's not showing a lot of signs of paranoia to me, but
he's good at hiding them.
Maybe.
But I feel, that's projecting.
I mean, there's autocrats in the world who wear their paranoia on their sleeve, and then there's other ones that are very good at hiding it, right? They project like this image of mental stability and whatnot, but they're anything but underneath. So I think that's what's happening here is like Rufus is scared at this point because of what just happened to his father. And does he believe that he's stronger than Sephiroth? I don't think so. Right? Like Sephiroth just walked in and did whatever he wanted, right? In the midst of this giant corporation that was supposed to protect his father.
And he almost was assassinated by Yuffie.
Get down!
There's things that are happening to him that he's projecting strength, he's firing the cannon, he's acting like it's really good, but this is like his inner circle. And he's like, hey, you guys need to kind of put up or shut up.
I see.
Because I don't think they've done anything to make it seem like they're not capable leaders or whatever.
No, like Heidegger pushed Rufus out of the way and he's the one who got sliced by the throwing star from Yuffie. So I think that's an act alone that shows unwavering loyalty.
Like he's loyal. Yeah. Because we just know that like Scarlet's been like, if you play Intermission, the DLC, she's been off doing her own things with Materia and they've referenced that. You've got Colonel Mustard. What's his name? I
can't remember his name.
I can't think of his name right now.
I always call him Colonel Mustard.
Yeah, but he's like over the space program and something like that. But we have moments with him throughout the game too. And they all have their unique things. And Reeves is the only one who kind of questions or pushbacks. So maybe does he say, I need your loyalty after Reeves talks to him?
Yes.
So maybe that's like the only one that questioned him is Reeves. So maybe he's like, and I need you guys.
Oh, you know what? Maybe that's what the writers actually intended.
Maybe that's what they were talking about.
Maybe the whole point is Rufus is suspicious of Reeve or something. And that whole conversation of that whole statement was directed at him, but he says it to the room.
Yeah.
That could be it.
Maybe.
That's an interesting thought.
Yeah, because if you think about it, that inner circle, like whatever their roles are, sort of failed, right? With the father getting assassinated like that. So like, he may suspect that either one or more of them are in on some kind of plot.
Sure.
Right? So who knows?
Interesting. Anyway, I thought that was an interesting scene. It says a lot about the weapons. It shows Hojo and a lot of like creepiness that he's just the creepiest, grossest thing. And
he just gets up like,
I must take the weapons, you know, like, he's such a trope, but he's very interesting as well.
Yeah.
So after that scene, then we go to another scene, and this one cuts over to Midgar, and it's with Zack. Now, we haven't seen Zack since the very beginning of the game, when he ran through Shinra troopers to rescue an unconscious Aerith from a crashed helicopter. You remember when he was running and the soldiers were like, hey, that guy's got a buster sword or something like, do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
He's got a buster sword.
I was like, oh, they all know what the sword is called, huh?
Yep.
Interesting. But he rescues Aerith. And that was a pretty major sign right at the beginning of this game that made it evident that Rebirth is going to carve kind of its own path, right? Because nobody knew what the heck was going on. This Zack stuff didn't and doesn't make any sense because for whoever played Crisis Core, and this is a spoiler for that game, Zack dies, saving Cloud's life at the end of that game, right? So he dies. He risks his life and he heroically basically gives his life to save Cloud, which, by the way, I actually really love the way that Zack is written in Crisis Core.
Yeah.
He's legitimately heroic. He's self-sacrificing. At the same time, he's like really fun-loving. He's relatable as a human. I just think he's really well written in Crisis Core.
Hello to you too.
But in Crisis Core, where the ending of that game is the beginning of Final Fantasy VII, again, Zack dies and Cloud lives on. But then here in Rebirth, or so it seems, he's not dead. So this Zack survival mystery was actually first revealed at the end of Remake, if you remember, because after we finish off the end boss, then suddenly we see this cutscene of Zack walking into Midgar with Cloud in tow. And we're all like, so those of us who know the original 7 story or who know Crisis Core or both, we're like, what is happening? Zack is alive, like, or something equivalent to it, which could be cool or it could be lame depending on how it's done. And then we start asking a bunch of other questions, like, are these parallel universes? Which, if that's the case, boo.
Well, I think that is the case.
It might be the case, but let's talk about it because we see more of this in the future and I don't want to give too much away, but my opinion with these parallel universe ideas. So multiple parallel universes, for me, this is my personal opinion and you may disagree, they're cop-out to me because it instantly lowers the stakes in every story, right? Because, a character died. Oh, it doesn't matter because he's alive in a parallel universe, or a parallel dimension or whatever. So when you write a story so that there are virtually unlimited parallel stories of the same characters that are happening at the same time, I just throw my hands up because not only is it confusing and hard to keep track of, but it cheapens every character moment, every decision. And I hate that. You guys, stories are so much better when moments carry as much impact as they possibly can. They maximize the impact with each action, right? And the impact is simply dissipated with multiple dimensions or parallel universes or whatever. And the only films that I've enjoyed that really do a good job with the parallel universe thing are like comic book stories sometimes, not even all the time, but when they're not like taking themselves too seriously, and that's kind of part of the joke.
Yeah, because you're already not as bought in.
Right.
Yeah, you're just kind of like, okay, it's comic books, like, you get attached to them.
Didn't Into the Spider-Verse do that?
Spider-Verse does it, but they do it well.
How many more spider people are there?
Save it for Comic-Con.
They brought in all the other characters.
This is an unpopular opinion, but like Into the Spider-Verse is like one of my favorite movies ever. It's super good, yeah.
I think it's a great movie.
Yeah, they bring in like noir Spider-Man and like the pig Spider-Man.
Yeah, and it's ridiculous.
The anime girl, like all that stuff.
But it's meant to be kind of a joke.
Like, yeah, but the whole point is they go back to their timelines, which are not connected, right? And so the stakes change there.
Yeah.
Whereas like the next one, then they just go ham on it and there's all these different dimensions and it's like you're kind of losing the plot a little bit.
It's too much.
There's a third one, but I agree.
But then the only other time that worked was the live action Spider-Man with...
You're talking about Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield and Tom Holland, the three of them.
Yeah, where the three of them come together.
We can't do that, so naturally we're curious as to how your web situation works. That's all.
But if it's personal, I don't want to like pry, but I just think it's cool.
I wish I could tell you, but it's like I don't do it. Like I don't do breathing. Like breathing just happens.
Whoa.
And that's because it's not meant to be taken too seriously and they limit it still, and it's still everything's happening in one dimension, in one like universe instead of like all these other ones, right? So that one kind of worked for me as well because the joke payoff and having the three actors together was kind of worth it for the entertainment sake of the movie.
Right.
But I almost always, when I see parallel universes, parallel dimensions, whatever, I don't like it. I never am as invested in this story. The endings never matter as much to me, and they're confusing.
And it's definitely what I would consider anti-JRPG, right?
Oh, really? Is this not like a JRPG? I guess Final Fantasy hasn't done this, but I didn't know about others.
Maybe there's other JRPGs where they had multiverses or parallel universes, but
they have like Dark World and Light World stuff.
But generally with JRPGs, it's like at a certain point, there is a loss that has to happen or many losses, right? And those losses are final.
And they're impactful because they're final.
That adds to the gravity of the story, right? And so like, I question that too with Remake. Like, is it in fact a parallel universe thing or is it something else entirely, right? And so when you delve into the whole like concept of psychosis, like I could see a scenario where it's not a matter of like multiple timelines or different universes. It's actually like a mental construct.
okay, see, I'm interested in that idea, but then where would like this Zack thing be happening? In whose mind?
Hard to know. It could be happening in Aerith's mind. It could be happening.
But she's not the one suffering psychosis.
It could be in Cloud's mind.
But he doesn't know what's happening in that world. It's only Aerith who seems to know.
Who knows?
I think this is interesting, but I think you guys need to get over it. It's a parallel universe story.
You just need to get over this.
I don't think I'm going to get over it. Okay, I'm bummed about it because I'm afraid that there's no way they can make the ending good.
Sure.
Because of it.
But like, we knew that this was a parallel universe story at the end of Remake, right?
We suspected. We weren't for sure.
No, I mean, it's pretty heavy. If you've played Crisis Core and like we talked about spoilers, right? Zack lives at the end of Remake.
Right, but then...
And then it shows Zack carrying Cloud's body as Cloud and Aerith pass each other.
Right.
They literally pass each other.
And to me, I just didn't know what that was, because I was just like, what's happening?
They're alternate dimensions because they can't see each other, but they're literally happening at the same time.
They're definitely alluding to that.
So, like, yes, I just want to, like, reaffirm, like, you got to get over it because that's what's happening. But then at the same time, like...
I can't. I mustn't. I will not.
Well, hang on. The reason the Back to the Future movies are great is because they happen in the same universe, right? Like
exactly. And those are alternate timelines that splinter from one point.
But they're happening in the same place. If Marty McFly dies in the future, then he vanishes in the past, right? So he's like gone. So the stakes are still there. But like alternate dimensions are kind of have a thing. Like if Marty McFly dies in this one, there's an infinite number of dimensions where Marty's fine, right?
No stakes.
So they're kind of going around with these two things. And I don't like the no stakes things either. That bugs me.
Yeah, I wonder if it's something different though, because like maybe it's not parallel universe, and this is why we don't know yet, right?
But then what is it?
Maybe it's something different. Like for example, Sephiroth has the ability to move between these things, right?
Yes.
And so maybe it's not a matter of a parallel universe, but maybe Sephiroth has actually bent time itself. So while these are part of the same timeline, but he's bent it like a mirror, right? And maybe his ultimate goal is to collapse a portion of that timeline for whatever nefarious purpose he has.
I don't want to give away the story because you haven't finished it, Ernest, but like they reference this later on in other chapters and they talk about the reunion, like the converging of worlds. Like this is something that Sephiroth is doing, and I won't talk about it much here. So like, I'm just saying, like, I agree with Jolie. At this point in the story, it's kind of frustrating because this is the first time we see Zack. It's like the promise of Zack coming back was awesome because Zack was such a...
He's like, this is Zack!
He's alive! That's amazing! Zack. And then the first thing we do when the game starts, we're playing as Zack. That's the guy with the Buster Sword. And like the entire party dies. Like Red is in a helicopter, all that stuff happens.
Yeah.
And then
I'm like, wait a minute.
He picks up Aerith and saves her and then like carries Cloud back too. So he has Aerith and Cloud. And that's what we get to at this point. So this flashback is Zack is like holed up in the slums of Midgar, and he's got like Aerith and Cloud that are passed out because like Zack and Aerith, they dated in Crisis Core, so he knows who like what's her name? Is it Elmyra? Yeah. Anyway, I'll let you continue on the story, but this is like when she gets brought in and stuff, and he's like talking to her. But my question here is like she references Cloud like as if she knows who Cloud is.
Oh.
But if Cloud's coming too, you'll just have to carry him.
In the other timeline or in the other universe, she says Cloud has been spending time with Aerith and her house to this point because that's happened in Remake, right? And she's like, she references Cloud, she says his name, but they shouldn't know each other in this.
But maybe
there's some shenanigans going on here.
Okay, so this is the thing. Like the only way I can see this working is if there was a point where somebody split it into like timelines or worlds or something, and they all have to kind of unfold at the same time, but then they come back together into a single.
That could be cool.
That's the only way this is going to work to me.
That's what I think Sephiroth is doing, right? Because
to be honest with you, I don't know that it's Sephiroth that did it.
Well, it's us when we destroyed Fate.
Right, but it could have been, and I'll talk about this in just a second, actually. I'm just expressing my concerns.
Totally.
That when you have infinite characters and infinite timelines, nothing has impact, and it's lame.
And nothing matters.
Mm-hmm. It's lame. Especially because like the reason that 7 original was so impactful is because there were moments in that game that were final, that nobody expected, that had huge impact and affected the rest of the game like crazy, right?
Sure.
So that's one of the main reasons why 7 original is so good. If they eliminate the reason why 7 was good when they do Rebirth and they're not able to tie it all back together, it's going to be lame.
Yeah, but you can't do that though.
Why?
Because you're saying this needs to be a remake of those old games.
No, I'm not.
No.
It could go totally different directions.
But the cool thing about this remake trilogy is that it's not the original game. It's a different sequence of events.
But if you're going to change the game, which they should,
Yes.
and a lot of the changes are good, the changes have to be better than the original.
Well, I understand.
You can't change it just to make it suck.
Yes,
more,
I agree.
you know?
Like, they still need to have a conclusion. They need to answer all our questions, right? Like,
Yeah.
they're promising.
They promised.
I totally agree with you. So, like,
But they got a tie bone in it, which means there has to be a finality.
right.
Like
But
a-
you can't compare the original Final Fantasy VII to this game because they're different. It's a remake in name only.
I get you.
Right.
And I'm okay with it being different. But what I'm saying is it can't suck.
Totally. I agree.
And I'm worried it's going to suck.
I have major concerns about what they're doing here because it does feel like it's that infinite timeline scenario.
Yeah, it does.
But I like the idea of it like, okay, at the end of remake, it's the same game, right?
Yeah.
But then you kill Fate, and then all of a sudden, like, the whispers and all the things.
And then it's different.
It's different, right?
And that's cool.
It's like you've changed something. Zack lives, something's happening, some shenanigans are happening. I don't care if they live in that space for a little bit, if they tie it back up and there is a single final consequence. I don't even want there to be two happy worlds. I don't want it to be like,
Right, me neither.
Zack is
I want one.
fine here.
You got to bring them all back together, merge them.
Yeah, if Zack is fine in one time, but then like it's the other time.
Maybe that's the reunion, you know?
Yeah, like I want it to, like, the stakes to happen to everybody.
Yeah, but they need to make it clear. They got to add clarity to this whole thing.
Oh yeah, make it make sense.
And then they just have to make it a final ending that works, you know? And
Yeah.
ideally would have one character for each person.
Well, the story's already been written at this point, so we're arguing the.
I hope.
No, it's done. I mean, I'm sure this thing is like in production already. Like it's done.
It is in production, actually, but
Yeah.
that doesn't matter. It better not suck. Like, I'm not here to convince them. I know that they've already decided, but
Yeah.
if it sucks, that doesn't mean I'm going to be happy about it.
I'm not a fan of the multiple universe thing at all, and I don't want that. But I would actually love it if it was more of one of those things where Sephiroth, by some power or something that he discovered, was able to actually not fracture the timeline, but warp it. And we're unwinding it as we go through it, and then it ends up in a certain spot.
That's possible. But again, that's really hard to show an audience, right? So they're going to have to, if they go that way, they just got to make it real crystal clear. The other thing that I'll say, and then I'll get back to what the scene actually is, because I'm really passionate about this, you guys. I care.
I have theories too, yeah.
The other thing that I'll say about this is that, like, there's a difference between splitting into two parallel universes and splitting into like infinite or tons of them. And again, the more you split, the less impact a single timeline will have.
Yeah.
And at this point, we're thinking, oh, it might be two,
At this point.
right? And I'm like, okay, I can go on that ride, maybe, even though I'm not a huge fan about it.
Sure.
I won't give anything away, but down in the future, I'm concerned that it's not just two. Like, it's
But
like,
see,
no.
there's like this obsession with being like correct with physics. Because the theory of, alternate dimensions actually is real. Like,
Oh yeah, I don't.
so they'll be like, well, you can't just have two alternate timelines. They have to have infinite numbers. So it's
Oh,
like,
come on. You can't have two either. So shut up.
yeah, I'm like, who cares? Just make it Back to the Future. Everyone loves Back to the Future.
See, and I was hoping it was going to be something more like that. But anyway.
Me too.
So back to this scene, right? We'll have plenty of episodes to talk about this theory, right? But back to the scene. So Zack is in an abandoned house in the Sector 5 Undercity.
Yes, yeah.
And he's with Aerith's mom, or adopted mom, I should say, Elmyra, who is a pretty good voice actor, by the way. I'll have to cover her in more detail later.
Zack's not very good.
I know.
Sorry. I don't think Zack's a good voice actor.
Man, Spencer is throwing him under the bus.
I'm sorry. He did fine.
He's okay.
Wait. I'm not the expert here, but I feel like they picked Zack for his timbre and upbeat attitude.
That's
but
100%
then
it.
But then when it comes to the authentic scenes, I'm just
Authenticity.
like, why are you just talking to me like you're an old chipper fella when it's like the sky's on fire?
Yeah, I have avoided talking about that because I don't want to accept it because I love Zack as a character, but
I don't like him.
You're right.
And it's like, so if you have issues with like Tifa and stuff like that, I have issues with Zack. So yeah, it's
Now slow down. I've been to your place. Shinra's got it staked out.
But they've been dropping a bunch of hints along the way, right? Like there was that whole discussion with Tifa of like, well, you weren't there, or like there's clearly a misremembering.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of questions around, was Tifa actually there when Sephiroth sliced Tifa
Oh, yeah.
in Nibelheim, or was that not actually a thing that happened, or did it happen to someone or something else?
Right.
So there's questions there that they haven't answered.
And Sephiroth's trying to like make Cloud think that he's wrong.
You know that I killed her. So, who is she? Or rather, what is she?
he continues to try to mess with his brain that way later in this chapter too, which we'll get to. So yeah, there's tons of questions. Does anybody know the answers? Because we've done 2 out of 3 and I'm confused.
Well, this is the first time that Zack comes back in this game. And so obviously we're rambling, we're talking a lot about it, but this is where we want answers.
This is the moment.
But it's just making more questions.
Exactly. And that's interesting too, because we saw Zack at the end of Remake. We saw Zack at the very beginning of this game. And then we haven't seen Zack. We've kind of forgotten about that whole scenario.
Yeah, the game is playing out
for 7 chapters or 6 chapters.
Yeah, the same events that happened in the original.
Right. And then now this is the first time we're going back to whatever that was, that universe or whatever. And now Elmyra comes to this abandoned house in the Undercity of Sector 5, and she's basically determined to take Aerith home. And that's when we see that Aerith is unconscious. And it was kind of unclear if she was unconscious or dead, because the rest of the party looked dead. So I was like, she dead, you know? But apparently she's just unconscious, and she's in like a bed in this house, and she's next to also, I guess, an unconscious Cloud. And Cloud is unconscious because of the events that unfolded
in Crisis Core.
In Crisis Core, we're like,
he carried him to this Midgar.
Yeah, but I mean, in Crisis Core, Zack dies, and Cloud manages to get himself up and walk to Midgar.
Right.
But apparently, in this situation, Zack survives and carries Cloud, who's still unconscious, never woke up, I guess, and takes him to this house, right? And there's a couple things of note about this scene. So first, I think it's interesting that Elmyra doesn't seem to really trust Zack, and she almost like berates him for not taking care of Aerith.
And I can't leave her with you.
Of course you can. Just look at Cloud. I've been taking care of...
No, you haven't. Look at the state you've left her in. You didn't even wipe her face, for goodness sake.
Which I think he's done a pretty good job. I mean, he risked his life.
Doesn't he even say, like, she's okay, she's upstairs?
Yeah,
and then she's like, look at her face. You didn't even wipe it off.
And it like goes to her face, and she's like completely beautiful. Like, no marks on her and all, you know. Yeah, it's so funny. But, and I mean, I think the reason that Elmyra even knew that Aerith was in this house is because Zack wrote to Elmyra like a letter and told her that.
Your note had me worried, and now that I'm here, I can see that I was right to be concerned.
So, like, I think that's pretty responsible.
He's like a fugitive.
Right. Even as a fugitive, he has the thought, like, I should let her mother know. Like, that's real good, Zack. Good job, Zack. I would like you.
She was a little too intense.
Too intense.
I mean, she's worried because she sees her
and she's a mother.
Daughter there. Like,
she has a right to be concerned or panicked even. So, you know, not judging her too harshly. It just caught my attention.
That was a little unfair to Zack.
Right. And then second, so Spencer, you touched on this in chapter 6.
Mm-hmm.
We also see Aerith's materia lying on the table next to her ribbon, right? And this is the materia that was given to her by her biological mother, who was a Cetra, and she always wears it apparently tucked up in a ribbon in her hair, which, by the way, as someone who has messed with ribbons and has long hair, that would be so hard to tuck a spear into your hair with a ribbon and leave it
Materia makes no sense.
No, it doesn't.
Like, it can be this big and then all of a sudden it goes really small into a sword.
Oh, that's true. Like in the weapons, it's like these teeny tiny things.
Or they put it in a little glove, but then they hold it. Then
it's like,
the first time we see Materia, Jesse's holding it in Remake, and she's like, here, Cloud, you know, and it's like the size of her fist.
I mean, maybe they can be different sizes because the whale has the big materia belly or something. I don't know.
And like Yuffie wants that materia. I'm like, what are you going to do with that giant materia?
I know. She can't even carry it, right? Like, she has to roll it.
I know. I don't know what she's going to do.
I'll be back for you soon.
So Aerith mentions this materia when she encounters Cloud in the church in Remake.
I've got one too.
And if you don't know what she's talking about, by the way, you're like, what are you talking about? Because she kind of points to the back of her head and says something like, I've got one too, but you can't see anything because I don't know how she hid it in her hair, but whatever. That's fine, whatever.
When she has the pink bow, just know that she has it.
She has the bow, so that's like, you know, it's assumed that it's in her hair or whatever. And then we see it fall out of her hair when Zack rescues her at the beginning of Rebirth, right? But then most recently in Costa del Sol, Aerith shows the materia to Red and it's no longer white. It's clear. The other times it was white. But here in the room, when she's unconscious, it's white again. So the only time it's clear is in like the timeline or whatever that we're playing.
Right.
right? So it's white in these other timelines. So this is making us ask even more questions, right? Questions that need answers in that third installment. And then Elmyra puts Aerith in a wheelchair and Zack carries Cloud on his back and they venture toward Elmyra's home. And Zack asks Elmyra what happened to Midgar because he's been gone for like 7 months, I think. Might even be longer than that. Maybe it's 7 years. I think it's months. And Elmyra tells him that the people think the world is ending. And then we look to the sky. We see this ominous sky overhead that looks really apocalyptic, like kind of split.
Yeah, like there's a big tear.
Yeah,
in the
like
sky,
a tear in it or something.
But it's like light.
Yeah. And so it's all kind of leading us to believe that this is that parallel timeline or dimension, right? And in the timeline we're playing in most of the game, the skies look normal. Aerith and Cloud are both conscious. The party is alive and progressing across the world. We haven't actually seen Zack, so we're assuming he actually did die trying to save Cloud. And then Aerith's materia is clear instead of white. These are like big differences.
Yeah.
And in Zack's timeline or dimension or whatever, Zack is alive and has brought an unconscious Cloud to Midgar. Aerith is also unconscious while the rest of the party is dead, I guess, we think. The sky is ominous, hinting the world really might be ending, and Aerith's materia is white. So I say, what the heck is going on? And I've already emphasized that. I just have so many questions, concerns, and complaints about what appears to be this parallel universe approach. But we'll talk about it more as the game goes. And again, I want to emphasize, like, I'm a huge Final Fantasy fan. I spend all my time editing the B-roll for this podcast. That's like what I do aside from like raising my children and working my job. And then there's this, right? I want them to succeed. I want the ending to just blow our minds. I want the game to be better than any human's expectations, like they said it would.
We will exceed all your expectations.
Yeah, I want that. I'm just worried they can't do it with all of the things they're introducing. That doesn't mean they can't. I could totally be wrong.
Sure.
But as a writer, I'm looking at this and I'm like, how are they going to tie this all up in a satisfactory way?
I think they can do it. I think there's a lot of ways they could do it, right? Like, I mean, just look at modern stuff like Stranger Things.
You're going to love the ending no matter what it is.
Well, I might.
It could be a big bowl of crap and you'll be like, that was the best ending.
I mean, they could be like, I mean, look at Stranger Things, right? Where you have like the concept of the upside down, right? Where it is the same universe, but you're in like a mirror image of it, right?
I like that thought.
That's kind of a good idea, though. I like that.
There's a lot of stuff they could do. And for all we know, I don't think they did this, but I would love to believe that they went to Hideo Kojima and said, help us design this thing.
Who's Hideo Kojima?
Dude, whatever. Do not talk about Hideo Kojima.
Who is
He's
that?
the most batshit weird creator that exists.
Who is he?
Oh, he's the guy that did Metal Gear and he did Death
Stranding. Yep.
I have issues with Hideo Kojima. Yeah, if they went to him, it would be crazy and cool, but it wouldn't make any sense.
See, I think it's got to make sense for me.
He's a master at telling like these incredibly weird things.
But do they actually make sense, or do people just like it because?
I think they like it because
I feel like sometimes people just take writers and creators as like, oh, well, everything was deliberate, therefore everything was good. That doesn't make something good, you know?
He's like the video game like auteur. He's like this guy that people love, and he like is doing all these projects. He loves film. He loves Hollywood celebrities. And he's like this weird, people like love his stuff because Metal Gear is an awesome series. But the story wise, like I would not give him the writing chops that people think he has.
Interesting.
I don't know. Death Stranding was pretty good, but
it's cool. It's still weird.
Ambiguity is the enemy of storytelling.
But I get you, Ernest. Like, I'm not trying to mock you. I'm just saying, like, yeah, I think Ernest is onto something with, like, the mirrored dimensions where things are happening. I still think that they're connected, right? Like, this is the cool stuff, and I won't go into it, but I have theories like this, and I think Ernest is onto something because if it's just, like, alternate dimensions and people are happy in one and not happy in another, like that's stupid. But if like the choices that you make in every single thing affects the other people, then it's like the stakes are still there because they're connected in some way. And I'm hoping that's what they do. But yes, basically this scene just adds more questions and it's cool because it's raising the stakes. It's like world endings.
And it's by design. That's what I was going to say. That's the point of it, to get people just completely like riled up and like, what is going on here? And
sure. But if they keep riling us up, giving us more questions and not answering it, then we just get nervous that they're not going to stick the landing.
And they want that.
I know.
But okay, so Ernest always takes the side of the writers, which I think is actually sweet. And I'm sorry I ream you so hard, Ernest, about that.
It's okay.
Because
someone's got to defend them because everybody else isn't.
No, I think it's great. I think it's good that you do because I guess since I've worked in the entertainment industry for so long, in the filmmaking industry, I have seen so many decisions made that I don't think made the creative project better in the end. So I have less faith in the creators to do such a perfect job. So I question decision making. It's not like I'm questioning that they did it on purpose. I'm questioning whether or not that decision to do that on purpose was the best decision.
I'm going to make a prediction for the third installment of the series now. And that is that for the first at least half of it, if not 3/4 of it,
I'm going to be pissed.
all of us are going to be pissed because the writers are going to purposely take us into the most depressive state that you could possibly be playing a game.
And then they're going to end the game, just like they did with 16.
And then that last half or that last quarter of it is just going to be a roller coaster and we're not going to be able to even handle it. And at the end, we're just going to be like, what the hell was that? And just shocked.
Do you think that we'll be satisfied at the end?
Look, I think we will be, but that's only because I'm looking at everything they're saying and I'm sitting here and I'm like, the Japanese people in general are a very conservative and humble people.
Sure.
So when you see these kind of things, it's like, this is out of character.
You mean like them saying that it's going to be the best game ever made?
Exactly. Like it's either hubris or it's an incredible confidence, right?
That's fair.
Fair-ish.
In other words, they've already written the end and they know, and they're like, you all have no idea.
But how often have you seen them be confident in something that sucks? Or just humans in general be confident in something that then they release and everyone's like, that's not as cool as you thought it was.
Jolie's problem is that her favorite genre of game is JRPG, but JRPG stories are always kind of off the rails.
What's
right?
wrong
Like
with
you always
me?
fight God in the end, and like it kind of doesn't make sense, and you're like, that was a fun adventure.
I'll accept stuff like that. Like you just accept the fantastical elements. It's just like the actual storytelling where
Right. What I'm saying is
they
like
start to not make sense with plot that I'm like, wait a minute.
But you've had a problem with like basically every Final Fantasy game that you played. None of them ever been like, that just tied itself up pretty well, you know? Like Final Fantasy 12 maybe, because it's not like this.
9 was okay in the ending.
Yeah.
10 tied it together, but like
You didn't like the ending.
I just didn't agree. 16 tied it together-ish. No, not really. They left too many questions open at the end with major characters.
I don't know, but if they give me a kaiju fight at the end of the third installment like they did in 16,
Chadley Mecha Robot coming in.
I'm going to be pretty happy about it. That's what I'm looking for. Like,
I think, Ernest, they're going to make you happy. And I think you're going to be pleased with the third installment. And I hope that I am too. But you can bet if I'm not, everyone here's going to hear about it.
oh yeah, I was like, we're not going to hear the end of it. That one's going
But
to
I
be.
still love the journey. I'm enjoying the journey. Maybe that's why I like Final Fantasy, even though they usually piss me off in the ending, is I love the journey. I love the play. I love the characters.
Yeah.
I love the imagination that's put into these worlds and these monsters and even the wardrobes, how you got like one pant leg and then a capri or something, like this, and there's zippers and belts where there don't need to be zippers and belts.
Nomura loves belts.
I love the journey. So even if they blow it in the end, I'm having a great time. I'm glad I'm playing the game. I'm not going to be really pissed. I'll be pissed, but
and you'll hear about it from our channel.
You get it though.
Kill me.
It won't make the whole game or series bad. It'll just make the ending bad, which kind of does deflate a little bit of the rest, but doesn't ruin it.
Well, let me maybe make you feel a little bit better by saying this. So like at the end of this scene when Elmyra, is that her name?
Yeah, Elmyra.
It shows the sky and then it shows the big tear into it. And then it cuts back to Aerith, right? And it goes back to the current timeline that we're now in. That moment is like Aerith is aware of what's happening in both timelines.
Okay, yes. And I have so much to say about that, but go ahead.
Okay, but this is cool. Like she knows, she's aware of what's happening in both timelines. But her body's like passed out, in one of them. And it has the white materia that's still there.
And I suspect the reason is because she, much like Sephiroth and potentially Cloud, actually span the timelines.
Yeah.
Well, so I had the same thought on that, actually. That could be the case. But that only works with 2 timelines.
No, she can be interdimensional. She's a Cetra. She's an
ancient. She's all powerful, essentially.
So if there's 30 dimensions, She's unconscious in all except one.
Who knows? It doesn't matter. These are the two consequential
Interesting.
timelines, right, that are happening.
That'd be interesting.
But I'm just saying, I think she's aware of the splitting apart and then the worlds reuniting. Like, she knows Sephiroth's plan, and that's apparent at the end of Remake when she's like, hey, if we pass through this portal or whatever, it's gonna shake things up.
I know that together we can do this. But if we do, we'll be changing more than fate itself. If we succeed, if we win, we'll be changing ourselves.
And then throughout all of Rebirth, she still goes along with the party, but she has moments like on the beach when she's talking about like, my future self, you're gonna love her.
I'll be counting on you.
Good.
Not you. That was to her, my future self. Can't say when you'll meet, but trust me, you'll love her.
She's always referencing, like, she's totally aware of everything that's happening right now.
Not totally, but like she's aware.
She's becoming aware.
I think she's still figuring out. Yeah, she's becoming aware, like Ernest says.
But she also does talk to Red how she's forgotten a lot of her memories.
Oh, that's right. She does say that.
When her materia is clear.
Materia is formed from the life stream itself. Orbs infused with knowledge, memories.
The whispers. They took all that from mine?
These memories were precious?
Yes. Extremely.
I think that's exactly what's happening, is that she is, for lack of a better phrase, waking up. She's becoming aware of what's actually going on.
Yeah, I think that's true. And I don't have a problem with that. And going back to what you're, like, the scene that you're talking about.
Yeah.
So we saw the Zack scene, and then we go back to, like, current day, our party that we're used to, like Aerith, Cloud, and Red, after having fought the Valkyrie thing. And this is when I actually do start appreciating what's going on, right? So when we left Zack, he was looking at the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that, right? And then we return to Aerith, and where is she looking?
Oh, this guy.
She's looking at the sky, and she asks which way Midgar is.
Which way do you think Midgar is?
It would be east of here. That way.
I wonder how my mom's doing back there.
She seemed fine when I saw her. Maybe a little worried.
She's gonna hate me for this.
Talk to her as soon as you get home. She'll understand.
Really looking forward to that conversation.
And on the surface of those moments, if you're not paying close attention, it seems like this is a scene about Aerith just being a little concerned about her mother's well-being back in Midgar, which would make sense, right? Because Aerith loves her mom, and it would totally be normal for her to express concerns. So that all makes sense on the surface. But if you look deeper at this scene, what I think it's really about is the subtext, which is saying a lot more. And for those who aren't familiar, subtext is basically implicit, unspoken, real meaning behind someone's words. So they're not saying the thing that they're actually meaning. They're saying different words than the real meaning. And it's actually really hard to write subtext, but it makes dialogue in writing so much better if you can do it. So I saw some of that here, which was impressive. So for example, she's gonna hate me for this. It seems like she's talking about how her mom is going to hate how, Aerith just left home to take on this, like...
She went with Cloud when she said she would.
Adventure across the world, yeah. And that's what this, and she's going to hate me for this, seems to mean on the surface. But if you look deeper, I would argue that the word this doesn't just mean like a dangerous adventure around the world with this Cloud guy. I think that this meant that Aerith somehow deliberately did or knows or something is actively involved in this like split timeline or dimensions thing. Like she's involved in it on purpose or navigating it on purpose, and that she might at least be partially responsible for these parallel universes, or at least what's unfolding in them if she didn't split them herself, right?
I thought the same thing along those lines, that she's realizing what the actual situation is. But I also think there was a subtext there that while Cloud is talking about her mother back in Midgar, she's actually talking about her biological mother.
Oh, okay. I didn't think about that.
Oh, interesting.
And she knows that at some point the reunification is going to happen, right? Because her mother's an ancient, she's an ancient.
You know what? That could be the case. I didn't even think about that. I have to go back and look at the dialogue, but you're right. You could.
Well, because it all fits together, right? Like
does she say Elmyra or does she say mother?
She's like one person having two conversations simultaneously, right? And that's kind of a theme that's going on here, like this split in worlds, right? Like she's waking up and she's also accepting her purpose and her role in this story.
I hear you, Ernest. I think she's not only waking up, I think she's the architect of what's happening, right?
Because when she says she's going to hate me for this.
Right.
It's like that makes it feel like she deliberately did something.
But I think she's waking up and she's also orchestrating a lot of stuff because she's waking up like in chapter 6 when she's like, I don't have a lot of my memories are gone, right? And Red also kind of experiences this because Red had a bunch of stuff that before they went through the portal of fate or whatever that he kind of knew a lot of stuff too. But what's interesting is the subtext is really good here because I kind of see it as, she's going to hate me for this. I'm putting her through all this grief. Like, look at my daughter. She's like passed out. Zack is there with them. And she's like, oh my gosh. But she's purposefully choosing not to wake up because she can't wake up. She has to be with Cloud through this whole thing.
She has to complete her mission in this timeline. That's cool.
And also the writers show us that Cloud is not aware because they're both unconscious in one timeline. Who's aware? Aerith.
Aerith is.
Cloud's like, they make it a point to be like, just say hi to her when you get back. Cloud has no idea what's happening. Whereas the Cetra, the Ancient, is totally aware of what's happening.
So then I'm going to make a call and say that Aerith in the end is going to choose to stay in the timeline with Zack, and Cloud will be in our timeline.
It's possible.
With Tifa.
That's like, if you watch Advent Children, that's kind of what they choose to do.
Oh, and they haven't decanonized that either.
Yeah, that's like, Aerith is with Zack. And
I need to decanonize that whole thing. So bad.
The thing that I also thought about with all this is like, it is a common trope in Japanese like kaiju movies where there's like a villain and enemy one, and then almost inevitably there's the hero one, right? And usually that's like a dormant thing that's asleep somewhere. This is like where Godzilla comes from, right? He's dormant asleep, and then whenever the Earth is threatened, he comes up to fight.
That's the weapons.
Yeah. So it makes sense, like, especially in this chapter when they're talking about the weapons, and then we find out why these things are all of a sudden having these energy spikes and why they exist. Mm-hmm. It all ties together to the fact that she is probably Godzilla in this context, right? And she's awakening to that role.
Yeah. Like she's like the sleeping monster that saves,
Whereas Sephiroth is on the other side of that equation.
Okay. That could totally be it. I just can't get the image of like Aerith compared to Godzilla.
I get what you're saying, Ernest. I get what you're saying.
But no. I'm not saying I disagree in concept. I just,
Give me the kaiju fight.
You'll have your kaiju fight. Don't worry.
So this is the stuff that I actually like. Anytime you can have like deeper subtext in the real meaning behind a conversation, right? It's really good writing. I could be wrong about my assumptions, but I think this stuff is interesting. It's bringing up some interesting conversations. And I didn't really consider the idea that there could be, like if there's 30 or 100 dimensions or timelines, that Aerith is only conscious and alive and moving in one of them. And Cloud is too. That makes it more interesting and could still...
It's like she has to choose.
That could still carry impact as well, right? So
see, that's a good point like Spencer's making. If that's the case, and she has to choose, just like Sephiroth can move between them and has to choose, then that's kind of hinting towards like, okay, it seems like the overarching theme here is choice, right? And so now that respins the entire perspective on this entire series, right? Because if that's the thing, if the whole core of the story here is choice, man, that's heavy. And there's so much they can do with that.
Sure, like letting you choose to be with Zack or Cloud or...
I don't think that... Well, I always disagree with Ernest. And then I go back and edit and I'm like, I'm so mean to Ernest.
It is the most fundamental human quality and the thing that differentiates us from almost anything else.
There is definitely big choice in here. I guess the theme for me is more of like the greatest good for the greatest number of people.
Jolie's like, I wish they would have made the choice to write this better. That's what I want to know about the choice.
I don't know how it ends yet, right? So it could end great.
But she is making a choice, right? She's like, she's going to hate me for this.
She's making choice is definitely a part, like a means to the end. I just don't know that it's the overarching thing. But
sure.
I see what you're saying. It's definitely a big player. And I'm so like, I don't want to be, like I said, every time I edit, I'm like, I disagree with Ernest on everything he says.
But no, listen. Our viewers love that.
Ernest represents a portion of the viewers.
Yes.
And you represent a portion.
Because you can clearly see it in the comments. They're like, well, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
I represent maybe 2 people that wouldn't be like left.
Whatever.
And then the other half is like, she has no idea what she's talking about. So like,
that's true.
And that controversy drives engagement. So
okay, well, I'm not gonna stop.
That's okay.
I'm just trying to be nicer about it because I feel like I'm being
You're not mean to Ernest. It's okay.
I feel mean.
Wait till we get to the last episode of the last thing.
Yeah.
That's the one everybody's going to be waiting for. They're like, she's going to drop the bomb on this one. Watch.
I'm gonna like say so many swears and I don't swear. Well,
just beep, 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 beep. That's all you're going to do.
Yeah, just the bleep button. Okay, so let's go back to the story here. I'm glad this is a good conversation, actually, because you brought up a lot of good points that I'm really going to consider, because I think maybe I was just so mad that it was in multi-dimensions. I was like, this is stupid. There's no saving it.
Yeah, that does bum me out. And it might be that way and I'll be mad.
It might be, but they could redeem it.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm not going to get my hopes up.
They have to. I don't think they have a choice. Like, so much is riding on this series because of the lackluster performance, right? Overall of the last couple of years.
Well, they only released it on PS5.
Xbox will have it soon. It's okay.
My voice is getting higher.
Nobody buys the Xboxes anyway. People have
there's PC, though. I mean, we're recording this on PCs. Okay, so from there, back in the game, we walk up some steps, and that's when we find Yuffie, right? And the group is there. They're flagging us down.
We reunite, yeah.
We reunite. We can customize our party again, right? Mm-hmm. At least for a little bit.
So how'd recon go?
All clear. No nasty surprises, and no materia.
We managed to catch her before she could get as far as the reactor.
Which is the whole reason we're here.
And then we continue forward down the rocky slope of the mountain. So apparently we've gotten over the hump of the mountain, the peak, I guess. And then as we're walking down, we can see this destroyed Corel reactor below. And I think the reactor looks really cool.
Yeah, I do too.
Oh, yeah.
With this like green Mako surrounded by like debris. And Final Fantasy always does such a good job with like making these like imaginary settings visually come to life on the screen.
Shinra HQ. Best thing in the entire game thus far.
Oh, that's right. I asked Ernest what the best part of Remake was, and he said the Shinra building. He loves, and like literally loves the Shinra building. I love that you love the Shinra building.
That thing is
best.
awesome, man. I love it.
We don't need to go off on this, but this is something I have a problem with. Like, you literally, the helicopter just flew down, and you just fought this giant Machina monster with like flame and bullets going everywhere. You walk up like 5 steps, and then Yuffie, and they're all at the top of the steps. They're like, hey guys, what you been doing? You didn't see that giant Machina battle from I think you can even go around the corner and look down at the helipad, and I'm like, so you guys were just like hanging out and letting us fight it? Cool. Anyway, very funny.
They were just having a conversation. There's
So
like
dumb.
flames coming out behind them, and like
That was kind of silly,
seriously.
but the reactor looks cool.
Yes. And and just in case you're curious, so encountering the destroyed reactor on the other side of Mount Corel is something that also happens in the original game as well. So it's much more brief, as you might expect. And I think it actually takes place like at sunset or in the dark or something. So it's a little bit different looking in original 7. And you have random monster encounters along the way, like while you're at the reactor and like going down toward it, which they spare you from in Rebirth, at least at this point, right? We're just walking, I think. So while Rebirth, again, is carving its own path in many ways, it's also trying to pay homage and stick to the main progression of scenes, tentatively at least, from the original game where they can. Now, once we arrive at the reactor, we have yet another interesting dialogue scene, and this time it's focused around Yuffie. So she sees the Robe guys as like victims of Shinra, and thinking about that propels her memory back to what happened in Wutai, where they were also victims of Shinra in her memory, right? And she actually kind of spews a lot of political details in like a really short amount of time.
How you figure?
When Shinra invaded Wutai, it was pretty bad. They leveled towns, killed thousands. And when the dust settled, they forced some BS truce on us.
I thought both sides wanted a ceasefire.
The old geezers at the top did, yeah. But the rest of us were pissed. They'd been running Wutai into the ground for years. It was the last straw. We were done. Everyone was ready to kick those old farts to the curb. And that's when Colonel Lodbrok's team showed up. 3 ex-soldiers ready to join the cause.
Who'd you say?
Lodbrok. His squad saved Wutai from those senile old fossils, paved the way forward. They didn't do it alone, though. While the Colonel's crew was rallying the people, their friend Viceroy Saruf agreed to help. Then, bam! Revolution! And that is how the interim government was born.
It's almost difficult to keep up with what she's talking about. So the way I gathered, Shinra invades Wutai in the past, kills a bunch of people, and then the elder leaders of Wutai agree to like a ceasefire with Shinra that many of the younger generation of Wutai did not want, which then made the younger generation want to oust the elders who were leading Wutai from their posts. But then Glenn Lodbrok, who, remember, is the guy who confronted Rufus back in Junon before the parade, right? He shows up in Wutai, and together with some friend named Viceroy, I think it's Saruf or something, they rally the younger Wutai people into a revolution that overthrows the elder leaders and installs an interim government. And the idea is that once the war with Shinra is over, Wutai will try to create a permanent independent government. But again, it's a lot of political information, and it's told in such a quick way through like a series of flashbacks. And the flashbacks, you can tell they weren't made for this game primarily. Like, they look like they came from other games, right? Like, it looks like they pulled them from like other content that has to do with the Final Fantasy VII universe, because we've never seen these scenes fold out in this game or remake, but they made them. You know what I mean? It seems like they're cut out.
That was Scarlet, Director of Advanced Weaponry. It was one of her machines that killed Melfi!
Calm down, Sonon. Calm down. Remember, we're here for a reason.
Right, boss. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I was ready to strangle her myself.
Yeah, but we've never seen Wutai either before, so we just wonder what it's like.
Okay, so that's part of what I'm talking about, though. So this actually kind of worries me that the story elements of these flashbacks may have come from like discontinued First Soldier mobile game.
Oh, interesting.
You know what I'm talking about, or something? Because there's cutscenes there. And that those who didn't play that game, or maybe some other lore game before it was canceled or something. So anybody who doesn't play those won't ever see these full scenes in more than just quick flashbacks as we see here. Because at some point, I mean, just like Spencer said, right? We haven't seen anything that makes Wutai feel real.
Yeah.
Other than Yuffie, right? And yet Wutai is verbally referred to frequently rather than visually. Now Wutai, we do get to Wutai in the original game, and it is later.
Okay.
But it seems to be more heavily pushed in the plot lines in Rebirth. So it feels weird that we haven't seen anything from there yet.
Yeah, it just feels like a big MacGuffin to me. Like, I'm like,
Yeah.
the only evidence I have that it exists is obviously Yuffie, and if you play with Sonon from the...
Sonon from Intermission.
And then...
who is also in these flashbacks, too.
Right, but you get these clips, and they wear, like, different armor and stuff, and it's like, okay, they're, like, a different culture, and they don't, like, look like the people of Midgar and the surrounding cities. That's all I know.
Right. And they have, like, distinct naming conventions for their people and stuff like that, right? Like a culture would.
Saruf.
Yeah.
Which is, like, hilarious, because it just sounds like Rufus.
Yeah.
One thing I want to point out, though, is like in that interaction between Barret and Yuffie was interesting, because when she got to the point where she talked about the revolution, Barret interjects like super excitedly.
He's like, yeah.
And he says, revolution, huh?
Revolution, huh? Y'all did good.
And he was like all excited that like she was a revolutionary. And we talked about the kind of their relationship path of the two.
That's a really good point.
That's smart, yeah.
And this is the point where he realizes like, oh, she's one of us.
Yeah, because he's rebelling against the system.
He's the revolutionary, too.
He's the one that's like, you know, Avalanche, this terrorist cell that's fighting back against Shinra.
I breezed right past that. I shouldn't have, because you're totally right. Like, that was a relationship building moment where we should have seen that, like, Barret and Yuffie are getting along, and that Barret accepts Yuffie. That's great.
Cool, yeah. And at the base of the mountain, they were bickering over, like, who's in charge. Yeah, that's cool.
But this whole, like, political conversation, it brings up, again, a lot of questions, right? Like, who is this viceroy? And I get that, like, they want us to wonder that, right? Is that a character that we haven't met yet? Or is that Sephiroth, or is it somebody else? I think it's interesting you said, like, Saruf, it's like Rufus. What if it was Rufus, like in a cave?
That's what I feel like it is.
You know what I mean? Like, what if it was?
Like, I don't believe in Wutai. Is it real? It's all this conspiracy thing. I didn't play the original, so I don't know, you know?
Well, they're doing a lot of stuff that wasn't in the original kind of here. And like, what's going on? So I have big questions around what's going on with Glenn Lodbrok, because
everyone has questions about what's going on with Glenn.
Because Glenn is this guy who supposedly came back and like helped Wutai, but was he this unexplained evil version of Glenn when he started the revolution in Wutai? And it's like this sinister plot like unfolding, or was he the hero version of Glenn who was like legitimately trying to help the people of Wutai? Because remember,
In the flashback, he's the hero when Yuffie's explaining it.
yeah, you would think so, right? But who knows if it wasn't? Maybe it was manipulating or something. Because
Sure.
I've played the Ever Crisis mobile game, and I haven't finished the first soldier story yet because I won't give them any money for microtransactions, and it's kind of halted me a little bit with this one really hard boss. But in that game, it's quite obvious that Glenn is this jovial, like kind of goofy, heroic guy in this story, like a good guy. But then when you go to Rebirth, like back when he was talking to Rufus, he's this dark, seemingly bad guy. So when did that change happen? And if Sephiroth has like taken over Glenn, when did that happen? And how did it happen? Right? Because
They don't tell you.
For me, he's a hero. And then he's this dark guy. There's no answers there. And my concern is that what if they're not planning to answer those questions about Glenn's past because they want to do that in like a side game or a mobile game, or you know what I mean? But I don't like that.
They might.
Don't introduce story
Just
points.
watch the cutscenes online of Ever Crisis.
The way I read it was with like the whole thing about he went over to Wutai and helped the younger people overthrow the elders. Think back a few sections where she explained they were getting abused by Shinra, and then the elders made a deal with Shinra, a truce, to essentially stop the killing, right? And if you think about it, that is the perspective of an older person who says the killing is not worth it. The murders are not worth it. Let's make a truce, right? And then the younger people are like, no, we don't believe that. And so they find this hero or anti-hero to help them overthrow the older generation, right? So now you have these younger people in charge who potentially want revenge against Shinra, right? But there's a truce in place. But what happened just a couple of chapters ago, Rufus fired the cannon, which effectively broke the truce.
Mm-hmm.
So you see where there's like this massive geopolitical machination happening on the back end. And who is the common character in the two of them?
Glenn.
It's Glenn.
Yeah. So it makes me want to know what's going on with Glenn. Like I want to know.
By the way, this is exactly what geopolitics have looked like for thousands of years, right? And so this tracks with what happens in the real world. So yes, and I expect that this will be explained at some point in the future as to how Glenn fits in here, right?
I hope
because
so.
he shows up in both places.
The whole story of Final Fantasy VII is about resources, right? It's about Mako resources. Like
It's all about resources.
Materia. It's
Yeah.
all about resources. This fight. So I don't know what caused the military conflict between Wutai and Shinra.
No, that would be interesting to know though.
Well, maybe they'll tell us later because this
Yeah.
little interaction we're talking about here between Yuffie and Barret is giving us little breadcrumbs, right? Of like what happened and how. But you also have to remember, she's 16 years old. So like what she knows is only what she experienced and what she heard from maybe the last two generations. And if this is one of those things that has been going on for many generations back, she has no concept or context of that, right?
Right.
I think that's the purpose. The writers are using that to like just give us little breadcrumbs along the way.
Yeah.
And then they claim they're going to tie it all together at the end.
I just hope they do. You know, I just want to know more about Glenn without, you know, having to play an external game.
I agree. It should make sense in the main context. Like these are the main games.
Right. You can always do like additional games with lore.
You can have extra stuff.
DLC. You can have that, but that should all be extra.
Yes.
Like it shouldn't actually be part of the plot in a real way.
No required reading for this.
Right.
I think he's just an emissary that's being used to play both sides.
Yeah.
That's what I think is going on here.
But do you think so? He was really good. Now he looks really evil. Do you think it's the same person? Do you think something happened? Do you think when you know what I mean?
More than likely, something catastrophic or traumatic has happened to him, to include the fact that he might have been killed and then been given the ability to be like, quote unquote,
Like come back or something?
eternal.
Okay.
If he would do whatever he was told, probably by Sephiroth, right?
Okay. I'm interested in that.
Who knows?
I thought you were dead.
Then you thought right.
So Yuffie discloses all of this. I remember it's like a drive-by storytelling. You're like, what? But then we officially arrive at the reactor, and that's where we get like a better view of the green Mako stuff below. And then we see a number of Robe guys like slowly walking along the reactor platforms, of course, groaning along the way. And this is where we also encountered dun, 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 my favorite physics. Of chapter 7.
Oh, I was like, the weapon?
Not yet.
Is it just like the broken debris from the reactor?
Okay, so you walk along the reactor platform. There's like all these like metal pipes and like grates and like shrapnel.
No, this is dumb. This is not good. This is dumb. Okay, you have like this metal, like, I don't know, reinforced thing that's made for buildings, and then Cloud can just run through the.
No, that's why it's good. Because it's a joke. It's ridiculous, right?
That's exactly what I called out. So I put here that there was a huge metal I-beam.
Yeah,
right? And they're kicking it around like a beach ball. And I put a note in here because I was like, I know Jolie's going to call this one out, right? Which is like they're kicking this back. I mean, that thing weighs tons.
So much. Like, okay, in real life, if you were to kick that, you'd probably break your foot or like the metal grates. Like if you were to bump, like you'd get sliced and get tetanus. Like it's just like, there's like so many.
And they're just kicking them around like beach balls.
And nothing would move, right? Yeah, and they're just like, these like I loved it. I'm sorry you didn't like it, Spencer.
No, I mean, I think it's ridiculous.
It's hilarious.
That's why it's good, because it's so stupid.
Right, and it continues to ramp up to the absurd degree of him.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to the point where like somebody like Barret falls and a mountain falls over, right? Like something like that.
Yeah, so I don't know. I thought it was stupidly fun.
Yeah.
There are other moments where you can kick debris around that are also fun, but right here, it was just like kind of the right timing.
The I-beam was the one that caught my attention because yes, you're right. You're kicking all this other stuff, but at a certain point, there's this massive I-beam.
That's what I was thinking about.
In real life, like I said, this thing would weigh at least a couple of 1,000 pounds. And I'm like, wow, this is on another.
But like,
it's good.
Why would the developers do that?
Because it's funny.
Because it's fun to interact with stuff in the game.
Because it's stupid.
Because it's funny.
It's dumb. They're not trying to be real here.
They're trying to see who's going to catch it. That's what they're like trying to see who's going to notice this.
It's also this thing, like games were so static for so long, like, you can't interact with things, right? Because everything's like, you have like a textured wall that's like, but then you can run through things. It's like, my character can interact with stuff in the world, and it makes you feel like more alive and lived in. But this just brings it to a absurd
whole
degree,
new level.
which is hilarious. It's not realistic. It's ridiculous.
I enjoyed it. That was my favorite physics of chapter 7.
Nice.
And then around the same time, there's even more story cutscenes. There's a lot of story cutscenes in this chapter. Even though it's a transitory chapter, we do see a lot of story stuff. So our party sees the giant whale-type monster with this massive spear for a stomach jump out of the Mako and into the air right in front of us. And this is one of those weapons, right, that Rufus was talking about in the Shinra building. And Red, who's basically our all-knowing sensei, he clarifies what they are. He tells us.
The hell was that thing?
A weapon.
Huh?
Tutelary creatures, said only to appear when the planet is in grave danger.
Meaning that Shinra is probably really hurting the planet.
Right. And so, by the way, that's a kaiju trope.
That's the Godzilla thing.
Whenever the planet is in danger, a certain thing comes, a giant thing, to help protect the planet, right? So this is a known trope in Japanese pop culture.
Interesting.
Not an Aerith Godzilla, but this is an actual Godzilla.
I don't know. I kind of like the Aerith Godzilla.
No, I think that's interesting, but I could be wrong because I didn't play the original game, but I've heard people talk about online that this is a different design for the weapon.
Yes.
That weapons weren't like these fish creatures that like these big whales, like when weapons are first introduced on the original Final Fantasy.
That's the thing. It's later.
Yeah.
It's a later point. So we actually don't see the weapon at this point in original game. And I don't remember much about them. For some reason, I had it in my memory that there was only one of them in original 7, but I don't think that's true. I think there is multiple. I just didn't connect the dots that they were not the same thing or whatever.
So this is a change.
I need to go back and look, but it's definitely a bit of a change.
And if there was only one in the original, that would not be surprising because, again, that is the trope. There's generally one, right?
Oh, okay.
But maybe in this case, there's many.
Yeah, but they're fun. It was interesting, and it's just mysterious, and they build it up to like this amazing creature, and then
they make it like a whale, and who doesn't love whales?
Well, sure, but I'm just saying, like,
because like they kind of make it this scary thing. I think I need to go back and I don't remember in original, but not here.
Yeah, this is the part where I had the note when they reached the reactor and saw the weapon. They pan the camera or whatever, and you look at Aerith's face, and in her eyes, you can see like a determination at that point, and it's like she understands like how she's actually tied to these weapons or whatever. And
she's tied to the planet, right? So like when the planet's in danger, that means the weapons come out.
This is like a manifestation of what she's fighting for.
Yeah.
To me, it almost was like a foretelling of those aren't actually the weapons. They're the power supply. She's the weapon.
Oh.
They're the power supply?
The materia. They have the giant materia.
Oh, yeah. Interesting.
I couldn't stop looking at Yuffie going like, goo goo gaga materia.
Yeah, she wigs out.
That had to have been the biggest freaking materia ever! Just gotta figure out how to catch that overgrown fish.
That guardian of the planet?
Whatever. I'm not about to let a materia that beautiful get away. And just so we're clear, it's mine. I called it.
She's like making plans of how she's going to roll this materia out of that crater.
It's like, how is she going to even do anything, right? Like,
materia's weird. It fits behind your ribbon.
And she's like, basically says that she'll kill the whale to take the materia.
Yeah, she's like gonna go. She's like, let's go.
Like, she does not care.
Cloud even says like, okay, fine, you go fishing. Let's keep moving.
Let's go. And then he does the whole like disinterested in Yuffie and what she says again, which is really funny.
She's just mad. She's like, I'll come back for you later, fish.
Cool. You fish.
Huh?
We'll keep moving.
Hey, not cool. This isn't goodbye, sweet weapon. I'll be back for you soon.
But then like Tifa actually reminds us in that moment too that Sephiroth is still out there and could be the bigger threat, right?
Yeah.
Than Shinra or these weapons or whatever.
Barret kind of has his like avalanche side kick in really hard. He's like, yeah, let's go after Shinra again. And they're like, wait.
Yeah, they're like, Sephiroth is out there.
And he's like, oh yeah, he stabbed me and I died in the last game. He came back in the whisper.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Maybe you should remember that.
A guardian beast like that wouldn't show up unless Shinra had really pushed the planet to the edge. Meaning, Avalanche was right about the threat they posed all along. We were, weren't we?
Yeah. But don't forget, Shinra's not the only problem.
Right. Sephiroth is still out there.
He is, and talking won't stop him.
So then from there, our party enters a cave and takes an elevator down into the coal mines where Barret actually used to work, right? So we hear about him working in the coal mines. These are those mines, right? Back in the day. And then we run around a bit until we come across an open drawbridge that is preventing the Robe guys from getting across to the other side and will also make it difficult for our party to progress ourselves, right? So clearly the short-term goal then becomes find a way to lower the drawbridge, right?
And this is where we get into the Tomb Raider.
But before that even, so Barret knows this mine, and he also knows that the bridge control panel is at the top of the mine, and the only way to reach it is to navigate through the mine Tomb Raider style like you're talking about. But then we get another interesting scene before we actually do that. As we're discussing this drawbridge, we watch, I shouldn't laugh, but I thought it was so funny.
It was kind of funny.
We watch some of these Robe guys just one by one. They just walk off the ledge into the Mako because they can't progress past this drawbridge.
Yeah.
But they need to continue.
Nothing is going to deter them from their goal.
They're not going to stop. They're going.
So they're like, I need to keep going to wherever the call is coming from.
And then Barret yells at them, we're working on it.
Yeah.
I know.
We're working on it.
This is the part where you shouldn't laugh because it's like they're essentially like committing suicide.
Right.
Like they're like falling off, but they're not like, we're assuming that they're living because Barrett's like, guys, slow down.
But they're probably dying because they die all the time.
So sad.
Okay, in real life, this would be a tragedy and not funny at all. In this game,
totally.
It's so funny.
I know.
It's just, like it is because they're just so stupid.
But then they can't have it both ways because there's multiple times when Barret will be like, hey, what are you doing? Like he'll stand up to protect them. He's always, you know, but then it's like, guys.
It's just that line too. Like, we're working on it. Like, stop killing yourselves, you idiots.
It very much reminded me of the game Lemmings, right?
Lemmings.
Oh, yeah.
I love Lemmings.
If you ever played that. But then
I loved Lemmings.
the other thing that I feel like there's a lot of scenes in this series so far that it's like they portray what I can only describe as like the theme of inevitability.
Yeah, they do.
Right? So it's like we are moving towards an inevitable conclusion here in the third installment of this series, but on a micro level, these Robe guys just moving forward without even thinking about it. And yes, some are going to die or fall in the Mako. The other ones are going to make it when we get the drawbridge down. There's just like this inevitability that's happening. Eventually,
I like that.
Several of these, if not many of them, will get to their destination. And then the game should eventually come to a close at that point.
Yeah, but it's like nothing will stop them.
It started with 1,000. They're going to end up with 500 who make it, if that. You know what I mean? Because like what's happened so far? They've been shot. bird carried him off. They've fallen down the caverns in the cave.
Yep.
They merged with Genova's appendage.
Yep, they get turned into monsters.
Yeah.
And now they're walking off the ledge into the Mako, which I shouldn't laugh at. No, I shouldn't.
Like lemmings.
It is like that.
It's not real life.
No, it's bizarre. But that's okay. Like, the absurdity of it makes it all the more crazy because we care about the Robe guys, but you really don't, right? We were literally having this conversation about how
That's true.
We're not worried about it.
Because I keep saying I really care about the Robe guys, but then I saw this scene, I laughed my head off. Like,
Yeah, but who's the person we care about? Cloud.
we care about Cloud.
And who's the person that we think is going to turn into one of these any second?
I don't think Cloud is.
I mean, they're implying that Cloud is going to like transition.
And there's a moment of implication of that right here because Cloud actually suddenly goes into a trance and he also steps toward the ledge and he's about to jump into the Mako as well, just like the Robe guys.
Yeah.
But then Barret's the one who steps in front. Barret always stops him from like doing crazy things in these trances. And he pulls him away from the ledge and prevents him from like going to his Mako death, right?
Totally.
And then the scene at least becomes all about making sure that Cloud is okay. Because he clearly had what appears to be another one of those, whatever they are, cellular degradation moments or static moments or something where he becomes this like reunion zombie for a hot second before he snaps out of it.
Yeah, when he goes into the trance.
Yeah, although the group speculates, oh, maybe the Mako just got to him.
Perhaps the Mako got to him.
It's like,
maybe your party member is psychotic and losing.
Maybe he's got a lot of problems you guys should talk about.
It's almost like he has seizures or something, right?
Yeah.
Like,
they're kind of seizure-esque. They are. Because like his brain like wires weird. And
it could just be like, maybe not the Mako itself, but the life stream or something. It could be something just trying to pull all of it back in, right? And
maybe.
Obviously Cloud has it in him, as do these Robe guys.
Mm-hmm.
And there is stuff in the lore that hints toward that, to be honest.
Sure. Yeah. So who knows?
So he almost, goes off the edge, and then the group's like, well, Cloud should probably rest because that Mako got to him, And while this is like an interesting moment, it's not just for our speculation and entertainment, but it's also a plot device to split up the party again, right?
Mm-hmm.
So originally we were with Cloud, Aerith, and Red, and now it's our chance to be with Yuffie, Barret, and Tifa, the other three members. So we're splitting up the same way, but we're going with the other party this time because we have a dungeon to complete.
Right.
The Coal Mines dungeon, to be precise, and we're going to do it with our newest party member as the head of the group, Yuffie leading the way with Barret and Tifa in tow. So we go into the Coal Mines dungeon, and it's in the Coal Mines dungeon that is very Tomb Raider-esque. You're totally right. We're introduced to a bunch of new mechanics, like how to use Yuffie's throwing star to destroy distant crates and flip switches and move stuff and all that. And then how to also use a grappling hook to swing to hard to reach locations, right?
Yeah.
And Yuffie's the one who does all this stuff, even though we do use a grappling hook later in the chapter if you do a side quest with Cloud. And so the dungeon begins with us doing just that. It's basically a series of puzzles in between like intermittent monster fights, right? Where you have to navigate the coal mines by powering these elevators and switching things on and off and then going to caverns.
Right, because you can't reach certain locations until you switch it. And then it's like, okay, it powers the elevator to get here.
Yeah, and so a lot of times you'll get to a place where like Barret and Tifa need the elevator to go up. Yuffie uses the grappling hook to find some way to turn on the elevator, and then they all are able to go up or whatever. But curious what you guys thought about the dungeon.
I mean, for a Tomb Raider fan, it was amazing because it was like you literally could just put Lara Croft's like clothing on Yuffie and it would have been an exact fit for a Tomb Raider game.
Except she needs a smaller bra.
Well, okay. I mean, yes, but
oh, but in the new ones though, actually, she's not.
like the new ones. Yeah. So, I mean,
Jolie's obsessed with the boobs.
I was like, of all the people on this podcast who should be obsessed with it. No.
I'm more obsessed with others' obsession.
Well,
that's more of what I'm obsessed about.
Yeah, but that's exactly how I felt. And so, yeah, I mean, I literally just turned into playing Tomb Raider at that point and was like having a great time. But specifically the little fights you got into, those were interesting too, because again, this was like our first time to fight with her.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was learning how to use her. And then like I started looking through all of the options she had and I was like, okay, so they gave me a fighter that can be both a melee fighter as well as a ranged fighter, paired me with two other ranged fighters, and then I have the ability to like debuff at the same time.
I mean, Tifa's not a ranged fighter. She's up close, but I get what you're saying.
Well, yeah. But like the fact that Yuffie can be a ranged fighter.
She does everything.
And she like has a doppelganger ability.
I don't know if she has doppelganger here yet. I think you have to learn that with a different weapon later, but I can't remember.
And the fact that she can build her AP so fast is crazy. And like the speed at which she can stagger enemies is just, I mean, those two things I think were the main things I got from this dungeon was she's way overpowered compared to the other characters. And she's also Lara Croft at the same time.
Yeah. The things I liked the climbing. I have issues because like I've studied animation and this is a JRPG. So the mechanics and stuff, there's not like a jump button in this game.
Right.
So like the way that makes it different than like a Lara Croft game, like you see like the ledge that you need to jump to and it's like, hey, I need to run and jump at the right moment and she'll grab onto things, but she's doing the same things essentially what you're saying. But this, you just push a button and then the animation just automatically plays and then Yuffie just starts zipping around. Like you're not worried about, trying to use physics.
That's true.
Can I make the jump to this thing?
Yeah.
Like, do I jump at the very last second on the ledge when you're running and you're running the right speed and then,
It's not like a platformer Mario type thing.
Right. So it's much easier.
But it's fun. Like it's fine. The thing I liked with physics was when you were grappling, like you turn on the switches once you get near the top of the dungeon and there's these just...
And you're like going everywhere.
Well, there's these big giant boxes that are all stacked up like this and you just like... You swing yourself into them to like knock them over. Do you remember this?
I don't know if I did that.
You kind of have to. You don't have to hit into the boxes, but it just gives you like Moogle medals and Mako shards or something if you knock them all over.
It's the equivalent of Barret just shooting up all the boxes on the wall, except you're swinging her body.
Yeah, this is like Yuffie's moment.
Like swinging into it. I can't remember.
Yeah, you're just swinging her body, and it's like hilarious because you would think you would want to miss them, but she's this little girl
hit them.
holding onto a rope, and she's just smashing into boxes.
Well, I wonder if I tried not to hit them.
You can totally miss them, so maybe you were trying to like not hit them.
I wonder if I did. There was a different part that was kind of similar though, where you had to climb up on a platform because the game did a good job of rewarding exploration or even rewarding getting lost, right? But there was one part, if you climbed up on a certain platform and you threw your weapon, you would knock down like a ton of boxes and then you bust them all up and you're just getting like little things like, Moogle medals like you're saying. But
or like potions.
Super satisfying and fun to see those things just fly down, and it was all just because you took a chance going in some platform you didn't need to go on.
Yeah, I like that part. And so this dungeon's cool because it's puzzles. It changes the pace of what you were doing of just combat, and it allows more relationship building. It's like, hey, you have these skills. We're going to let you do these things for Barret and Tifa, who are both capable fighters, right? But it's like they're relying on this new member of the group, and she can prove herself.
And she has ninja skills. So
totally.
Ninjas are known for being kind of acrobatic.
Yeah, she's agile. I think I have in my notes here, it's like it's fun to see the grappling hook, and Yuffie shows off her agility, right?
Yeah.
And her ninja abilities to kind of get through there. And this is perfect. I love when they force you to play as a new member of the party because I like playing as Cloud, Aerith, and Barret, and if I didn't have to, I would always play as them.
Yeah.
But there's times when they split you up. So I'm grateful that they make me learn their abilities, right? I might not like it in some other chapters later, but I am appreciative of their like, you need to learn how to use their abilities.
I completely agree because, people don't like change. When you get really comfortable and good at certain characters, you don't really want to branch out. But when you do, and you take this, just like in life, right? When you do take those opportunities to go outside of your box, then it's a lot more fun in many instances, or at least you learn a lot. And in this case, it's like, oh, Yuffie's actually rad. And I actually enjoyed playing with her. And I fought with her in my party voluntarily a lot after this because of this dungeon.
Yeah,
that's true. And the one thing I didn't want to call out that was kind of like my fault, but it was super annoying was I didn't realize until after like you had already turned on the power at a certain point that you could actually walk in and swim in the water.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, you were like trying to swing back. I remember this part.
I kept thinking that I couldn't do it. And then I
like it was lava or something.
accidentally fell into it or something. And I was like,
you're like, oh.
And then you just go right back.
Wait a minute.
Yep.
And I was so mad. I was like, I could have just walked through this thing the whole time.
It's because when you go back in the water, there's a ramp back to where Tifa and Barret are standing.
So you can get back up, but you can't get on the other side.
When you're going there's no like ladder to climb up. That's why you have to use the grappling hook to get to the other side.
I was so mad at that point. I was like,
it bugged me.
I realized that you could jump in the water pretty quick, but I remember having the thought like, oh, I could probably just jump in the water and thinking that it would be easy to miss that, right? Like, I remember thinking that. There was also one area that like, it had a cockatrice in it. It was the first time we saw a cockatrice, right?
Yep, I know what you're talking about.
And it had like a pole and like a staircase going down from it, but it was in the shadows to the point where I could not see them. And I was in that room, that area for the longest time because of like, I don't know if my screen was too dark or something, but I just could not find the stupid pole, and the stairs were so obvious. So what would happen is I'd kill the stupid cockatrice. It spawned so dang fast as I'm like looking for like all over everywhere except where I'm supposed to go, right? And then it would respawn. I'd have to kill it again. I probably killed that cockatrice like 6 times. And I was like, did they put this here on purpose? So I just get stuck with this cockatrice because the first time we killed it, it wasn't as easy as like a spear hawk. It wasn't impossible. But
yeah, it's got like petrified breath or something and all
like,
this stuff. Yeah,
it petrifies when you don't have the right like accessories equipped to fend that off is like scary, right? So it's like this cycle where I'm just like killing the cockatrice, being lost, killing the cockatrice, and then I looked it up online and I'm like, are you serious? Like I just go slide down that pole? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Like
half the time when that happens to me, it's because I didn't have my glasses on.
Oh, I had mine on.
And didn't see what was going on.
It happens a lot. It's like it's the obvious answer, and maybe you thought that was roped off or something, because you do actually have to climb up. Once you kill the cockatrice, you climb up the little, there's some yellow marked climbing areas.
Yeah, but I had gone all over those, like 10 times.
What I'm saying is you go up there and then you can throw your shuriken or whatever, your ninja star or whatever, and it lowers a ladder to go to that part, and the part that you need to go down is right underneath that. So you probably climbed up and got like the extra chest that was a reward for doing that.
I got all the stuff.
And then went down the ladder, and then you're like, well, I've already done that area.
Yes.
A lot of times your brain thinks, I've done that area. I don't need to go there again.
Totally.
And that's where the answer is.
And that's my own blockade, right?
I do that all the time.
My own cerebral blockade just based on what I assumed, which was so stupid. So I was locked in a cage of my own assumptions.
Yeah.
And I just had to fight a cockatrice.
I could just see the game developers laughing when they wrote that level. Like, we're going to hide it right here. And
yeah, it wasn't even hidden, but I get
you guys
it.
found it. So it doesn't sound like you got stuck like me.
But the stuff about these dungeons, it bugs me. I'm like, I need to explore everything. So I'm like, I always like...
Me too.
I'll go out some way. I'm like, wait, is this advancing the story? Or I'm like, then I go backwards and then I go and I check everything first and then I go.
100% same way. That's the completionist mindset, right?
And I spend 2 more hours in a dungeon that I didn't need to.
Well, that's the thing. So like the whole dungeon, by playing that way, because I took my time to look in every cavern. And then of course, like you're saying, if you feel like you're advancing, you go back and make sure you caught everything. And then like there were a few moments where I did have to think on how to proceed out of that particular area. But the whole dungeon took me, because of doing all the things, right?
Yeah.
It took me 1 hour and 15 minutes. That's probably the max you can spend in that dungeon. Maybe 1 hour 30 if you're not familiar with these kinds of puzzles or something.
I'm just like you. I go slow and I check everything.
Yeah, I went slow. And that's including the boss fight at the end.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought it was a pretty fun dungeon.
I liked it.
And I thought Yuffie's mechanics were interesting and refreshing. It was something diverse. We hadn't seen this in the game. You know, they were new. But there were a couple places where I admittedly had to try a few things to get out of there.
I had the same thing. I got stuck a couple of times and I eventually got out, but it was just one of those where it was like,
it's like, oh, what do
things that should have been obvious to me weren't. And I spent way more time than I needed to inside different areas.
Well, at least you didn't miss the pole. Because that dumb cockatrice.
I want to view too much.
No, you should.
But I will make fun of you. There's 2 ways to go down. There's literally
a huge staircase.
You can go down the staircase, or you can slide down the pole if you don't want to go as long. So there's 2 ways to go to where you need to go.
2 ways. I missed them both. Completely missed them. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then aside from that dumb cockatrice, like most of the monsters, we find the coal mines. We've already fought them before. It's like more Seahawks, floats.
Yeah, bloat
sparks. Which is not what they're called. Sandhog pies, and then the heat seeker mushroom things, right? But I do want to point out, so one fight that was particularly more challenging than the others was fighting the bomb.
Yes.
Just as Yuffie. So you fight it solo because it's at one of the points in the game where you're trying to find a way to help Barret and Tifa get on the elevator to join you, right? So you're solo. And bombs are classic Final Fantasy monsters. They're in like every Final Fantasy game, and they're known for kamikazing themselves if you take too much time, basically, to kill them, if you can't kill them fast enough. And they try to take you with them when they kamikaze themselves. And this fight was really challenging because you have to take it on by yourself, which means that that bomb is constantly focused on attacking just you. It's the focus never leaves one character, right? So I was constantly somersaulting to dodge everything and healing to survive the fight. And then eventually I was able to take it down with Yuffie's Bloodbath Limit Break, which was really effective on it. But it was definitely a fight I couldn't just do on autopilot. I had to use my brain and actually, sit up.
You saw me fight it last night.
But you were on hard mode too.
But I get mad because I do the assess, and then I'm like, okay, it's like the only way to pressure it, you think like a bomb, a firebomb, it's like, I'm going to hit it with like an ice elemental ability, and then it'll like pressure it.
Yeah, I thought so too, but that's not how this one works.
This one's like, you have to pressure it while it's breathing fire. But I'm like, well, it's breathing fire. I'm dodging out of the way because it's only focused on me.
Yeah.
So it's like you have to like dodge, but then like attack it while it's attacking you, and you only have one character, and Yuffie's so powerful.
That's what's amazing about Yuffie is that you can do that, right? Like you can jump up in the air.
Sure, with the shuriken.
And hit it with the element without getting hit by it. So
Yeah.
like, I think more than anything, it was trying to teach you how to use her debuffing capabilities midair.
Yeah, but I did a bad job. I was playing last night, and I'm like, I'm not going to kill this. I did the limit break on it, and I was close to killing it. I'm like,
You're close.
it's like self-destructing, and I'm like, I'm going to die.
And I'm like, just move to the corner. I remember this. I'm like, move to the corner out of range and it might kill itself without taking you with it. And that's what happened.
I thought it was just going to blow up everything, and then it just blows up, and I'm fine.
No, they blow up like within a certain circle usually.
And I'm like, oh, it just killed itself. So,
yeah. And then it's kind of like anticlimactic because you like try.
But that bums me out. It's like, I couldn't do it myself. I had to wait for it to blow up.
You're on hard mode.
Hey, a win's a win. It doesn't matter how it happened. Like,
I know, but I need to be the best, guys.
And then there's one more thing I wanted to point out about this dungeon was that the music in these mines was particularly interesting because it was like adventure music, but it was also mixed with Yuffie's theme. Did you notice that?
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, so it goes between like generic adventure. I mean, no music in Final Fantasy is generic, but like adventure kind of music. And then it'll go into Yuffie's theme, which is it's like a version of that that's kind of in there.
Keep going, Joe. Let's do it. All right.
Okay, we're done. So it was kind of fun because they actually put her theme into the dungeon music. Has like really fitting rhythms that feel really determined while it dips into like this fun Yuffie character kind of feel. And I don't know, I love that kind of stuff. I think it's fantastic. The composers are brilliant. Now, once we get through the coal mines and we pop out on top, we go outside in time to see this giant like four-winged bird hovering above a nest of chicks. And Tifa says, we have to help them. I'm like, why? That's just the chick's mom.
I thought the same thing.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, they're just birds. Like, she's probably bringing the chicks food.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, baby chicks look really different a lot of times. They're baby animals from like grown animals. So I just assumed it was their mom. But then Yuffie throws a rock at it and it starts a fight with us, which helped me realize pretty quick that this wasn't the chick's mom.
Yeah.
And it was super ugly bird, by the way.
Yeah, it's got like
blah.
tongues like out of its mouth and stuff.
Yeah, like four wings. Yeah, the tongue and stuff.
That's when I felt maybe this isn't their mother.
Yeah, me too. That exact moment. And that brings us to this boss fight, right? With the Gigatrice. That's the name of it, the Gigatrice.
This goes back to my frustrating mechanics in this game. It's awesome that each boss has a unique mechanic. This unique mechanic, like halfway through, it switches to a new phase.
Yep.
And the new phase is it conjures up these tornadoes. And it literally says in the sets, it'll be like, use like elemental attacks against the tornadoes, you know, to help pressure it. I like the idea behind this fight, but it bums me out because...
But you couldn't target the tornado,
Yes,
though.
you cannot. You can at specific time intervals.
Oh, you can?
Only when the Gigatrice is like right near one, then it becomes selectable. And it's like, they should be selectable throughout the entire fight. I should be able to be like, it's going to come near me, I can select on tornado. It literally says like tornado A, B, C, D. And I'm like, it bums me out. So like you can pressure it.
I thought you were supposed to make the bird run into one of the tornadoes.
You are, but
which is what I did.
But it only affects it if it's a fire tornado or an ice tornado. You have to hit it with an elemental spell before it runs into it.
See, I didn't even know.
But then there's a cool other mechanic. Like there's so much to this. Once the Gigatrice gets hit by that fire tornado, but then it becomes immune to fire. So you have to like hit the other tornado with wind, right? And then it's like, okay. Then
I didn't even realize these things.
But the game won't let me select the tornadoes only when the bird is right next to it. But then I'm like...
I thought you were just supposed to like make it chase you until it ran into a tornado.
Well, see, that's
which
the thing.
I did. So that was my goal. I was like running around and I did run into a tornado, but it wasn't an elemental.
The Mog House was supposed to be training you how to actually fight this thing, right? And clearly we all failed at that.
Dodging the tornadoes.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like this fight was kind of cheap. It wasn't my favorite because it was immune or resistant to just about everything, which made almost every physical attack at every point in time and almost every magic attack completely ineffective. And it flew.
Yeah.
So, like, Tifa, you know, even if she can get a couple HP, no, I suck with her.
You need to use like the synergy, not at the synergy abilities. You need to use those like whatever when you hit R1 and send Tifa up in the air. And I never do that. And I always forget those exist.
I forget those as well because then I gotta move my finger up on the trigger and I never have it there. I'm too like lazy. I don't know.
You killed its child like 6 times, you said, right? And
no,
Wait,
we saved its child.
No. She killed its child 6 times before she figured out how to get out of that room.
What are you talking about? I must be
the cockatrice.
The cockatrice are the children
the cockatrice.
of the Gigatrice. Oh,
yeah.
They even have the same name.
So Jolie was murdering the actual children.
Murdering its children. Well, it definitely had its revenge on me because that was a hard fight. Okay. It also changes weaknesses, like you said.
Yes.
When it goes into the second phase. And I think once it starts off, it's weak to only fire and poison. And then the second phase, which actually came really fast for me.
It switches, yeah.
It's only weak to poison. And I didn't have poison. So I'm like, okay, so I have nothing it's weak to. And then I didn't understand you could target the tornadoes, so I was just trying to make it chase me.
You can't, though. That's the problem. You can and you can't. But it's like the game needs to figure out that, like, okay, if you're going to implement this mechanic, hey.
You need to make it selectable so you at least know.
All the time. Like, you need to make them always selectable. So I could hit, like, one that's even behind me, but it won't do it unless the bird's near one, and you have to get lucky.
Right.
But a lot of times I'm like, I'm charging my ATB. I wasn't planning on casting an elemental spell. I was trying to heal them up. And then by the time that happens, the bird's not even near the tornado, and I can't select the tornado.
And then the dumb bird can also petrify, which it did. It petrified Yuffie, and then I had to use a gold needle on her, right? And Tifa also got hit by its big tornado, and she died. So I lost Tifa, and I had to revive her. So, like, this was not my favorite fight, right? And then other special moves did jack squat. So I did a synergy ability, Avalanche 2. I think it was a Tifa Barret synergy ability, and it was a total dud. I must have been, like, out of range or something, because sometimes you don't know how close your range needs to be, and the bird's going all over, there's tornadoes. So I did it, and it's one of those moments where you, like, watch the cool animation, and it does nothing. You know what I mean? It's like, crap.
Yeah, those synergy abilities, you're like, you hope that they like would just teleport to where they need to be because they're like this activation, but they don't. They totally whiff.
Yeah, same with limit breaks. Sometimes limit breaks will be out of range and you're like, crap. Yeah. But I did use like the cyclonic kick synergy ability, which did stagger it, which was helpful. And the whole tornado, getting it to run into there was confusing. So I just felt kind of confused.
Yeah.
For a lot of this boss fight. So it wasn't my favorite boss just due to that confusion. I only had to play it once. I beat it, you know. I'm on normal mode. You were in hard mode.
Yeah.
Which is obviously harder, right? I mean, I guess if I played it a couple more times, I could probably do a better job of finding those patterns and strategies to kill it much faster and not feel so bad at fighting, right?
This is my point about the combat in this game. I think
it comes into play here.
You don't like to feel confused at the end of the fight, right? It's like they have so many mechanics running and each boss is different. So like props to the developers, but I think they get some fights right and some fights not as good as the others.
No, I totally agree.
This is an example of them not getting it as great as the others.
Yeah. So it wasn't my favorite. I'm glad I killed it because it's ugly and stupid and frustrating. So yay. But the music, I will say, music was pretty intense and ominous on this boss fight. All boss tracks are good in this game. They're all interesting. I wouldn't put it at the top of my favorites list for boss tracks, but there was actually one moment, this is super nerdy of me, but there was one moment where it had like a measure that mimicked Sephiroth's exact theme rhythm.
Only you noticed that.
I know. It's so dumb
no,
to
it's
even
cool,
say it.
Though.
I don't think it was intentional, though, because this bird has nothing to do with Sephiroth. So, that's in there, but different notes. And I'm just a nerd, so I guess. It's much more prominent in the Mako monster fight in Nibelheim with Sephiroth, which makes sense because you're fighting with him. And then it actually is his theme in it, which is really a cool track.
Yeah.
So here I was like, ooh, is that the Sephiroth song? No, that's just you can have the same rhythms, Jolie.
I also want to point out, like, the birds and the bird-like creatures flying, they're the most aggressive things in this entire, like, game.
They're hard.
And it's hard to hit them with Tifa, if you're me.
They're even more aggressive, though. Like, not only do they fly, but, like, they're dive bombing attacks and, like, they're angry like geese, like.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Now, if you look back at original Final Fantasy VII, it's worth talking about what the parallels are here. We do go through a coal mine after the reactor, but as you might imagine, we're there for like a hot second. That's it. Like literally, it's one moving visual frame, and it takes you right to the mine tracks outside. And I spent 4 minutes total in that single moving frame, right?
That's awesome.
And that's only because I did 3 monster fights in there, and then I took my time to adjust my materia loadout. So like really it was like 30 seconds, right? There's no Yuffie puzzles or Gigatrice boss. Yuffie isn't even a mandatory character, so I don't think I had her in my party at this point.
That's right.
And the music in the coal mine is also 100% different. It just sticks with the classic, like relaxed Final Fantasy VII theme rather than anything energetic or adventurous. Like I think it was just the do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm really into like a doo doo mood.
You're singing today.
I'm a doo doo girl. Okay, I'm a doo doo girl. Wow. Okay.
Someone's gonna clip that.
We're not important enough to be clipped. So once the Gigatrice is defeated, Yuffie, Tifa, Barret make friends with one of the baby chicks they rescued, and the girls giggle about how its feathers look like Cloud's hair.
Hey, check out its head. Does it remind you of anyone? It's Cloud, only cute.
I think it's funny that they make friends with the one bird that looks like Cloud, and there's like 3 other birds, and they're like, we don't care. You don't look like Cloud.
I did want to call out one thing about this scene. You may already be heading to it, but it did parallel another Final Fantasy.
Oh, yeah. I was going to talk about this too.
Another Final Fantasy game?
13.
13. Yep.
Saws.
Oh, yeah, Saws.
Because it literally passes over Yuffie. Yuffie's like, come here, Cloud Jr., and he won't land on him.
Yeah.
And guess where Cloud Jr. lands? On Barret's head.
And Barret's head. I didn't think about that. And Saws is the best part of 13.
Yeah.
The best part of 13 is Saws and his voice actor. He is the best.
You think you die? And that's that? You think you die and everything will be sugar and rainbows?
I didn't even connect the dots.
You're totally right, Ernest. Totally right.
As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh man, there's 13 right there. So anybody who, has played it or is a fan of the franchise would remember that. But people who maybe didn't play 13.
It was a cool callback.
Yeah.
It was like, that was like a little Easter egg.
Yep.
That's cute. Thanks for pointing that out. I totally missed it. Went right over my head.
Just like the bird did. Oh.
I was going to say, just like the bird, but then the bird wasn't over here to go, whatever. I'm with you.
It's funny that they named it Cloud Jr., though. That was just hilarious.
That settles it. I hereby dub thee Cloud Jr.
And then at that point, Barret suggests that they ride the minecart down to meet the others, and he starts...
Because they close the drawbridge. They go back to the control unit, and they actually...
Yeah, he suggests they ride the minecart.
You're right.
Then he goes to the control. I'm just going in chronological order. So,
I'm like, don't forget that they let Cloud and Aerith and Red get through.
That's kind of critical, right? Yeah, but when Barret mentions that they should ride the minecart, he actually starts to reminisce what he and his best friend Dyne used to do.
Yeah, he makes a comment. He says Dyne's name.
Yeah, and he trails off, and he's like looking all somber and stuff.
Me and Dyne used to... Forget it. Let's just lower the bridge and get back to the others.
So this is setting us up for the backstory reveal that's coming up,
Yeah.
which I find pretty interesting, although I do have some issues with it. The story surrounding Dyne is particularly interesting with me, but that'll come into play more later. So then Barret uses that control panel, like you said, to...
Well, he like pushes like Yuffie out of the way because she's like, which button? But she's like, I got it. Like, I know how to operate these.
I don't know why he pushed her out of the way. She knew how to operate every other control panel in that dungeon. Like, just... like,
yeah, anytime there's a terminal, every single character like types like a million keystrokes. Like, they know how to open the elevator.
And they know exactly how to get in.
They're all like in command line doing some...
I know, right? So they lower the drawbridge and then they connect with Cloud through that little communication booth that's conveniently located near each group, right? And they decide that Cloud will head toward the town and set the minecart track route for Barret, Yuffie, and Tifa to take from their location.
Yeah.
So Yuffie begs for a smooth route and Barret wants some adventure.
I'm begging you, Cloud, please.
I wouldn't mind some excitement, but what you gonna do?
So then we take control of Cloud down below.
Now, I expected the minecart ride. I expect Jolie to talk to me since she's, a Dreamcast person about the tie-in there.
Uh-oh. The Dreamcast tie-in with the minecart.
I think of minecarts. I think of Nintendo and Donkey Kong.
Yeah, Donkey Kong is probably what comes to mind more.
But I don't know.
But let's see. I mostly played Sonic games, and I don't think there was a minecart in Sonic.
No. So are you at the point now where we actually get in the minecart and go?
Not yet.
Okay, then I'll wait for that part.
Well, we don't go because that's later. We were back with Cloud and Aerith and Red now.
Yeah. Right. So we're back with Cloud. So it kind of cuts down to Cloud. He's feeling better. He's over his Mako reaction.
He's not trying to commit suicide.
Not trying to jump. Oh my gosh. And it's a good thing too because Barret's not there to stop him.
Yeah, something tells me that it wouldn't be committing suicide and that those Robe guys aren't dead either.
I feel like they're alive.
Yeah.
I just don't, yeah.
We can think that. I don't think we'll ever get the answer. I thought they died. Well, because in original game, if you fell into the Mako, it gave you extreme Mako poison and turned you into a vegetable, basically. So,
but Corel, that's not just, like, they're not surrounded by just pure Mako, right?
I assumed it was, but maybe it isn't.
Like, the reactor center part, that's Mako, but the surrounding area is like a lake, I think. I think that's literally just...
I thought they were going into the Mako.
No, because the Mako is just the reactor. That's like just
okay.
I think it's a lake. It's surrounded by...
Okay, maybe you're right. I don't know.
Like an ocean or something.
If that's the case, then hopefully they can swim. They're from Soldier.
I think they're just falling in the water.
Well, the thing exploded, so I think there's definitely a part of it that has like...
It's probably contaminated a bit.
Spillage, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not like the center of the reactor.
Pure Mako.
Right.
Okay. So, okay, then we like that. They can be alive. Yeah, so with Cloud and Aerith and Red, then you proceed along the lower tracks of the area. You can go over the drawbridge, right? You fight a few fiends along the way, and then you get to a track junction with a lever.
Wait,
and
Jolie.
you're forced to make a choice?
I'm sorry, I ruined that. You were setting it up so good.
No, what's up?
What music is playing right now?
During this part?
Yeah.
You told me and I forgot.
It's the hike when you first start hiking up the mountain.
Oh, it's the 80s Lord of the Dance
it's
music.
It's the 80s Stranger Things going to the mall music. We're back.
Oh, how could I forget? At this point, I tuned it out, apparently.
Cloud and Aerith are re-energized, and they're listening to their awesome soundtrack again.
I forgot that's what it came back to.
Let's go!
So we get to that switch, though, and you're faced with a choice. Do you flip it so the track goes right, or do you leave it as it is so it goes left? Did you know, though, that the direction that you flip the track affects relationship points?
Yes, but this is so heavy-handed.
Yeah, they make it a little bit more obvious.
Because in the cutscene before, Yuffie's like, hey, give me a smooth ride.
The gentler the ride, the better. Don't want anyone losing their lunch.
I'm begging you, Cloud, please.
I wouldn't mind some excitement, but what you gonna do?
And then when you're about to flip the switch, a little prompt pops up in the corner, and it tells you before you even do it. It says, switching it to the left will make Barret happy, and switching it to the right, it tells you.
Okay.
I was like, oh my gosh, I need to take a note about this because it's like on the screen.
So it's clear about it in advance, but it's not clear how much it changes. And it doesn't affect...
But this is the thing with relationship meters in this game. It's like some things are so heavy-handed, like, okay, Barrett's going to like you better, or Yuffie's going to like you better. But then there's times when I'm like, I don't want Tifa to be into me. I want to romance Aerith. But then it's like, you wore this outfit and Tifa wore that outfit, and now you guys are best friends. Like, you didn't know.
But the other bummer about it in this particular case is this only affects relationship points with Barret or Yuffie.
Yeah.
Right? Which means that you could accidentally put your relationship strongest with Barret or Yuffie based on this game, right? In part. Which means that if you're aiming for like a date with Aerith or Tifa or something, like in the future, you may get neither because you did something with one of these characters you didn't mean to do to make you raise above those girls' level.
I have lots of problems with the relationship.
And we'll have a lot to talk about when we get to a certain chapter.
So buckle up, Buttercup.
So basically, if you make the track go right, it's the smoother ride and you earn more relationships with Yuffie. But if you make the track go left, then the minecart basically like launches off this huge jump at the end and you earn relationship points with Barret and the ire of Yuffie. And even as the group is airborne, like Yuffie even yells that she hates Cloud and she's going to kill him.
I hate you, Cloud! You're dead, you spiky-haired blood!
So you can pick either one. They're both kind of fun.
I chose left my first playthrough, and it was very satisfying.
Okay. I chose right, which is the smoother ride. But then as you go down the mine track, not only does it affect your relationship points, but it's another minigame.
Yep.
So this is the only minigame, I believe, in Chapter 7, aside from like Queen's Blood.
Yeah, this is the one I was talking about. So
yeah,
go ahead.
So in this minigame, the objective is to like shoot and destroy as many boxes on the sides of the tracks as possible, both with Barret's gun and Yuffie's throwing star simultaneously. And for me, I did the smoother route, and I felt like the targeting controls were weird and
they were really bad. Period.
Yeah, and like I don't play shooting games very often. You got to remember that.
It's not a shooting game. It's just bad.
Especially with Barret, it was harder than it should have been. Yuffie's controls were a little bit more straightforward, but like moving the target for Barret was like slow or hard to keep track of or something. Now, that said, the game must be incredibly forgiving because it rates you like how you did at the bottom of the course, and somehow I managed to get an excellent rating when I legitimately expected poor at best. Like I thought I sucked, and I got excellent, and I'm like, okay, everyone gets excellent.
So these type of games, by the way, where you are like in a fixed thing, like a track, for example, and you're shooting things all around you, are called rail shooters.
Yeah, on rails.
It's a subgenre of games, right?
Like Star Fox.
Star Fox isn't on rails though.
Well, you can only
just like,
shift.
like you're moving.
You can't like fly to the left or fly to the right or go behind you. Just like the camera's always advancing forward.
Got it.
And so one of the most famous rail shooters ever is called Panzer Dragoon, and it was made for the Dreamcast.
Oh, I never played that.
They since ported it to many other systems.
Okay, I didn't know it was originally on the Dreamcast.
It's one of the most expensive games, even, I think, on the Dreamcast now because it's such a good game.
Oh, really?
And the Dreamcast didn't do well, right?
Oh, so it's like a coveted.
Right, exactly. And so when I got in this minecart, the first thing that came was Panzer Dragoon, right? I was like, oh man, wow, this is like taking me back to like the Dreamcast era.
Yeah.
And that's why I was saying, like, did you kind of notice it when you got on this thing? Like, hey, there's a callback to an old Sega game from like back in the day.
Not even a little.
No, I didn't notice.
I'm kind of sad I missed it. No, I thought more Diddy Kong and some of the Mario stuff. And
you don't have to jump tracks or anything, though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Jumping tracks in Donkey Kong was...
Yeah, stressful.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is literally just a typical rails shooter is what it was. And I had a good time on it, too. I was loving it.
Oh, you liked it. Okay.
But like you said, the controls were terrible.
So
terrible.
They're so bad.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not alone on that, because I was like, there were times I didn't even know where the target was.
Yeah, it was like way off screen.
I was like, off screen or something.
And I couldn't figure out whether that was just me being that bad or
That's what I was thinking.
Or if the developers were like trying to imply some kind of like physics involved, like because of the G-forces on the turns, like
a moving or something.
You couldn't quite pull your, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is an example of them being bad again. Like when we talk about Pirates Rampage last chapter, same thing, like shooting that thing. Ernest gave Cloud some credit because it was like, it's supposed to be a carnival game, so he probably can't shoot very well. But this is like Barret, he's in his element. And then you're going down the mine track and you don't even see it come into frame, and all of a sudden you're zipping by and then there's boxes there. So it doesn't even lead the player along to be like, oh, you should pay attention here, look here. It just kind of goes around and then there's like some boxes here. It is just bad, but it is fun. I like that it's bad because it's just a dumb another mini game.
It was super annoying. And then like you said, when I got to the bottom, I don't know that I got excellent, but I got way better than I thought I thought I was going to get like you failed this entire thing.
Okay, so you feel like me, like you didn't feel good at the game and expected a terrible rating.
No, I felt terrible doing it.
Yeah. Do you remember what your score was?
I did it last night and they didn't tell me an excellent rating. So maybe it only tells you the first time you do it. Or maybe I missed it because I have no idea. Because I did pretty good last night and I did it and I didn't see anything. Is it like a screen that pops up that tells you?
Well, yeah, there's no way I did better than you. Like on something like that.
I felt like I did terrible.
Yeah, I think I hit every Yuffie like throwing star and I did pretty good. And it was the third time I played it. And I don't remember there ever being an excellent.
Well, maybe you're just too good. You were better than excellent. It didn't know what to do.
I don't remember the ratings. So.
It's kind of tricky to even see it because it kind of pops up on the side. But yeah, so when we get to the bottom, Yuffie stumbles off the cart and she looks like she's going to throw up. But then what she says after that is determined by which route you take. If you take the smooth route, Yuffie says that she feels better than expected.
You okay?
Better than I thought, actually. Guess Cloud didn't feel like completely screwing us over.
But then if you take the rougher route, then she feels terrible and she's pretty mad at Cloud.
You okay?
I'm seeing stars. Cloud, you're so gonna pay for this.
And it's here that the party reunites. And Cloud gets to meet Cloud Jr., who flies and lands on Cloud's shoulder, revealing the stark similarity in their hair or their feathers, right? To everyone watching.
Uncanny.
Oh, I did want to call out one other thing about that minecart rail shooter. I know like you're probably watching like Barret and Yuffie, but did you pay attention to the other characters in the cart as it was going?
Like, it's only Tifa though, right?
Yeah, Tifa, yeah. So she was like a mannequin inside of that thing.
Oh, like she didn't react?
Her character modeling did not move at all. It was like perfectly still the entire. Like she wasn't even moving her head to like look around. She was just like, it was like someone put a mannequin of her in the cart.
Oh, that's
and
funny.
It was like a Weekend at Bernie's thing going down the.
So the developers are probably thinking like, no one is going to focus on her, so why waste our time, right? But then you did, so.
It just looked weird to me, and I was like, what is going on with this character?
I want to see it now.
That's funny. Okay, we're going to play it when we have the B-roll here.
There you go.
Yeah, so when we get to the bottom, Cloud meets Cloud Jr., then some big like duck-billed bird flies over, although like much smaller than Gigatrice, and we realize this is actually the little chick's mom.
Yeah, but also doesn't look like it would be the mother.
I know, like duck-billed.
I know that chicks change, and they're usually yellow, and then they turn into whatever.
Yeah, then you got like Howard the Duck flying by, and it's like, what happened here?
Okay.
And then the two fly off together, right? Now, I do want to go back to Final Fantasy VII, the original, because there are similarities and differences that are important to mention here. So there are mind tracks in the original game at this point as well, and they do too have their own little mini game. But it is not the same. It is much less clear than Rebirth. So instead of riding in a minecart, we take to the tracks by foot in the original. And at certain points along the way, we hear like a rumble. And if you don't push the right button in the right moment, then the track underneath us gives way and then we fall, as Cloud falls, like a really long distance. And like it goes to like an overhead shot of Cloud like falling down.
Whoa.
And then there's these like instructions that say push these buttons to get the treasure. But there's no treasure. And you're like just falling and you're like, what is happening? So you don't know what to do. And like the buttons didn't really work very well for me. Anyway, I'm like, what treasure am I even aiming for? But then eventually Cloud catches a beam apparently at the bottom of the tracks. And then you have to climb up the whole set of tracks to get back up the support beams. And you have to climb up to get to the top. And as you're climbing, you're forced to climb past like a couple bags that I guess are the treasure.
Mm-hmm.
But it won't let you move left or right. So I think what you're supposed to do is when you're falling, you're supposed to make yourself move left or right. So you land left or right on the beam. And then you can climb up and get the treasure that's in that side.
Gotcha.
Right. So but I sucked at many of the mini games in Original 7 because this is just like, what is happening? I mean, a lot of the mini games back then were imaginative, but completely unclear on like how to be good at them unless you went back to like your save point and kept trying them over and over again. Though they do give you a few chances to play this one because the track gives way underneath you multiple times and you start to realize those treasure bags are in the same location. So you just have to get to one of those. Anyway, I could never figure it out. I never got the treasure. I don't know what it is. Whatever. But then after the not so exciting mind track mini games, you come across a big bridge and like underneath you is an open drawbridge below.
Oh, okay.
So that, like, you're on like a tall bridge and then there's an open drawbridge below. So Rebirth's drawbridge wasn't completely random, right?
Cool.
Yeah, it's actually there, you know, just a little bit different timing.
Homage to the original game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in the original game, for some reason, Cloud is actually on the upper bridge while Tifa and Red are just like hanging out next to the drawbridge down below. I don't even remember them splitting, but you see them down and you know, okay, I need to actually find a way to close this drawbridge. So then our mission for the moment becomes that. And that's the same mission that we had here in Rebirth. But then if you continue down the track, and this is also interesting because I don't remember this until I looked back. When you're looking for a way to lower the drawbridge, you actually hear the sound of baby birds chirping.
Oh.
And if you climb up a wall, which actually is really hard to even know that you can climb up the wall because it's actually hard to navigate the old game. You don't know where you're able to walk.
You got to put yellow paint all over it so we know.
That would help a lot here, right?
Yeah.
So if you climb up this like wall, if you figure out you can even climb it, you and Aerith and Barret like stumble on this like nest of baby birds chirping.
Wow.
But then instead of being like threatened by some big ugly bird, their nest is apparently made of like, it has like gems in it. You can kind of see some sparkly gems and you're given the option to either take the treasure or leave the treasure. I left it where it was and nothing happened. I just went back to what I was doing. So I didn't know, but I looked it up online. If you take the treasure, then apparently you have to fight like a big bird, which is called a cockatolus, but it looks more like a chicken. So it doesn't look like the Gigatrice.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently that's the chick's mother. And if you defeat it, you get 10 Phoenix Downs. So I didn't want to murder anyone's mother. I left it alone.
But you actually fight the mother. In this one, they're like, the mom's good, not the...
Yeah, they don't make you kill the mom. Right.
Yeah.
So again, if you thought the baby chicks in Rebirth were a little random, just like the hiker, right? Now you know where they came from.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Like a bird's nest that you see for a hot second. They put that in Rebirth. So the developers are trying to be fresh and new, but still respect the original title. And I really respect that.
Yeah,
I
like
respect those efforts, right?
Oh, now she respects them.
I don't respect them on everything. I respect them on these things.
I was like, I don't respect them on most things.
She usually doesn't respect them on writing.
Yeah, it's just writing.
She's like, the writing's terrible. That's what's going on.
It's writing, it's certain voice performances I don't love. But like most of the other stuff the developers do, I'm like, yeah, good job, guys.
The targeting on the rail shooter was terrible. Like,
okay, yeah, maybe that wasn't okay.
We're here to critique. That's fine.
I know. I can be kind of harsh sometimes. It's true, but I'm going to continue to be that way.
It was true though. It was bad. It was really bad.
Because those are my opinions. I'm sorry. So then if you go into a small shed and you turn a knob, you hear the sound of machine gears, and then you see Red and Tifa run toward you on the lower track, indicating that you closed the drawbridge. You know, we couldn't actually see the drawbridge lower because that's a lot of work for the graphics department in the 1990s. So you just hear it off screen. And then the final thing that I'll say about this part of the original game is that once you're done with walking on the tracks, you cross a really long hanging bridge, which was also carried over to Rebirth, which is where our party is now that they've finished the minecart minigame.
I am not looking forward to this.
Your homecoming?
You'll see.
So now, back in Rebirth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who should appear to remind us of our mission but some Robe guys who did not dive off the edge.
Made it across the drawbridge.
They made it across. So Cloud notices that there are some Robe guys at the end of this long bridge in front of us, and now it's time to follow after them because that is our mission. Follow the Robe guys. And that's when we arrive in North Corel, which is the town. Sometimes it's called just Corel. Sometimes it's called North Corel. This is North Corel, the town.
Corel's like the region, but then this is North Corel, the town.
It's explained interchangeably. Anyway, whatever. So once we've crossed the bridge, we've made it to the town of North Corel. We're accompanied by some slow, like hardened, kind of old Western style music that kicks in, which is actually a variation of Barret's theme, which we'll talk more about in a minute. And immediately when our party arrives, the townsfolk start mocking Barret and treating him like he's the worst person to ever step foot in their town.
Surprised he had the balls to come back. but we're so glad you did.
And one guy even goes so far as to pour what looks like wine or something, some kind of alcohol probably, on Barret's head, and Barret doesn't flinch. And interestingly, it's Yuffie who comes to Barret's defense, pushing the townspeople away, but Barret stops her, puts on his sunglasses, and proceeds to walk forward. Now, I do want to take a quick moment and point something out. Have you guys noticed when Barret is and isn't wearing his sunglasses?
It's like his emotional state.
Yes!
When he's down or things are frustrating, like his sunglasses are on. But when he's like loving and like accepting, or he feels like not emotionally vulnerable, then his sunglasses are.
It's the vulnerability and the trust of
Yes.
the people he's around that affects his sunglasses. Has nothing to do with the sunlight.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, like when Remake starts out, he's wearing his sunglasses
Yep.
and they're in the middle of the most dimly lit rooms at night, right?
Totally.
And he's wearing those sunglasses. And the first time he takes them off in Remake is actually when he's speaking to Cloud from his heart on the train after their first mission together, talking about the hardships that people in the Undercity go through.
Interesting.
But the folks down there don't have the luxury of choice, you know?
So that's the first time where he like is willing to remove this barricade between his psyche and emotional state and Cloud, which is interesting. And then of course he leaves them off when he's in Seventh Heaven, while he's talking to friends, when he sees Marlene. And then throughout Remake, he actually takes those glasses off and on, puts them on sporadically throughout. But more times than most, whether or not Barret is wearing his sunglasses or not depends nothing on like how bright it is in the sky around him, but rather the trust he feels for those he's talking to, right? So his glasses are that way to barricade his vulnerabilities, just like you said.
I didn't notice it until this game. Like, I didn't notice that was happening in Remake. I had no idea.
I didn't really notice it either. In fact, it's like in The Office when nobody can remember if Stanley has a mustache.
Which one of these looks more right?
Neither of those looks like any person that has ever existed or been dreamt of in the history of human insanity.
It's like if you were to ask me, does Barret wear his sunglasses through Remake? I probably wouldn't be able to tell you, except now I've looked back.
I would have been like, yeah, he always has his sunglasses on.
Yeah, he'll leave them off when people around him are trustworthy enough to him to be allowed to see the real him.
Yeah.
So only people he trusts can see his eyes, which is why he puts his sunglasses on right here.
Right.
In fact, this is the first time he puts them on in Rebirth, because at Rebirth, you know, at the very beginning, he's already built this trust.
Yeah, this is the first time he's put him back. You're totally right. He's had him off this whole time.
He's had him off the whole game,
Yeah.
including like when they stepped out into that bright sunlight in Chapter 2, the grasslands, and they're on the beach in Costa del Sol. So clearly he doesn't use the sunglasses to protect him from the sun, which is really interesting.
And he does bring back that like gruff exterior that you see him when you first meet him. And he's like,
Yes.
hey, Merc, like we're taking down this Mako reactor, you know?
That hardened kind of persona.
And it's kind of like he's a good man, but he's like an eco-terrorist, right? Like he's like glasses on, like we're doing business, like we're messing up Shinra's stuff.
Yeah.
And then Rebirth is totally like where he's met the party, he's gone through this journey already, and now these are like his people, you know? That's really cool.
I think that's way cool. But yeah, so as the party walks away from these bully townsmen at the front, Yuffie like makes a face at them that's supposed to be funny. And many parts of Yuffie and her lines and behavior are funny to me, but this particular moment came across like really cringy to me because it felt like a Japanese trope.
It's Japanese.
I'm not from Japan. This is not my culture. So it elicited an eye roll from me.
Is it the one where she's like,
Yeah,
She, like,
yeah, that's
falls her-
exactly
yeah,
it. Yeah, but I do appreciate the fact that she's defending Barret. It's just the face was dumb.
Yeah.
You could also ask the question why others were not defending Barret, right? So Aerith defended Tifa against that rude Jenny girl back in Costa del Sol.
yeah.
She was just like one girl, right?
Excuse me? Stow the tood.
And here's like a mob of men, but I think the way you could justify nobody else speaking up is potentially because they all had a relationship that was deeper with Barret and they trusted him and they could tell that Barret didn't want them to make a scene. You know, it wasn't really their place.
That's cool. I like that.
Where she's new to the party.
She doesn't know Barrett's dynamic. Like
She doesn't know it. So she's just like, what the heck, you guys? Why is nobody defending him? Like,
Because
she
Barrett
doesn't.
will even say, like, it's fine. Like, I can handle it.
Right. But like, we might not even buy that had we not seen the chalk drawings that showed us that they had any kind of friendship at all. So it's interesting. And then when Barret moves on, if you linger back and you start listening to NPCs, you can start to gather pieces of the puzzle in this town of like what happened to make Barret the most hated person among them, even though there's a lot that's still a mystery there at this point. So like one, this is a very poor town with very little opportunity. If you listen to the men who are mocking Barret, one of them even complains that he wasted his drink on Barret's head.
Oh, yeah.
That indicates that even drinks are incredibly hard for them to like afford, right? So they're really poor.
Go get more. The hell I did. Get it yourself. With what money, you shit for brains?
Another thing that we can gather is that this place didn't used to be in such dire straits. Like, obviously something happened to make it this way, and somehow...
I'll never forget that day as long as I live.
That something must have had something to do with Barret.
I heard tell Barret came waltzing back into town after all this time. Now's our chance to dump his ass down a mine shaft.
I do you one better. Dump him in the reactor.
Use him as a plug to stop the monsters from pouring out.
They do mention a reactor explosion, so that must have been part of it.
Ain't had no honest work since that damn reactor blew.
We hear women cry about how their husbands died at the reactor.
Not a day goes by I don't wonder. Would my husband still be here if we hadn't let them build that damn reactor?
And then people talk about how bad things are. Like,
there's like a soup kitchen, people giving out.
There's a soup kitchen with like people in line. There's people in wheelchairs who clearly have been injured.
Yeah.
You know, somehow. So basically you can pick up these little pieces of the town's backstory by exploring it. People are unhappy. Many of them are drunk. They're poor. They're angry. They're angry, especially at Barret. And the physical appearance of the town isn't winning any awards either. I mean, there's debris everywhere. Dust, dirt is covering everything.
It's like there's like tents set up.
Tents,
and buildings.
everything is drab.
But they actually answer all of this in the trophy you get at the end of the chapter.
In the trophy?
Oh, like the trophy from the PlayStation. What is the trophy called?
It's called The Price of Progress.
Oh, that's a cool name for the trophy.
So that's what you get for completing the chapter?
That's kind of a negative perspective of innovation, though.
Well, no, but that's exactly what it is. So like everything you described right now is what's happened to coal country in America.
Yeah,
that's true.
And everywhere else for that matter, right? So as progress and technology happen, there's a price to be paid.
Interesting.
Entire economies that are built up around like the coal industry are completely decimated at this point.
Right.
And to your point, poor, drunk, drugs, opioid epidemic, specifically here in America.
Yeah.
Like all these things happen as a result of the poverty that happened when that entire industry collapsed because of technological progress.
That's actually really interesting and a good point. And that's what's happening here. But there was additional into just like, because like, you know, most coal towns are kind of like that today, or the ones that are like that because technology took over and coal is no longer needed. So the economy just isn't as strong in those areas and the jobs aren't there. This place had like a tragedy on top of that, right?
On top of that, right.
Yeah. So it's like even crazier.
Yeah, they had the explosion.
Yeah. So, and then there's another point where more people yell at Barret.
Get the hell out of here.
People are yelling at Barret like this whole time, right? And Tifa asks Barret if he's really okay with this because she's having a hard time not speaking up, right?
You sure you're okay with this?
Yeah.
She your new wife? Well, good for you. Glad someone got their happy ending.
Sorry, Tifa. Just ignore him.
This is an interesting moment because I believe it's the first time in the game, in Rebirth at least, that we learn that Barret was ever married, because new wife would seem to indicate that there was an old wife, right? A former wife at some point, which also deepens the mystery for Barret's friends because I don't think they know that.
Yeah, and we don't, as the player too, you don't really know because he's got a daughter.
He's got a daughter.
Right, supposedly.
The daughter does not look like him.
Right, right.
Right.
And so we're like, okay.
So we're like, huh, what's happening here?
It is kind of opening up these little mystery boxes.
And the Marlene question isn't answered in this chapter.
No.
It's a good point. And then eventually you come across a medical clinic, and it's actually Tifa who asks if they can go inside because there's someone in there she wants to see. And that's when she reveals that when she was injured by Sephiroth, remember that slash that he gives her in Nibelheim that Cloud isn't sure actually happened, but Tifa's trying to convince him that it did.
She like keeps showing him this. She's like, look at my scar.
And every time she shows him, it's like she lifts up her shirt and it's almost like she's flashing him. And I'm like,
fan service. That's what they wanted. All the guys want.
And Cloud is like, I don't believe it. what's the evidence?
Yeah,
again?
he starts asking every hour.
Like, show me again. I don't believe that happened.
Sephiroth's getting into my head again. I need to see that scar.
That's hearsay. That's all hearsay.
He just starts pretending he's in a trance. Oh my gosh, that's funny.
No, Cloud couldn't even look at her when she had a bathing suit on. So,
I know, that's right.
I was like, Cloud wouldn't even know what to do. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
He wouldn't. He'd flip out like he did on the beach.
It's just hot. In the sun.
But Tifa does say that when she was injured by Sephiroth years earlier, she was actually brought here to the doctor in this clinic.
When I got hurt back in Nibelheim, they brought me to this clinic. The doctor here, Sheiran, he's the one who saved my life.
Oh.
You're telling me Doc Sheiran's the one who fixed you up?
That's pretty random clinic to go to, but I guess they probably have limited medical offices around this world.
Yeah.
So the party goes inside, and before we even catch a glimpse of this doctor, then Cloud has one of those static flip out episodes where he sees Sephiroth, who tells him, "Do not be deceived."
Do not be deceived. You know the truth. Trust in me.
Sephiroth!
And then he's stopped by Barret, thankfully, who's in the party at this point, which brings Cloud back to reality. So I think he's just reminding him the same stuff of like, don't believe that Tifa was actually injured.
Yeah.
Your reality is not reality.
Does he flip out before he talks to Tifa, or does he talk to Tifa first and then...
So we haven't actually met Dr. Sheiran yet.
Okay. But Tifa's standing there at the entrance and she's like, hey, can we go in here? There's someone I want to meet.
She talks about that exact episode, right?
Yeah.
That she was slashed by Sephiroth and this is the doctor who saved her. They walk in and that's when Sephiroth,
Yeah, it's like, hey, don't trust Tifa. She's spinning stuff again.
I mean, if anything, I think literally this is just, again, part of like Sephiroth's, if you want to call it master plan, where he's sowing the seeds of doubt, right? Because he knows that if they end up in a final confrontation at some point and they all function as a team and as a unit, he probably will go down. But if he can sow the seeds of discord amongst the team members and divide and conquer, right, then that's probably what this is.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's just manipulating again and trying to get him to distrust his party.
Yeah, I think so too. The best I can assume is that whatever like mind virus Cloud has, be it like an actual physical condition or like a metaphysical connection to Sephiroth's control, it's just trying to inch Cloud closer and closer to being like a full-time follower of Sephiroth. But it is one of those questions that developers will need to answer in the third installment. So anyway, at that point, Cloud looks around to see that the clinic is full of Robe guys, and the doctor named Dr. Sheiran arrives, and he warmly recognizes Barret.
Barret Wallace.
Dr. Sheiran. It's been a while.
Certainly has.
Who's the only person in this town to like not throw shade his way, which is kind of interesting. And then the doctor sees Tifa, and he's almost mystified that she's standing in his clinic. And then Dr. Sheiran says something interesting. He tells Tifa that a Shinra helicopter...
If it wasn't for you, I doubt I'd be standing here today.
Don't thank me. Thank Lady Luck and Shinra for that helicopter.
I'm sorry, Shinra?
I know you might find it hard to believe, but not all the apples in that bunch are rotten. But seriously, you're living proof of the good in people. Don't ever forget that.
To which Cloud should have jumped in with like, well, yeah, duh, I fought with the 7th Infantry back in Junon, and I took out a bunch of other infantries that were probably their peers, so, you know.
He brings back the 7th Infantry. Those were good apples. My brothers.
My brothers in arms. This is not the last time you will see me.
Will we see each other again, sir?
Count on it.
I hope they come back in the third installment in a cool way.
That would be rad. They need to throw something in.
But I do actually love what the doctor said, because I love that message.
Yeah.
Organizations can be corrupt. They can be run by evil people, but that doesn't mean that every person working for an organization is evil. Like, they may not realize that the organization is evil, right? Like, look at the fun-loving Shinra middle manager.
Or they're just people that are just trying to feed their families, and they don't realize that these people are...
Exactly.
That the corporations are bad, or the...
But you know, in addition to that, now that I think back and I can't say anything, I think I know who was in the helicopter.
Oh, yeah.
I think there were 2 people, and I think I know who they were. Maybe we'll find out someday. Okay. So, but going back to the doctor, so I do have to call it out. I know we're getting to the end. The doctor is a fantastic voice actor, you guys.
Oh, he's awesome.
Do you remember me?
Well, of course I do, Tifa. It hasn't been that long. You heal up all right?
He's like one of the best side characters, acting-wise, in this game. He's really good. And being a filmmaker and a huge appreciator of great voice performances, our listeners know that I just can't stop myself from calling out the great voice actors, the really talented ones.
At first, I thought it was just Mako poisoning. It is until I ran some tests. The results were strange.
I looked up the actor. His name is Lloyd Sherr or Lloyd Sherr, and he's best known for playing the part of Fillmore in Cars 2 and Cars 3 and like all the Cars sequels after the original actor passed away.
If you're implying that I switched out that rot-gut excuse for alternative fuel with my all-natural, sustainable, organic biofuel just because I never trusted Axelrod, you're dead wrong, man.
He took on that role, which is a pretty cool role. And then he's apparently also done the narrations for the History Channel Modern Marvels shows.
Oh, cool.
Those are what he's known for. Yeah, it's this guy.
I used to watch those.
Yeah.
Unable to navigate, the runaway ship headed straight for 2 moored vessels, packed with nearly 900 passengers.
And then beyond that, he's done like some small parts in games. He's done like, additional voices and things like Diablo 4. Oh, the Klaus cartoon on Netflix. It's really charming.
Yeah.
He's done some voices in that.
That's a great movie.
Yeah, he's done stuff in like Scooby-Doo and SpongeBob.
Like, let's get out of here, Scoob.
Nice. And he was Saruman in the 2009 Lord of the Rings video game.
It appears you grow desperate.
And then he was Kronos in God of War 2. So his resume isn't like as massive as other people's resume. It looks like he does voice acting like more as a fun hobby rather than like a full-time gig, but then he has enough talent to just keep it going, right? But
those are pretty big parts, though.
Yeah, those aren't bad at all,
so I don't
right?
know if it was just like a part-time gig. I
don't know.
To be Kronos in God of War 2 and to do all that stuff.
I know that's really good, but like I look at that list and like he does bigger roles, but he doesn't do them often enough to sustain himself in like, I assume he lives in California. I don't actually know. But maybe he does. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he does other things too. Like he could do commercials. Commercials aren't on IMDb, so you wouldn't even see them, right? But I do think he deserves some recognition because he did a fantastic job. So nice work, Lloyd Sherr or Sherr. I'm so bad with names, yes. You really were awesome, though. He was such a great pick for Dr. Sheiran. Bravo. Okay, going back to the medical clinic. Dr. Sheiran asks our party if we can help draw a Robe guy's blood because blood tests have revealed some strange results, apparently.
A substance turned up. One I've never seen before. Not sure what to make of it yet, but it did remind me of one I have seen.
And then he notices Cloud's eyes and recognizes them as being produced by Soldier. And then he asks Cloud if he'll let him draw his blood, and Cloud refuses.
Spare a drop?
No.
To which I was super disappointed. I'm like, come on, at least let him draw the blood so that like it can tease the idea that we might get some like data, some answers.
Well, because this is the mystery box that they're setting up, right? Like, is Cloud gonna? And it's like maybe we'll get some answers, but then he's like, no,
it's got to stay a mystery.
Yep.
Yeah, and then the doctor tells us that he suspects the Robe guys are soldiers.
I ask because I suspect they're soldiers suffering from cellular degradation.
So he's spelling it out, right? Totally spelling it out to us.
I do what I can for the injured ones, but leave the rest to stumble onto the saucer.
He doesn't know why they're going to the gold saucer.
Yeah.
But that's the next clue of where we need to go next, right? To be able to stay on mission and following these Robe guys. And then after talking to Dr. Sheiran, if you walk around the clinic, you can talk to a few of the doctor's assistants who reveal like what kind of a selfless servant of the people the doctor is.
Dr. Sheiran's been distributing meals to the people in town. Says it's because he wants to keep them healthy and out of his clinic. Just between us, though, he's actually been mixing supplements into the meals.
And they even tell you how his family was tragically killed in the Corel incident.
The doc was here when everything went down in Corel. Unfortunately, his family wasn't. Terrible shame.
So Dr. Sheiran has lost loved ones too, just like it sounds like most of the people here have.
Ain't that something? The girl I saved coming back here with Barret of all people. I'm sure there's some kind of cosmic significance to that, but hell if I know what it is.
So when we leave the clinic, Yuffie flips out with excitement about the possibility of going to the gold saucer. She's stoked about that.
Where every day is a holiday? We're going, right? I mean, we have to.
And at this point, you can go right now. That can be the next thing you do.
Yeah.
Or you can see what available side quests there are to do in North Corel. And as you might imagine, I stuck around for the side quests, right? And it sounds like you did the side quests
Are
too.
the Queen's Blood players available here now?
There's 2, maybe 3.
Okay, yeah.
The first and most obvious side quest becomes available immediately once we go outside the clinic. And you can either go immediately back to the clinic, back into it to pick it up directly from the doctor, or you can go to the community board and pick it up. Either way.
This is the like missing robed person. Right?
Yeah, and this is like a really long side quest. Like if you take your time, this side quest alone can take a full 45 minutes. But I thought it was interesting, at least. The name of the side quest is Of Robed Men and Ransoms.
Yep.
You know, and you get it from Dr. Sheiran, and it starts by him showing you a ransom note from like a couple thieves who apparently they kidnapped this robe guy, and now they're demanding 1 million gil from this like poor doctor.
Look at this place. Can barely afford bandages, never mind a ransom.
Demanding all this gil from...
For the return of a random robe guy.
For the robe guys that are just throwing themselves off bridges. Sorry.
I know. But because the doctor is such a good-hearted guy, right? Like the doctor does care, so he asks Cloud, and Red is, I guess, the companion here in this quest for help. And then he gives us a UVA flashlight.
Yeah, to like track the bioluminescence or something.
I guess, yeah. It makes human sweat glow purple.
Right, but then Red can smell from like the letter,
Yeah, so the Red picks up the scent. We exit the town. We go through the desert. We fight some annoying monsters we'll talk about later. And then we find a chocobo carriage that's parked outside of another old mine called the Old South Corel mine.
Right.
And when we flash our flashlight in there, we start to see handprints and footprints leading to the cave entrance. So we go inside. Ernest, did you do this side quest?
It's a really big, long one.
It's long. It's 45 minutes.
No, then I did. And I was like, I don't remember this at all. And
okay.
I probably did not do it.
It's the only outside side quest that you can do before going to the gold saucer.
In this chapter.
Yeah, in this chapter. So it's like you're prevented from kind of exploring the desert area at this point.
It's actually like a mini dungeon.
Yeah.
You fight off monsters, you find like treasures and random caverns, there's puzzles. You keep using this flashlight to like look at footprints and handprints to make sure you're on the right track. And the whole purpose of it is to track down this kidnapped like robed guy. And there's even like a super large room where you have to use a grappling hook to swing all over the place. You remember this? And then you land on like an upper platform. You have to like flip a switch. It's part of the puzzles, right? It unlocks a door.
Yeah, that opens that big door that you can't get into. But like it lets you go up to the door, but then it's like you have to open it another way. And then that's what makes you look around.
Right. And that's when you have to go around.
It's a whole to do.
It's an extensive side quest. Like it's a whole dungeon, basically. And by the way, this is when I really realized that I hate the Deathclaw monsters. I hate them. Dude, they like can either one hit kill you or at least like one hit 1 HP you and then they kill you.
Yeah, they're freaky.
Yeah.
Well, the whole point, like when you assess them, it says if you dodge their like big attack that will kill you, that's what pressures them.
Oh.
It's just to avoid it. You're probably going in like, I'm just going to chop you. But you're.
Yeah, you know me. I'm just like.
But you need to dodge it because if you dodge that big thing where they snap on you, then they get pressured and then you kill them easily.
Interesting.
If you go in guns blazing, they're going to eat you.
And I'm guns blazing, but I'm also changing characters constantly. So like I get a hit in, change, hit in, change. And they usually kill them right after I get the hit in. And I'm like, come on, you know?
Yeah, you have to dodge them on like specifically.
Okay, I probably should pay more attention to the actual tactics. I'm just like, no, I'm going to chop.
Especially because the boss of the dungeon is a Deathclaw.
But he doesn't, I don't think he has the one hit kill.
Oh, okay.
He's like a little morphed version of it. But yeah, like to your point. So eventually we come to this big cavern and we encounter like a blonde lady and some guy who starts out wearing a black robe in disguise. But then they turn out to be our kidnappers, our culprits. And they're criminals who like announce themselves as like.
They come up with names for themselves.
Yes. And these are their names. Ellie and Barry.
Ellie the elusive and Barry the brash.
We're the world's greatest double act.
Ellie the elusive.
Barry the brash.
I just think, like, if I were to write a character who's, like, supposed to be this hardened criminal, I probably wouldn't call him Barry. It's like, I don't know.
That's funny.
But they whistle. They call in this, like, mini boss monster called the Dark Claw, which is, it looks like a Death Claw. But again, I don't think it has that annoying, like, one-hit destroy move, or at least I never saw it when I was fighting it. And he's not very hard. Like, you can fight him pretty quick. And then at that point, then the kidnapped robe guy comes out from the shadows and he points at Cloud and he says, reunion or whatever.
Reunion.
Which is hilarious because he beats the monster and they're like, hey, like, tell us where the robe guy is. They're like, well, we know where he is and you'll never find him. So you still have to pay the ransom. And then all of a sudden he just like walks out. They're like, what the heck, dude? You're supposed to stay hidden.
Give us the guy or you're next.
Ah, shit. Now what?
Now nothing. Dog or no dog, they're never gonna be able to find that dude without us. Hear that? Give us the money or we're gonna... What? Hey! We told you to stay put!
I knew we should have tied him up.
He's like attracted to Cloud for some reason. Like he points at Cloud, which is kind of interesting. He's like reunion and he points at Cloud.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to talk about the quest because he points at Cloud when he says reunion.
Which is interesting.
It makes you wonder why he does that. And it makes me think that while the game is trying to get us to believe that Cloud is suffering from the same degradation as all these other rogue guys, Cloud's version is actually different. He's special in some way, right? And then, of course, having played Original 7 and Crisis Core, I know things about Cloud that haven't yet been revealed in Rebirth, pending that they keep those major plot points in this reimagined version. But the developers could also be trying to lead us off the scent and then totally throw us for a loop. So it'll be interesting to see how that happens.
It's weird that he's attracted to Cloud because he's past 1 million robe guys and they don't turn around and like start walking towards Cloud, right? So yeah, maybe they're throwing us off the scent. But Ellie and Barry, they ended up saying like, oh, dude, you're a soldier. And then they again hit us on the head again. And they're like...
Yeah, they see his eyes.
Dude, you don't have much time left.
What? Old buddy of yours?
Barry, look. The kid's eyes. He's a soldier.
No wonder he wiped the floor with that monster. But time ain't on his side. Even the strongest ones don't stay strong for long. Sooner or later, he'll wind up like all the rest, another mumbling hooded freak.
They hit it home again. Like it's so much in this chapter.
Yes.
Like, Cloud, you are going to turn into one of these.
Exactly. They say the quote is, even the strongest ones don't stay strong for long.
Yeah.
The criminals say this about soldiers to Cloud, hitting us over the head.
Yep.
Totally. And then the kidnappers escape. We let them escape because we have our robe guy, and that's what we came for. We return the robe guy to Dr. Sheiran, where Red asks Dr. Sheiran if it's true.
Is it true that soldiers' cells degrade?
Believe me, if I knew, I'd tell you. But Shinra keeps a tight lid on everything soldier-related. Only doctors with access to those secrets are the company's own. I certainly don't qualify. If anyone here was gonna have answers, it'd be you, son. Been feeling under the weather?
Not really.
It sure would help if I had a blood sample from someone who was like not one of these guys.
I know. He actually asks again.
The procedure you boys underwent was cutting edge. So much so, I doubt anyone in the company knew what the long-term effects might be. The more information we have, the better. So, change your mind about that blood sample?
No.
Well, one of these days I'll win you over.
And that's the end of this massive side quest. And again, it's like 45 minutes. It's big. Okay, and then from there, going back to North Corel, there aren't any additional side quests available to pick up at this time, at least on normal mode and story mode, but there are a few things you can do, including you can play a couple people in Queen's Blood. The first Queen's Blood player you can challenge is actually not a person, it's a dog.
Yeah, I know, the dog.
Do you remember this?
Yep.
The dog named Rolf. So yeah, this is the game not taking itself too seriously, which is great, right?
Rolf gets really excited whenever he senses a skilled player nearby.
The dog is level 5. I was like rank 3 when I played the dog. So I think it took me 4 times to beat him, but then I smoked him on the 4th time, and he gives us the Cockatrice card at the end. But yeah, super funny that it's a dog that you play. And there's some Queen's Blood players later that are even funnier than the dog. I love that they're just having fun with every Queen's Blood player having their own personality. And the second Queen's Blood player is actually located inside the Rock Bottom Tavern, which is the bar, and it's Biff. Do you remember Biff?
One of the bandits.
He's one of the bandits.
He looks like he's pregnant
with
like that big giant belly.
Yeah, totally. And like the weird hair and all that. Yeah, so Biff is there. That's the guy you play.
I love that his name is Biff.
I know.
Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Why don't you make like a tree and get out of here?
But before we play him, he says that he was kicked out of Beck's gang for being too baddie.
If you got something to say, then spit it out. Just know that I'm such a badass that even Beck and his bitches couldn't handle me.
Kick me out of their stupid little game.
And he's also level 5, and it took me 3 times to beat him because, again, I'm under-leveled, I don't know. And then once I did beat him, though, I destroyed him, too. Like, mega points against him. Although it'll probably show up on the screen like 10-0 now that I say that, because maybe I remembered it wrong. I don't know. He gives us the bomb card, and then he admits that he actually bailed from Beck's gang because he couldn't hack the bandit life.
Truth is, I bailed from the bandit life because I just couldn't hack it.
And then there's another Queen's Blood player in North Corel, and it's an old man who is levitating.
He reminds me of like a snake charmer. His shirt's off or something, but he's not like...
Yeah, it kind of looks like a snake charmer.
But he's also floating.
Do you remember that guy, Ernest?
No, what did he describe him?
Like Spencer says, like a snake charmer, shirtless old man.
He didn't have like a turban or anything on his head. But...
Yeah, no turban.
Yeah.
But literally levitating above, like he's hovering in the air.
Were his legs crossed?
His legs are crossed.
I think
and
so.
He's like floating.
Did he have any like gold bangles on him in like a drawing?
No, he was shirtless.
The reason I'm saying that is because I don't remember this character at all, but the way you're describing him, levitating, looking like a snake charmer, having his arms crossed and his legs crossed. Dalsim from Street Fighter.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like that character.
Nah, he's like this white guy that is like levitating, but he kind of, he just gives off this vibe of like he's mystical and he's floating for some reason.
Yeah.
And he's actually the one who triggers the next Queen's Blood like cutscene, right?
Oh, so he's basically one of those people in California doing yoga.
Yeah, but I actually couldn't play him.
You require more training if you hope to face me.
And I didn't know if that's because I didn't catch the twins in Under Junon, so I may be like one rank below where you could be.
He was the one that advances the plot.
Yeah, I couldn't play him at this point. I play him later.
You have to have enough to trigger the next Queen's Blood like rank.
So I don't know if I'm the only one because I missed somebody in Under Junon to play, or if nobody could play him on normal mode here and you have to play him later.
Because you can't trust me because who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like
everyone.
Ernest doesn't remember him. So somebody out there knows. So let me know if on normal mode you're able to play him this early if you remember. It's kind of hard to remember. I did want to say that the other noteworthy thing that you can do in the town of Corel, is play the piano.
The worst
So
theme.
back at this tavern, I know, like it's funny when you go into the tavern, there's like people beating each other. It was like a bar fight in there and everybody's just screaming and stuff. But behind that, there's a old piano. And do you remember which music is available? It makes sense. Barret's theme, which is fitting for this location, right? And just like you said worst theme. So, okay, if I may agree with you.
So bad.
Not only is Barret's theme more difficult to play than Tifa's theme on this piano like mini game, but it's just not that pleasant of a song to like listen to. Having to play it on the piano too, like really drove home the thought that Barret kind of got the short end of the stick with themes. I mean, a music theme is called a leitmotif, and his leitmotif, like one that fits a character, right? That's a leitmotif for a character. It's just not terribly memorable compared to others. Like Aerith's theme is amazing. And Tifa's theme is pleasant. And then there's Barret's theme. And it's like the sequence of notes is really unique, but it's like slow and rough around the edges, which is why it fits Barret. But it's also kind of a shame that this rough around the edges persona would dictate having a music theme that is like unequal to his friends. I mean, even down to the last like anticlimactic and unsatisfying like notes at the end. Do you remember? It like it like ends on the same notes that aren't even part of the tonic, which means they don't fit. They're not the note you expect to conclude the end of a song, if I'm simplifying it.
I don't know the musical terminology. I'm just like, this does not seem right.
The chord doesn't resolve.
Exactly. The chord, the song doesn't resolve. And it's technically called a perfect authentic cadence, is usually when you're comfortable with the last chord, like being the one that's on the tonic, if you're going to be a real music nerd.
Yeah, but I remember playing it and being like, I have rhythm and I understand music. Like I sang in choir and stuff, and I was just like, this is like the syncopation. It's so weird. With Tifa's theme, you're like, okay, I get this melody, and sometimes you do a couple other things, but you get it musically, like it works with the rhythm and stuff.
Like the notes are on the downbeats.
Yeah. It's like, it's nice, but with Barret's theme, I was like, I don't know, I just need to memorize it. I ended up getting an A, but I played it like a million times so I could like talk to that guy and get the credit for it or whatever.
Yeah, it was odd, especially it had a lot of those double notes where in this game you just push the joystick once and it plays two notes, two quick, like, eighth notes or whatever.
Yeah.
Tifa's theme had a lot of like on the beat quarter notes. Barret's theme has more fast notes and they're all over the place. They're very chromatic, like do 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 do.
Yes.
So it was weird. It took me 5 tries.
I did it like 10 times, I swear.
Well, it's more challenging. That chromatic, like tricky melody, if you can even call it a melody,
it was weird.
like it's uniquely written. I'm not saying it's a bad piece writing wise, but it's just not pleasant to listen to, which might be intentional. You know what I mean? Ernest, do you remember how you did? I know that you played the Tifa theme song minigame. Did you play this one?
Now that I think about it, I don't think I even played this on the piano.
The piano's kind of hiding.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't remember playing Barret's thing at all.
Well, you probably did this because this chapter...
They're prompting you.
It like wants you to continue on the story.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of players will probably just go up and finish it.
Pretty sure I just went on to the gold saucer.
Yeah, because there's a lot of other stuff in that town that you'll come back to it. You can still do it, but...
Yeah, I will go back eventually,
Yeah, chapter 12, you can go do it.
Right, but I think a lot of people missed a lot of these side quests.
I'm bummed you didn't do it because I was really excited for your opinion because I don't think you would have loved this one.
I did like
it. It was rough.
Look, I've not liked any of them because like the controls are so wonky, right?
Yeah.
And this one was bad.
Well, just wait because there's later ones too that are like, what?
Yeah.
It's crazy. But okay. So once you're done exploring North Corel, if you decide to do that, you head to the Ropeway boarding platform to board the gondola that will take us to the Gold Saucer. And before we actually depart from there, some really interesting story stuff happens that we have to go through. So Yuffie, who is still perturbed by how Barret was treated in the town, and she doesn't understand why in the world this is happening, she tells Barret that he should go beat up the people who were mean to him.
Practically the whole damn town came out to crap on him. Someone tell me why I'm the only one who's pissed here.
And then Tifa actually does jump in. She nudges Barret as to please share why these townspeople were acting this way, because she can't believe that Barret would have sold out these people for money like they were implying.
Right.
I told you. I can take it.
Think you could at least tell us what it was all about? They were talking like you sold them out for money, but I know that isn't true. That's not you. So how'd they get it so wrong?
And then she asks, or does it have to do with Marlene?
This about her? About Marlene?
And it's the mention of Marlene that really gets Barret to take a deep breath and tell the story. With his glasses off, I might add.
He takes them off, yeah.
Yeah, because...
he's back with the people he trusts.
He's with the people he trusts, right? So with flashback scenes, he explains how 6 years earlier, the town was happy, but they knew that coal mining wouldn't sustain them forever, right? So one day, Scarlet of Shinra with the boobs, because
she's wearing the same dress.
Yeah.
Jessica Rabbit, by the way.
Right? Yeah. So she makes this offer to the town to allow Shinra to build a Mako reactor near the town and maybe kind of replacing the mine. And part of the revenue from this reactor would actually go to the town that would give them a better life, right?
Yeah, and create new jobs for them.
Yeah.
That's a newer source of energy that, coal's dying. And
the price of progress, right?
Yeah.
The progress part. Yeah. So then these flashbacks show this town meeting. And it's in this town meeting that Barret, who had 2 arms with actual hands on them at the time, right? He speaks in favor of this offer for the opportunity that it would bring. And then the other townspeople all agree with Barret, and they even physically nod. So people agree with Barret, right?
All these people, yeah.
Everyone. including the mayor, who looks just like Dr. Sheiran, by the way, which confused me for a hot second.
That was a little confusing.
I'm like, is he the... But then, like, he had a really low voice. I think they got some actors, like, totally not the same voice to make it clear, but... And his hair was done a little different, but... Anyway, I was like, is that Dr. Sheiran? No, it's not.
Well then, all in favor?
But the only person against this idea to accept Shinra's offer was Barret's good friend, Dine.
We can't just abandon the mines. Not after our fathers and grandfathers risked their lives to maintain them.
I hear you, Dine. I do. But nobody sees any future in coal. So I ask you, why break our backs working harder and harder when we're taking home less year after year?
And then the idea is put to a vote, and then 2 years later, the reactor was completed. Everyone's excited.
Everyone was ecstatic, convinced it was the dawn of a new era. Then one day, the reactor exploded.
And here's where it gets especially dark. Apparently, after the reactor exploded, Scarlet ordered Shinra to come burn down the entire town.
Burned everything. Innocent people in their homes.
Oh, yeah. It gets way freaky.
Yeah, it's just like, dang, you know?
I don't get it. Why burn the whole town?
To craft a story that it was all the work of a local insurgent group.
And I'm not 100% sure how this actually works, to be honest. I mean, were they trying to cover up the real reason the reactor blew up?
Yeah.
Which might make some stronger sense, but it wasn't like super clear.
That's kind of like what I thought. It was like, there can be no evidence that Shinra, like, because
Shinra made a mistake.
Because they want to move forward with more Mako reactors, right? There's more and more and more. So it's like, that's what Midgar is, just surrounded by Mako reactors. So I think it's like, we can't let this get out. And anyone that knows about it, I thought it's like, we're going to burn it all down. And all these people are just collateral damage.
I guess that's what they're going for, right?
Yeah.
But like, I guess I wondered why they couldn't just blame the reactor explosion on the insurgents and not touch the town.
Because they knew.
They knew the actual reason.
Well, they knew that it was Shinra.
Okay.
And Shinra's that evil that they're killing women and children in their homes.
Okay.
But I mean, no, I don't know if that makes sense, because there's a lot of people that still are in the town that were around. Like, Shinra didn't go kill them all.
Yeah, they didn't kill them all. They just burned the town and didn't care about who died.
That's true. They weren't trying to, like, no one can know.
Like,
so maybe
like no one can survive.
I'm wrong. Never mind. I'm wrong.
No, but like
it has a feeling of that, but it's not.
It has a feeling of that, but it's weird to me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not 100% on board with it, to be honest,
Right.
because I don't think it's super clear. But I'm less on board with other things, which I'll tell you. So, and then Barret confirms that the real reason why the entire town hates him was that he was the one who helped convince the town to build the reactor.
There's a whole lot of blood on my hands, too. I pushed for the reactor. I put us on the path that brought us here.
Do you want to know what I think about that? I think that's bullcrap. I think it's bullcrap.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And okay.
If Barret was like in a position of power, like if he was the mayor and overrode something.
Or a dictator or something.
Or he
he's
just like, yeah, but he's just like another townsfolk.
Yeah, or if he got like some kind of payback.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like they gave him tons of money to get the town on board and he's selling them out. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I don't know. This is probably more of a critique of the original Final Fantasy VII writing, because Barrett's same story happened there first. But I feel like they could have taken steps to fix it here, or at least made it more clear and make more sense. Like, I just don't think that Barrett's supposed role in this tragedy is a good enough reason for the kind of singled out vitriol that he receives from every human in the town except the doctor.
Right.
Okay, so let me make this argument really quick. So first of all, if the flashback scene showed anything, it showed that everyone had the same opinion as Barret, except for Dine, right? So really, everyone should be just as mad at themselves, right?
Well, let me offer a little bit of a different perspective.
Okay.
Think about it this way. That scene where that happened was already after the fact. It was already at the point where they were going to take the vote to see what they were going to do, right? And if you think about it, the doctor was probably the only what you would consider like traditionally educated person in that village. Now, again, I'm comparing it to any other coal town anywhere in the world, really, but in America. So you have a largely uneducated population, with the exception of maybe a doctor, and then Barret, who is ex-military, who may have had some kind of training involved.
He's not
right?
ex-military. He's just coal mine. There's no military in his background.
I mean, he has dog tags, but...
Yeah, but he's not ex-military. He's just designed that way.
I mean, but the point is, like, a lot of these places, if somebody came in and said, hey, we're going to take your traditional way of living and earning, income, putting food on the table, and we're going to change it to something completely different. Because your industry is in decline, it's in collapse, whatever the case is, people would not really go along with that. As a matter of fact, we know that to be the case here, right? And so Barret probably had to do a job where he went around and like convinced the townspeople on a one-on-one basis, like, hey, listen, our industry's dying. We're not going to be able to put food on the table anymore. Our only real option here is to go along with this. And the doctor probably knew that that was the truth as well. So my point is that Barret was telling them the truth. And what happened after that, right? So had the reactor not blown up, had it actually functioned as it should have, and they were able to make a new economy based on that and everything went forward, none of this story would be here, right? But that's not what happened. So I think what happened is Barret did convince the town to progress, if you want to call it that. And then the reactor exploded, probably Shinra did it, whatever the case is. And they all thought, oh, this is the guy who convinced us that this was the right way to go, except for his best buddy. So this must be his fault somehow. There must be some kind of conspiracy here where Barret was involved in this, even though it wasn't. He was just trying to do the right thing for the town.
Right. But like, okay, let me make some counters. I think that's possible. I think it is possible. And there is I wish they would have shown more of this, of like Barret going door to door, gathering signatures or whatever, like trying to convince people a little bit more than rather just this town meeting where everybody agrees with him, because it just looks like he's just one of many who has the same opinion. But if what you say is true, I still would say that even if Barret had been a pressing supporter of building the reactor, he clearly had good intentions, and this is a town of people who knew him, and these intentions should have been obvious to everyone. Like, he didn't earn more money than anyone else in the town. Like, they know him better than Shinra, so it doesn't make sense to pin a conspiracy on him so easily. And he thought it would bring a better life for the families there.
Listen, man. This is your chance to give your daughter a better life than what we have.
You think I haven't thought about that?
So, like, how dare he want more opportunity for the town's children, right?
Yeah.
Like, how was he supposed to know that A, the reactor would blow up, and more especially B, Shinra would come and burn down the whole town? I mean, obviously no human in the town could have honestly anticipated these events. And I think it's ridiculous that they pin it on him. Like, if you buy somebody a puppy and it grows up and bites them in the face, like, do you hate the person who bought you the puppy? Like, not that a Shinra reactor is a puppy, but you get the point.
Yeah, but you're applying a series of logic onto a group of people.
They're not idiots. Like, uneducated doesn't mean stupid with people.
They're a cause and effect, right, type people. And they would have seen it as, well, the end effect of this is we're all now destitute.
Yeah.
That's assuming that they're just a bunch of buffoons.
So I'll kind of split the difference here between you two, because, like, I think it is kind of ridiculous. I kind of agree with Jolie a little bit more, but, like, I take Ernest's point, like, they're in despair. Their, like, town is, like, destroyed.
Yeah, like, they maybe want somebody to blame.
So maybe they want a scapegoat, and, like, Barret he's like a leader, right? Dine and him were, like, the two opposing ones. When you look at the other townsfolk, they're just kind of voting along with Barret, but Barret looks like he's some type of leader. Even if he's not in a position of power, he's not the mayor, but he's actively trying to get people to come to this side, and it's like they look up to Barret. So maybe they're just looking for someone to pin it on, and it's unfortunately that it's Barret, but I agree with Jolie. I think it's unfair.
I just don't think it's strong enough.
Yeah.
I don't think it's strong enough to be reality. Not that this is reality. It's called Final Fantasy and it's a video game, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's hard because it's one of those things where, like, yes, to all of us, it makes perfect sense. Like, he was just trying to do the right thing, right? And unfortunately, something happened. Who knows whose fault it was, whatever. But again, when you're a person who, like, is now destitute because you went along with somebody else's plan, regardless, I mean, again, we're applying, like, a Western legal philosophy of intent to this.
Not legal, just humanity, which an uneducated person understands. Humanity and intent.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to be educated to understand those
But
things.
people will do ridiculous things if they're desperate.
Yeah, out of desperation. But after all of this
And
time.
destitute.
They're destitute at this point.
Well,
right?
here's another. So I remember having a problem with this plot line in original 7. And I guess I was kind of hoping that they would make Barret's sins more sinful, honestly, in this game.
Yeah, that'd be more impactful.
To justify why everyone in the town was really mad at him. Like, what if Barret did get a payback from Shinra for convincing the town, right? And now he's a better person and he regrets it. Like, wouldn't that be a more interesting and like actually create more of a redemption story for Barret? Because he wasn't maybe always perfect. Like, he was always a good person, but then he makes an actual mistake.
Like he's flawed. Yeah.
Yeah, like he's a flawed person. Like, we all are flawed, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, if the writers like don't want that kind of dark side in his past, okay, fine. But maybe he, like, these are just ideas. He could have made a mistake that put the calamity in motion. Like, maybe like it was his error that when combined with like Shinra's careless construction caused the reactor to explode in the first place. Like, there's just a lot of ways you could justify the townspeople being angry at him. I don't know. It just I didn't buy it back then, and I don't buy it now.
To me, it's just an Occam's razor thing, right? The simplest explanation, which is they went along with his plan and they're now destitute.
See, the simplest explanation to me is that the writers got it wrong.
I mean, that could be.
So like, that's the simplest explanation, is that they like, I don't want to like claim to know anything about Japanese culture, but like maybe it's an honor thing. That's just a really big deal in Japanese culture. That's just not as big of a deal in the United States. And so I don't understand why they would write it this way. I don't know, like, but I'll get to it a little bit more in depth when I tell you how this works out also in original 7. But from there in Rebirth, okay, let's just go back to Rebirth. So the rope trolley gondola thing actually arrives to take the group to the gold saucer, and then everyone boards it, but they're all like super sad and they just sit there like.
And I think this is where you actually get the trophy notification, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, it might be, yeah.
It's like right here where it says the price of progress at the top, which I actually think was like a triple layered subtext, right? It's like.
Yeah, no, that's actually really interesting.
Obviously the coal mining thing, but also the price of Barret's progress as a human being, and then the price of progress for Cloud as he
that's cool.
As he goes on this journey. Like, it's like a triple layer of that.
And it's only the trophy. It should be like the chapter. Like, they should have called the chapter the price of progress. That would have been way cool.
Yeah.
But anyway, so they're all sitting on this gondola. They're super like bummed out. And then eventually Barret can't take the heaviness in the room. And he tells everyone that he doesn't want their sympathy.
I don't want your sympathy or your pity. You can keep all of that nonsense. I did what I did, and I can live with it.
And then it gets kind of interesting because Yuffie ends up agreeing with Barret.
We gotta shake this off. We're about to rock up to the funnest place ever, the Gold Saucer.
Huh?
So turn those frowns upside down.
And we're back to that like cheesy, borderline cringy Yuffie in this moment that I'm like, okay, as she tells everyone to turn their frowns upside down. And then Barret is actually surprised because people kind of do what Yuffie tells them to do. Like, they all go to the window to look out for the gold saucer, you know, over the horizon. And they basically leave Barret to kind of mope. And Barret says, well, glad to see we're all on the same page, you know, and he's super bummed out. Now,
what does Barret do?
Oh, does he put his glasses back on?
He puts his glasses back on.
Oh,
when
he does?
Yeah, he does when he gets in the tram. And he's like, whatever, I can take it. And he puts it on, which is cool.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice. I'm glad you said that. There are a couple interpretations for his reaction here, though. Like, so on the surface, it might appear that Barret is like bummed that no one cares much about his tragic story.
Right.
But on closer look, I think that the excitement of the gold saucer is just too much for the party to ignore.
Right.
And Barret is just annoyed that they care that much about the gold saucer at all, right?
Yeah.
So
I think it's even more than that. I think that he also feels a sense of responsibility for what happened to the town, regardless of the fact that it wasn't his fault.
Sure. He totally does.
And he's like left alone to like mourn that and think about it kind of thing.
Well, he just re-experienced it again,
Yeah.
right? And so like it's weighing on him like
That's really good too.
Because I feel like the state he probably left that town in, it's probably worse now. And he came through and saw it.
Yeah.
Even though like obviously again, he's just trying to do the right thing, but he feels the weight of what he feels he caused. And that's, it's weighing on him.
I like that. That's probably the extra layer that I was looking for.
Yeah. He's probably carried it ever since, right?
He probably has, but like it's so fresh now because he just was yelled at by people he knew.
Even more than that, because even he said, like, I can take it. I'm not worried about it. I think it's what he saw, right? The destitution that just like.
That's a good point. Like he probably hasn't been back there since. And to see it like that and everybody hate him and so.
I feel bad for him, right? But like he was just trying to do the right thing. But unfortunately.
It's good. These scenes are like good emotionally.
They really are.
Oh, yeah. Would you say that that's the writers doing a good job?
Yeah, the writers do a good job a lot of times. They're just not good all the time, Ernest.
The writers are good all the time, and all the time the writers are good.
Well, I have more to say about the writers right now because I'm going to tell you about original Final Fantasy VII and how this all plays out. And then we'll close this chapter up, right? Put a ribbon on it. So in original 7, the town looks like an expectedly graphically inferior version of the town in Rebirth, which is totally understandable. Has a lot of dirt, rundown residences, and NPCs hanging their heads down low, or at least psychologically you kind of get that gist. It just has less NPCs than Rebirth because every original game town has way less for technical reasons more so. And when Barret first arrives, the townspeople greet him with hatred, just like they do in Rebirth. But instead of pouring a drink on his head, one of them actually walks up and punches him in the face.
Wow.
And that's the moment that we know, okay, so these guys do not like Barret much. And they even call Barret a death sentence and flat out blame him for turning North Corel into a garbage heap. So they're pretty blatant. And Barret is silent for a moment. And then here he actually apologizes. He says, "I'm sorry" to the townspeople, to which the apology is rejected. One of the townspeople even says, "Don't waste your time with this techno freak." And I'm guessing that's a reference to how he has a gun for an arm. Techno freak.
Bad translation too for original.
I think it's another one of those that has a subtext to it, right? So it's a techno freak because of the technology on his arm, but also he was a proponent of technology to improve their situation and it backfired on them.
It could be that. So then those townspeople walk away and Barret tells the rest of our party that it's his fault that the town was destroyed, but he doesn't elaborate at that point. And then from there, Cloud can walk around and talk to NPCs to try and get more of the story. One NPC even tells us, "The only way we can make ends meet around here is by collecting junk." So apparently in the original game, the town has become junk collectors. Whereas in Rebirth, there's a lot of junk spewed about, but I don't think it's actually verbally claimed.
No.
That their vocations went from coal mining to junk collecting, although they can't mine anymore, so who knows how they earn revenue, or maybe they don't, I don't know. And then you can visit a few rundown shops like in Rebirth, and you can sleep in a rundown inn for 50 gil, which I think is one of the cheaper inns in the entire world, right? Understandably.
It's all based on local economy, right? So.
Right. And then, of course, you can just randomly walk into someone's house.
I miss those days.
No, right?
When you just walk into the,
Yeah. And then in the house, you can actually talk to the people who are in there who seem completely unfazed that some randos just invaded their space. But the town is really small, one visual frame again, right? So exploration goes real quick. And then you can go up to the Ropeway boarding platform, which actually has a ticket taker sitting there, so we're not alone like we are in Rebirth at this point. But you don't really interact with them. And then just like in Rebirth, it's on that platform that the party asks Barret to explain what happened in his past. Although it's Aerith in this game who presses him about it rather than Tifa, who asks in Rebirth. And it's a small thing, but I actually think having Tifa ask rather than Aerith makes more sense because Tifa and Barret have history, right? They know each other a lot better, a lot longer than Barret and Aerith, right? And in the original game, Barret actually apologizes again. He says sorry, and then he starts to share his story. And there are some differences in the story in the original game, the way it's told, along with a lot of similarities. So Barret explains that his hometown used to be around there, but that it was buried over 4 years' time. Whereas in Rebirth, I think it's implied that North Corel is the town.
I think so.
Unless Corel is a town that was done away with, burned down, right? And this is the neighboring kind of side. I don't really know. So that's a little bit vague, but who knows? They say that, in original, it's apparently under sand or dirt or something.
Well, if you think about it, right? So if there was this booming coal business at one point, right? There would have been a proper town. And then if what we're looking at now is a shanty town, right? Which is what it is, built out of practically junk, it's probably is a replacement. It wasn't the original, I'm guessing.
Yeah, maybe so. And then in the original game also, we see flashbacks of the story unfolding, just like in Rebirth we saw flashbacks, where the town leaders are all meeting together, Scarlet is there offering her proposal, and Dyne is the only one in the room who is against the idea of trading coal for a new reactor. Again, the only one I might emphasize,
Nice.
right? And then just like in Rebirth, Dine's reasons for objecting are all about like wanting to continue the traditions of their fathers, right? So that's his objection. Not because he's worried that Shinra will blow up the reactor and burn down the town, because nobody could have seen that coming, including Dine.
Yeah, nobody, yeah.
And then also in the original game, when Barret is making the case for the reactor to Dine, Barret actually mentions his own wife and mentions her by name, says Myrna, and how he doesn't want her to suffer anymore. And that's why he wants this reactor thing to happen, which his wife is suffering? I mean, I would say that that's another completely understandable reason to want change, right? Not for himself, but like for his family and community. I just think his desires are so dang justified from any reasonable person's point of view. And you can say that, yeah, there might be a few haters who just can never forgive and need to scapegoat Barret, but not every single person, you know, except the doctor. There have to be other good people who are uneducated who forgive, like the doctor.
Yeah. And to point out something here, I remember I had watched a documentary, oh man, it must have been a couple of years ago now. And it was exactly about like what we would call the price of progress. Like they were interviewing people in this one little town in like coal country. I don't remember if it was Virginia or Kentucky. And the person they interviewed had that exact same sentiment that Dine did, which he said almost to the letter, which is, we just want our kids to be able to have the same jobs that we had and our fathers had and the fathers before them had. And it's like that industry is dead. And they had no concept that that could even be possible. And they literally just wanted things to be the same as it had been for generations. But you had somebody trying to tell them, like, you need to move forward. So this parallels an actual documentary on the topic of how this pans out over and over and over.
Yeah, I think this is a very understandable reaction from Dine. And it makes sense that it would be in here and that would be his rationale.
Yeah.
Because we've seen that. We've seen that in movies. We've seen that in like many things.
Yeah.
You know, and we see it today, like people who still resist all kinds of technological changes, right?
And for many reasons, and some of them valid and some of them not, right? Like it's just, you know, it's every person has their own experience and their own perspective. But I feel like, unfortunately for Barret, like he internalized it as his fault.
He internalized it, which I don't think is deserved.
He just became a lightning rod.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, but if this had been me, and maybe I'm not, maybe my heart is just not as big as Barret's, but if I had been in Barret's shoes, I would feel really bad that the events happened, but I would not blame myself because in a rational mind, you know it's not your fault. And I don't think he's not rational. I think he's really...
There's some more stuff that we go into that we don't know yet, but happens later in the game. Like
Yeah, okay, that stuff, it makes sense why he mourns it.
Yes, I was going to say there's more, yeah.
It's like, because he's probably just upset about all the things, because he pushed for it, and he feels guilty for what happened to his family.
And guilt is understandable.
And so I think, like, he just takes that on, like, the townsfolk say all this stuff about him, and I think it probably just noise to him, because he's really sad about what happened to Myrna and
maybe
stuff,
so.
Yeah, but that happens later.
Maybe this is his atonement in his mind for the things that happen. I don't know.
Well, I mean, also step back a second, like Barret walking into a town, knowing what's about to happen, taking the persecution, accepting it and walking. It's almost like a savior complex, right? Like a atonement kind of thing, right? Like even though it might not be his fault.
But he thinks he deserves it. That's the difference.
Well, I mean, he could honestly believe that. And again, this is not an issue of rational versus irrational. This is an emotional thing, right? Like his things set a course of events
in action
that resulted in a tragedy. And he feels at least partially responsible for it.
Right? I think it's okay to feel partially responsible, but he's acting like the blood is all on his hands, right?
Yeah.
But I see your point, and yeah, I just don't think it's strong enough. You know, maybe my opinion will change, but I remember feeling this way 20 years ago, you know? And I mean, going back to original 7, so additionally in this scene, not to hammer the point home, but it's the mayor who's actually called the village headman. So clearly, little translation interesting there, right? It's the mayor who is the one who puts a hand on Dine's shoulder in a final attempt to really convince him. So the mayor actually puts the nail in the coffin there, right? The mayor ain't Barret. Barret ain't the only one trying to push this deal along. And then from there, the flashback actually gets really dark, right? Because it shows the town Corel in flames and there's bodies on the ground and one person even falls to his death from the top of the town's water tower. So they're not messing around here. you know? And it's all polygons, so it's not like super graphic, but the idea is pretty shocking, right? And Barret explains that he and Dyne were out of town for a few days when this happened, so their friends and relatives were basically all killed when they weren't around to try to save them. And then the flashback ends there, and it's Cloud who asks why Shinra burned down the town, to which Barret explains there was an explosion at the reactor, and Shinra blamed everything on a rebel faction of the people, which, again, could use more clarification.
Yeah, because it's hard to say. Like, that could go kind of a couple of ways, right? One of them could be like, well, there was a faction of those people who were unhappy with what happened and committed a terrorist act. It also could be something like Avalanche-like, right? That cause a react. But you're right. They don't go into a lot of detail there. And that could also just be because if they did go into that level of detail, it would be even clearer to us, like, this absolutely was not Barret's fault. This was an orchestrated event by Shinra. It's almost like they want us to, like, not really clamp on to one way or the other. They want to...
Oh, I clamped onto one. Like,
it's like they don't want us to. They want us to just accept Barret's narrative and move forward with it, right?
Yeah, which I just don't do, I guess. But this is also interesting because Barret says he blames himself more than Shinra in Original 7 because he never should have gone along with the reactor. And again, gone along with is not forced people into it, right? And then this is also really interesting. Tifa tells him, don't blame yourself. We were all fooled by the promises Shinra made back then. So do you see the significance in that? Like, this happened 6 or so years ago. And it's easy for us today to be like, Barret, why in the world would you trust Shinra, right? But that's after we've seen them lie to people. They destroyed Sector 7. We saw that, the slums. They initiate experiments on innocent victims. They let lots of people die, a whole swath of terrible, evil things. But those are all relatively recent occurrences.
Right.
It's easy to play like Monday morning quarterback, right? When hindsight is 20/20.
There's also the aspect of it that, like, I don't think it was honestly a choice. Like,
well, they probably would have just burned the town down and then built the reactor.
Exactly. They would have just bulldozed the whole thing and built the reactor anyway. But they
didn't know that because they trusted Shinra. Shinra was like the new technology company that was saying they were there to make people's lives better, right?
Yeah, they were giving them a level of autonomy to be like, you guys can make this decision. But...
Right. They were seen as the good guys. So that's another reason why should Barret and anyone else for that matter think this deal with Shinra would do anything other than bring prosperity? I mean, like, another thing you could think of really quick and then I'll be done. But like, if you think of Zack, right? So Zack is a really good guy. I mean, anyone who's played Crisis Core, or even you can tell by the scenes that we see here in Rebirth, you can tell that he has good moral character and like levels of selflessness and like bravery and duty and stuff that's beyond most humans. And Zack joined Shinra's soldier organization, not only by choice, but it was a dream he had. He wanted to do it, right? And I would say, like, would someone like Zack have signed on to an evil organization by choice? No, I mean, he had no idea about their sinister side or sinister future, as most people don't. And chronologically, I think the reactor deal was made before Zack joined soldiers, so Shinra's reputation 6 years ago must have been pretty stellar. So, I mean, all I'm saying is I just think that it's not strong enough for me. It's closer than it could be.
Yeah.
But I think that the reason for all this vitriol directed at Barret and him, I mean, you could kind of justify him hating himself for it more than I think you can justify every person in the town hating him for it, because I think his motives and actions looked justified given the circumstances he was in. And I think that the only people who should be receiving hate should be the leaders of Shinra.
I mean, yes, I think, like, looking at it from a logical perspective, I agree with you 100%. Like, that's how it should be. But I also, maybe this is also part of like his character development arc, where it's like he has to realize these things on his own in order to grow, right?
And I think that, again, you can justify him hating himself a lot more because people have their own emotional...
It's just the town's reaction to him.
But a unified vitriol for him... That's what I'm having the hard time with being justified, because I don't think that a normal town, especially like coal mining towns, are known for having like humble people who are God-fearing, good, like they believe in being like neighborly. And then I just don't see a town like that just all at once thinking that one person is responsible who clearly isn't.
I'm curious if, and mind you, they didn't say anything about this, but I'm just curious if what happened is like Barret went away, right, because of this situation, and like Dyne stayed behind and basically poisoned the well.
Yeah, maybe.
After the fact.
Could be.
But see, that would be good to know.
Yes, that would be great to kind of explain.
Right.
That's a good idea.
Because Barret took off, right? So
Yeah,
everyone else is still there. And it's like maybe they use him.
And that's the thing. To them, it looked like he ran away on them.
Sure. So maybe if like we saw some sort of reference to that, that would make sense.
Yeah, I don't think that's what they wrote in here, but I think they probably should have.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying. Because like something like that would make it more justified, like for someone to stay behind and stir the pot, like, oh, this is all Barrett's fault. We hate Barret. Then we understand that there's like an irrational pot stirring going on that's causing all of this anger. And maybe he's being pinned for things that he didn't do, that makes it much more justified. That's just not in here.
Yeah, they didn't put it in there. And then, like you said, it's either they didn't think to write it in or
it's not part of the story.
It got cut. So who knows?
Not even in either. I'm saying it's not part of the story. I'm pretty convinced because it would have been in here. Otherwise, it'd be just, you could do it with a couple sentences in a way. But anyway, so then they all get on the Ropeway thing, and then there's some 1990s like high-tech cutscene that takes us to the Gold Saucer. That's the end of this part in the original game, and that's the end of Chapter 7 of Rebirth. And I'll just give a quick summary here. So overall, I thought Chapter 7 was really interesting. I thought it was a pretty diverse chapter with a little bit of like regional exploration mixed with a dungeon, mixed with a town. There's like a minecart mini game. There's a really long side quest. It maybe wasn't like the most super memorable chapter as a standalone chapter. Like it felt more like a transitory kind of chapter, but I think it works for what it was. And there's a lot of story, especially around Barret, but there's also a lot of character moments scattered throughout, which really keep our interest. And even though I'm not really sold on the rationale behind the vitriol toward Barret, I still enjoy the chapter, and I can still understand at least, and I can get on board with at least the gist of something bad happened. Barret feels responsible. I can understand that. And the town's not pleased with it because they've been through a lot in their lives. I won't accept the main reason, but like it's not something that's going to ruin the game for me because the game is really amazing. I had a good time in this chapter, just like I do in every chapter. Even the dumbest chapters like the beach episode chapter is fun,
Right. And I'll add to that ultimately, I would say this chapter did what it set out to do, which I think was two things, which was to give some backstory and experience with two of the characters in the party, and then also to depress us in advance of the next chapter, right? Because it's that whole cycle where you go high and then they bring you down and then they take you up. So I think it hit a home run in that perspective.
Yeah, that's actually something good to bring up is the tone. Is like there was tone variation throughout this chapter, but it does bring us to a low note. But then after that low note, we go to a much more like fun-loving, throw your cares away kind of environment, which is great.
I like the transition chapter because it helps the world building. The coolest thing about Rebirth is that it's like an actual open world. There's no loading screens, and we literally like go from Costa del Sol and we hike up a mountain and we go through all this path and then we walk to, North Corel. And it just feels amazing that like this world feels so interconnected, right? And before you say like on the original, it was just this like little brown screen that you walked and it was like over, but
the world map and then a town and then world map and then a town.
So I agree with everything that you guys said, the successes of this chapter, but I also think it does a really good job of like fleshing out this world, and we got to actually walk it. We went through the caves, we did the Lara Croft Tomb Raider stuff, and then we got out on the other side and we showed up at Barret's hometown, and it felt like we had actually traveled this world. And so going to the Gold Saucer is something to look forward to, and they do a great job of making this world feel lived in.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, that's gonna do it. We made it to the end of Chapter 7.
5 hours later, we did it.
I know, my gosh.
Wait, your editing job is gonna be bad on this one.
It's quite the experience, but I'm devout. I'm dedicated to it, right?
She is.
But yes, to those who are watching and listening, we can be found anywhere you get your podcasts. You can see the video version on either Spotify or on YouTube, and you can also follow us on our dedicated YouTube channel, Final Fantasy Files, where you can lend support by leaving a like or comment for the algorithm. We love hearing your opinions, and it actually really helps. We're a growing YouTube channel. Like, we're growing pretty steadily, but we're like at that like youthful stage where like every comment matters and every like, and I hope it stays.
I love it when they talk to us. It's so great.
I'm like, they actually watch them. So it does matter to us. So thank you for all of those of you who are giving us that support. It really matters.
Absolutely. And make sure to share the podcast with any friends who you think might be interested in this. And also leave us a review on Apple Podcasts. That'd be a great thing there because a lot
Spotify, I think they do reviews now too, right?
Spotify too, yes, because that's how a lot of people find us.
Yeah, subscribe too. Subscribing matters wherever you watch or listen to us. In order to hear, we will have future analyses of more Rebirth chapters. We are halfway done. That's kind of sad.
Oh, that's
Only
true.
halfway of chapters.
Wow.
We're really diving deep, guys. Like, no one's this dedicated, right?
I've listened to a bunch of stuff online.
It's too much work.
No one has gone this deep into Rebirth on the internet. Like, nobody.
Yeah, we're nerds. I mean, all the other gaming podcasts pretty much play all the games, and we just don't. We just play Final Fantasy.
We're an odd bunch, that's for sure.
Indeed. And of course, thank you, Spencer, for joining us once again, my husband.
It was a great time. It was a pleasure. Thanks for having me, guys.
Absolutely.
Yes, now we have to go get the kids from their grandparents.
Yeah.
That's where they are right now.
I've already ordered food.
Oh, you did? From where?
Maddox.
You did order it from
So we got to go pick it up, but it's good. Yeah.
Yay! There's a place called Maddox Chicken here. It's really good. I love it. Okay, and with that, walk tall, my friends. I got to get a new one.
And may the flames of the Phoenix not burn your soul like Corel.
Oh.
I delivered that one deadpan.
That was good.
That was good.
Do you have one, Spencer?
Yeah.
You hear
You're the sound of the planet crying out. Just gotta save it.
Yours is worse than mine.